Thunder, bring the thunder, bring the thunder, bring the thunder, 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 bring the thunder, bring the thunder, bring the thunder, thunder. Ah! Hello, my lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Real Leaf, Cardinal, Metroplex Asylum, Yasmin, Kiros, Polaire, Thandria, Uncle Gumbald, Foamer Flamingo, Espen M, JC Ryan, Smalls 411, Kimber Wolf, Food Diggity, Ron's KFC, Ivy Evans, Wordsmith, Scott K, Punky Gal, Somnio, Static, Gayfish, LB, Aska, Killjoy, Dr. Pluxo, Jade Monkey, X VYabo, Brim 15, Emerald Queen, Punk Corpse, Sleep in Void, Roomy Red, Bastard Collection, Morningstar Plural, and many, many, many more. Welcome and thank you for being here. If you are here and you have not pressed the like button, please do press the like button. Please do press the like button. Also, if you aren't a member of the Hell's Bells gang, bong, ring the little bell. Ring the bell, seriously. Oh my goodness. The Dark Canuck, I do see you, and so I see you as well, Nat. I also see you, Cameron Lee. I'm running and already feel like dying. Please don't do that to me. What, you don't want me to sing more songs? Oh my God, today is gonna be a wild day. Let me tell you that much, okay? We're gonna still do our little chill, welcoming, you know, hour, 45 minutes, whatever that we do. As always, we always welcome the stream up, warm up, get comfy, talk about shit, chit chat, blah, blah, blah. But we have a lot of stuff to talk about. And let me tell you, it gets a little bit wild today, okay? Things have been going a little crazy in the United States, okay? Yeah. Oh, the Beyond Meat CEO went feral. I did hear about that. I mean, which is a little bit odd. It's interesting that the CEO of a meat replacement company would end up becoming cannibalistic. It almost is poetic, you know? It's really quite interesting. We have a lot of stuff to talk about, and I don't know what order we're gonna do it in yet, but let me tell you some of the things we're gonna talk about today. So today, we are going to be talking about Joe Biden and the pandemic. Wow, exciting. I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing me talk about the pandemic again. Of course you are, because I always have the most base takes. I've been very, very on point. I've been following and covering the pandemic and Biden for a really long time, so of course you're excited to hear what I have to say about it. Then, we're gonna talk about one of the most unhinged MAGA rallies that we've ever seen to date, which is saying a lot because most of them are pretty unhinged, but it's odd. You know, MAGA rallies are unhinged in a very specific direction, and this one, you know, it's kind of like MAGA rallies are like a bingo night mixed with a riot, okay? Imagine if like the prize for winning bingo night was like a giant meth crystal, and then they just distribute it to all of the old people, and then the old people go fucking crazy. That is basically how you can understand what like a MAGA rally is at this time. That's where we're at. Is this where the rapping granny comes in? Surprisingly, no, actually. But the rapping granny is a MAGA person, and the rapping granny probably does have a giant, like, crystal meth rock. Yeah. We also have to, we also need to talk about, we need to talk about one other thing, which is the police. You all love it when I talk about the police, don't you? Don't you? You all love it, okay? And today we're gonna talk about a very interesting thing about the police. We're gonna talk about, we're gonna talk about a unique way in which the police like to do damage to people. And and it's interesting because what we're gonna talk about really illustrates the lines between, or I should say the gap between the law and its enforcement. And let me tell you, in America, that gap is pretty big. You know, there's a lot of room for law enforcement people to make decisions. And even though they're not the ones that convict you, in a lot of cases, they functionally are. So it's very, very curious, and we're gonna talk about that. Is the Polish under arrest? No, no, no. The Polish or at least most of the Polish are fine, okay? So you might be wondering, oh, Demon Mama, you were supposed to stream video games this weekend. That's true, I was supposed to stream video games this weekend, but I was so tired come Sunday that I decided I would not, and I would instead watch my partner play video games, which was totally worth it because my partner is playing through Pathologic 2 for the first time, and that is incredibly exciting to me and one of the most fun experiences I've had spectating somebody else playing a game. Dark Canuck says, love spending time with you and the imps, Demon Mama. You're such a comfort. Hey, no problem. Happy to be a comfort. DM breaking promises, you don't say. Listen, I'll have you know that promise for promise, I keep a lot of my promises. Sometimes I make changes to my scheduling, but I'm pretty good about keeping my promises. There's been a few, like for example, I did at one point promise that I was gonna do a History Mama, and then I got overburdened by work, and then I moved, and I still haven't done it yet. And that I feel a little bad about, but don't worry, that will happen, okay? Oh yeah, the Monster Hunter tier list is another thing I need to do. And, oh, none of this matters. Stop analyzing my kept scheduled promises, okay? Other things are more important. No offense. With all due respect, please give me a break. Scheduling for a stream is difficult, okay? Do you often change your haircut, or do you like having one for a very long time? I actually often change my haircut, but I'm growing my hair back out. I had a lot of fun with it being short, but I want it to be long again because I have some really cool ideas for what I want to do. We did get the Grime Dango card. Look. It's this. Look. Dango. The slur tier list. I do need to do the slur tier list at some point, but keep in mind the slur tier list is going to get demonetized. That should be like a Patreon stream maybe. I am doing my best. It's okay. People can be a little mean to me. I'm a little mean to them all the time. And to be fair, I'm way more right about my meanness than they are about theirs. The worst thing that people can say about me is that, well, okay, actually they say a lot of bad things about me. So never mind, I take that back. Is the N-word S tier or D tier? It's F tier. And you wanna know why it's F tier? Because I don't say it. That's why. Bam. Wrecked. Owned. Is this a surprise stream? No, Paul M. YouTube is just really, really bad about stuff like that. Also, Ron's KFC, thank you so much. It's me, the poor man's version of Sake Tanuki. Wrong, Ron's KFC. You are the imp version of you, and we love that. You are never the poor man's anything. You are appreciated here. You support the stream, and also you're a great chatter. So don't you ever say you're the poor man's anything. You're our Ron's KFC, and that's what matters. Actually, do you think that Sake Tanuki would donate to my stream if I did an OK Buddy Vosh stream, like, just on my stream? Do you think that would happen? I should offer. I should, next time I'm there, I'm like, next time that happens, I'm gonna be like, Sake Tanuki, if you come donate to my stream, I'll do an OK Buddy Vosh segment. Just absolute shameless. 100% shameless. Sake Tanuki is probably rich. Well, yeah, Sake Tanuki is probably, I don't think he's rich, and I don't think it really matters. He's probably reasonably well off and just likes to spend money on social things. There's a type of person, like that's like a whole type of person, you know, and it's sick. Think about the guy at your local bar who just has a good time buying a round of drinks for everybody once a night. That's, okay, maybe twice a night. That's like Sake Tanuki. So, you know. Will I dress up as Vosh for that segment? No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, that's interesting. Hello, Merrick. It's wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the cozy segment. We're getting cozy and comfy. And it's going well so far. If I remember, he's an engineer. Yeah. Yeah, as far as I know, he is, yes. But whatever. I remember Xanderhall saying, I need my own Sake Tanuki, but he hates me. See, I don't, no offense. If Sake Tanuki wants, you know what, never mind. I'm gonna plead the fifth, okay? I'm pleading the fifth. Sake Tanuki, you're always welcome to come donate to the stream. And if you donate enough, I'll do Okay Buddy Vouch for you. I'm achy, but I'm okay. What are we talking about? Well, we're actually talking about a lot of things today. We're going to be talking about one of the most unhinged MAGA rallies I've ever seen in my entire life. We're gonna react to at least a part of it. Then we're gonna talk about the rapping granny, the MAGA granny, of course. We're gonna talk about Biden and how Biden really fucked up on the pandemic, on his pandemic response recently. And then we're also gonna talk about the cops. So we have a lot of really interesting, you know, we have a lot of interesting things to watch and react to today. Yo, congratulations, JC Ryan. Well done. More like the crappin' granny? I don't know. You're gonna have to wait and find out. Yeah, okay, Somniostatic. Yeah. All right, sure, if you say so. You know, what was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say. Doesn't really matter. Hellhound, thank you so much. I forgot I wasn't subbed because mod color overwrites sub color. So now there, I fixed it. Yes, thank you very, very much, Hellhound. You are amazing. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly generous. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I found this gem about the Queen. How much of a gem are we talking? Ah, yes. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Oh, wonderful. I too love plotting the, wait a minute. This is not the correct text. Hold on, I need to fix this. I too love to plot the fucking tree. Why am I blanking on the word? The family tree. Wow. My brain just had a complete failure. Well, much like the family tree of the royal family. Yeah, they really do give you a special meaning to the word family tree, huh? Look at this. We got Queen Victoria, then we got these two. So then we have the child. So this is what? The great-grandfather, wait, grandfather? No, father, grandfather, great-grandfather. So that means like, right, great-grandfather. So that means then you have grandchild or child, grandchild, great. So this is a second cousin, right? This is a second cousin, right? Have you seen Barbarian yet? No, but I've heard very good things about it, Paul M. Thank you very much for the $5. Yes, I am looking forward to seeing that movie. First cousin 4 times removed? I don't think that's correct. Is that third cousin? Is that what that is? That's a third cousin? All right, so, you know, not the worst inbreeding that's ever happened, but definitely some inbreeding going on there, you know? Definitely some inbreeding. How the fuck do cousins work? It's fucking stupid. None of this shit makes any sense. All white people are like 8th cousins? Okay, but then you're diluting the, you're really diluting the value of that, right? Like when you get to 8th cousins, there's not even measurable DNA similarity anymore. Like 8th cousins is like stupid. That's like the 6 rules of separation. You know what I mean? This is how the cousin thing works. Okay, let's see. Ah, how helpful. So you, 3rd cousin, would be great grand uncle. Yes, so this is correct. So it would be 2nd cousin. No, wait, you, 3rd cousin. It was 3rd cousin, not 2nd cousin. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. The removed is like nieces and nephews and shit like that. We're getting into Hobbit territory, okay? Why are the emotes white? None of the, what emotes are white? There's no emotes white. I think that's your your website, not mine. Yeah, it looks like a glitch. Yeah, sounds skill issue. Everybody's doing the skill issue meme lately. What the hell's going on with that? You know, overusing the skill issue meme is a skill issue. Unironically. It just is. Oh yeah. Well, the autism emote does have a white border. Everybody, there is a new emote in chat. Have you discovered it yet? There is a new emote. It's very exciting. You don't keep up with these Zoomer memes? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's a meta meme? Listen, I never believed in the meme meta. I still own a shirt that I occasionally wear for this stream that has it's that boy. You know, what up? It's that boy. That boy's still going strong. You want to know another one that's going strong? Sus. Sus is still strong. Good memes last. Good memes have staying power. Yeah, here come it's that boy. Yep. Sus will probably never die. Do you believe in doo-doo fart? I think doo-doo fart's gonna come back. Yeah, I do think it will. What can I say? What can I say? I do think it will be back. The age of the meme is here. The age of the meme was always here, seeing as how memes are like really fundamental to like human idea formation. What about planking? Do you really have to ask that one? You're dreaming? What do you mean I'm dreaming? What am I dreaming about? That doo-doo fart will be back? No, I think doo-doo fart's gonna have a comeback. Someone's gonna discover the doo-doo fart sound effect, and they're gonna found the doo-doo fart, and then they're gonna think it's really funny again. Baba Booey's still funny. Bring back the Harlem Shake? Let's not. Let's not. Let's really not. Yeah. Man, some of y'all are bringing back some pretty lame ass memes. Based will never die. Well, that's because Based will die. But Based will probably come back around because it already has. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Based thing was like, that's like an ancient meme. It came back in 2016 because of MAGA Trumpers discovering 4chan again, and now it's back again as like a reclamation from MAGA Trumpers. Yeah, Based is very, very old. It has been a long time since we watched the Utopians on Doo-Doo Fart. Okay, the Utopians on Doo-Doo Fart is single-handedly the greatest meme my channel has ever produced, but it's special because as time goes on, we always have to remind people to go play Pathologic 2, the greatest game that has ever been made, unironically, a masterwork, a beautiful, tormenting, deep, philosophical, beautiful, incredibly fun, horrifying game that you should play immediately. I've given away like 10 free copies of it throughout the time that I've been streaming. It is my favorite game in the entire world. You should play it. You don't need to play Pathologic 1 first, just play Pathologic 2, then you can go back and play Pathologic 1 in the future. It's complicated, just trust me, okay? Doo-Doo Fart debate the movie? Yeah, it'd be amazing. Mama, I own it, but I'm bad at game. Please no hate. Listen, I assure you, you can get good at Pathologic. You just have to learn to understand the game on its own terms. You have to ask yourself, what is this game asking me to do? How is it asking me to do it? And then grab that. Okay, I don't know what Doo-Doo Fart is. Here, this is Doo-Doo Fart, okay? Hold on. Okay. This is Doo-Doo Fart. Are you ready?
Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
That's Doo-Doo Fart, okay? That's the classic Doo-Doo Fart meme, okay? Now, there was a, and I'm gonna describe to you this, okay? There was a period during my stream, long ago in the ancient times, before most of you watched my stream, there was a period of time where I used to sometimes invite my mods on to talk about things. And we would just like riff and goof around and have fun. And one time, a enormous debate happened between multiple members of the mod team, and they ended up arguing about the validity of doo-doo fart. Now, it just so happened that multiple people actually ended up unintentionally sort of taking on the characters from Pathologic 2. And so, someone, a very special memer in our chat, put it all together, but instead of us, they would have the characters from Pathologic come up on the screen, and it was hilarious. Legendary meme. Just nobody would get it. None of you would get it unless you've played Pathologic 2, and once you play Pathologic 2, the meme would literally make sense like that, but until more of you play Pathologic 2, I can't show it to you. And yes, the memer was none other than the one and only, the incredible Elac Caval. Elac Caval, who is one of the best memers in our incredible chat. The first ever Mama Hall of Fame. Also, Ron's KFC, thank you very, very much for the incredibly generous $20. Oh my God, thank you so much. I'm not an engineer, but I do IT for a law firm. Yesterday, I got cussed out by a lawyer. It was hilarious. California lawyers are nuts. I believe you. I think lawyers are a special type of person. Bring back mod debates. I want to argue over media takes. Maybe. Look, not all lawyers, okay, Hellhound, not all, but there's you know what I'm talking about. You know what lawyer brain is. You of all people. Yeah. Okay? Want to make fun of Gayfesh's media takes? I don't think you want to. Gayfesh has pretty good media takes most of the time. Also, we got a lot of mods today. Welcome. Just so you all know, we will be doing a mod night soon. I know that we haven't really done a mod night this year, and I'm really sorry about that. It's been a hell of a year, but we're gonna be doing one very soon. I've got plans, okay? Trust me, all right? I know that what's the way to put this? The morale has been a little low with regard to mod nights. That's not really the morale. Morale's actually been perfectly fine. You all have been very patient. So, but you know, you understand. Oh yeah, hold on. Wait, who did we bring on to the mod team? Didn't we bring some people onto the mod team? Hold on a second. Who did we bring onto the mod team? I can't remember who we brought on. Hold on a second. Did we? I don't remember. Okay, but I'll. No, we did not know. Okay, Silent is still formalizing. Okay, we have to wait. Silent will take care of it. I'm not gonna get my. I'm not gonna get ahead of myself. Okay. That is ridiculous, Ron's KFC. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I hope you remembered to call Saul. You are not a mod. You are a duck, though, apparently. Socialist Potato found a pretty funny Pokemon meme. All right, I'll give you a chance. This better be funny. All right, let's check it out. Let's see. Let's see if this is funny. Social Potato, you have a mixed history with dropping memes. Let's see. Yeah, but this is gonna get me hit, isn't it? It just says it's just counting up the gens. Isn't this gonna get me slapped because isn't this the Powerpuff Girls? Sorry. I can't take any more risks. My channel has been getting absolutely clapped. But thank you. How haven't you been hit yet? Oh, I have. Oh, I have. Yeah, this is some sneaky. I think you might be trying to kill the channel, but that's okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for the meme. We watched as much of it as possible before the YouTube started screaming at me. We've been getting clapped a lot lately, and it really sucks because we've been putting a lot of work into the channel. Like a lot of work, you know? It's not like we've been getting copyright striked. Of course not. We're very careful about that, but we have been getting copyright claims, which means my editor has to do a lot more work, and that's really mean. I don't want that to be the case. Is there an update to that DK stuff? No, they don't give a shit. They just kept going on. So whatever. Like I said, I didn't expect it to go anywhere. It just seems like it's not a safe Discord to be a part of personally. Yeah, that's the only update I really have. Yeah. Yep. So, let me think. What else? Has there been anything else exciting really happening? No, I've been taking it pretty easy the last few days, just to try and rest up and, well, I guess I've been running lots of errands. Probably the queen died today again. No. Don't you do that. I know that they've been in like royal mourning for like 2 weeks or whatever. I don't even know how long it is. They dropped her casket. Wait, unironically, did they? No, they didn't. They did not. That's not true. Have you finished those errands? I have. Oh, thank you so much, HK, for the incredibly generous $20 or 20 pounds. Thank you so very much. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you very much. Acelaces John, which Discord is bad? I don't want to say bad outright, but okay, it's bad. Chudlogic's Discord is not a very safe place to be. The admin has made numerous, and when I mean numerous, I mean like quadrupling down, like 4 separate times, made threats to individual members and to all members and to the entire mod team. So personally, that's the type of Discord that I would avoid like the plague. Okay? Yep. Well, I don't know what we're gonna debate on, so I hope you're not preparing too hard. Yeah, I don't know what that is, Zadoki. What kind of threats? Doxing threats. Doxing threats was the one, which is certainly an interesting thing to do to your own Discord server. But you know what? You know what they say about conservatives? They're fucking stupid. Yeah, that's what they say about conservatives. I'm petrified of joining a server on Discord. Don't be petrified, JC Ryan. Unironically, our server is very secure. We have a very safe Discord. We do lots of verification. We have a very active mod team. Please don't be scared. There's not too much to be scared of unless you really post irresponsibly or you hang out in a lot of sus Discords. I'm such a boomer, it's hard for me to use. It takes time to get used to it, Eddie. But I will say that Discord has a lot of value. There is a lot to be gained from knowing how to use Discord, and I don't foresee Discord going anywhere in the near future. I think Discord is likely to be a relevant chat app for at least a few more years, so you will certainly get a return on investment from taking the time to learn Discord. Yeah. Anyway. You only use AOL Instant Message? I feel like I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I wish you luck, Ornate Letter Opener. Hell yeah, Eddie. I think you'll gain a lot from it. Also, usually if once you're in a Discord, a lot of people will help you learn features. There's actually quite a lot of nice features that Discord has. And there's a couple of add-ons you can get for Discord that also make life a little easier. I hope we can eventually migrate to something like Matrix. That would be grand, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. Yes, there are actually Discord plugins. Yep. Their mobile app got worse. Yeah, I'm sure they've always had up and downs on that. Maybe Demon Speaker. That might be true. I'm not sure though. Is the point of Discord is the point of Discord to chat and talk with people in certain communities in which you have an interest? Yes. Discord is very interest-based. There are a lot of flaws with Discord. I don't really like that a lot of websites are basically making the attempt to replace forums with Discords, which I don't really like that. But Discord is very, very good for meeting other people who are interested in things that you're interested in, and very, very good for collaborative works. Discord is fucking amazing for collaborative projects. It really is. Yeah. Yeah, it does suck that it's it does suck that people try to use it to replace forums. I don't really like that, but hell yeah. Judge Moses threatens to hold people in contempt after Montana said it would violate an order that they would allow trans people to change their birth certificates. Yeah, Montana got clapped. As it turns out, red states don't have don't always have complete impunity to just target trans people. We've had a few victories and we've had a few losses when it comes to trans rights lately, but this is a good one. So great news for people in Montana. Montana is less transphobic than it seemed that it was going to be. Socialist Potato 123 with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Sorry about that meme I sent. I'm not trying to take down your channel. Just wanted to share a funny meme. But again, YouTube copyright is BS. I don't want your channel to be taken down. Social Potato, you are fine. I make some jokes because that's what I do. Don't you worry. You are all fine. You can send whatever memes you want. I'll watch them when I can. And don't you feel bad about it even a little, Socialist Potato. All right? Not even a little. Don't worry about it. Florida is starting to feel like a dictatorship. Yeah. Florida is a very, very special place right now, okay? Let's just say that, how do I describe this? Yeah, Florida's on a real sick one, okay? I don't really have a single, encompassing term for this. It's just on a sick one, okay? It's having a real one. Is Florida the Poland of the US? Florida is more like, okay, here in the United States, Florida is often referred to as God's waiting room. It's a mean joke, but the reason why it's called God's waiting room is because for a very long time, Florida was the state that people would go to retire in. There was a lot of retirement communities. It's warm all year round. There is relatively, there's not a whole lot of particularly dangerous weather, although that's changed significantly. I mean, there's always been hurricanes, but hurricanes have gotten more severe recently. In the past, it was a little more tolerable. But yeah, it is still the case. It is still the case that Florida is God's waiting room. But like I said before about the bingo with the meth, that's basically where we're at. Florida is so full of MAGA people, and they elected the most MAGA guy that you can imagine, a guy named Ron DeSantis, a guy who literally weaponized the power of the state to silence doctors during the pandemic because they were dissenting with what the state declared. So like literally doctors and scientists were like, hey, the state policy is not in alignment with science. And he was like, if you keep doing this, we'll arrest you. Okay, I'll take a look at that, Niana. Thank you. Oh yes, and of course, let's not even begin, let's not even start to talk about the insane stunt, the Martha's Vineyard thing, which I haven't even had a chance to talk about on this channel because the last day that I streamed, I hadn't had time to read up on it, and now I've read up on it since, and it's kind of over, but I still want to talk about it. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk. Maybe we'll watch some stuff on it today. I have saved some stuff about it. For those of you who don't know, Ron DeSantis was a part of an effort to literally lie to migrant workers, tell them that they would get work, food, housing, safety, and then put them on a bus, put them on a bunch of buses and planes, and then told them to go to a very small, very rich island. And the goal, I think, was basically to try and prove a point. Actually, you know what? We'll just talk about this. You know what? We'll talk about this. Don't you worry. We'll get to that, okay? Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, but it's still the cozy hour, so let's not get into the news too quickly. All right? He did it for the Vine? Yeah. Here's the fake brochures. Oh yeah, thank you. I appreciate that link. That's very helpful. Yes, it is absolutely disgusting. Yes. They lied completely. Weren't they dropped? Some of them were dropped off in front of the VP's house. Yes, some of them were dropped in front of Kamala Harris's house. It's really fucked up. Is this really live or is this a restream? This is not a rerun, you fools. This is really live. Why would you say that? Why would you do that, Coco? That is so cruel. Also, you will always know if it's a rerun because it will be called a premiere, okay? It will be called a premiere. Yeah, obviously this is live. How else would I be reacting to chat in real time? You thought you recorded this to your DirecTV. Well, unfortunately, I hate to tell you, but you might need to have your DirecTV checked. It could be. Yes, perhaps I am. Maybe I am just a psychic. Maybe my brain is so big that I'm talking to you from the future. Whatever. Do I play a musical instrument? Yes, I play the piano and I play a tiny bit of guitar. I'm not very good at guitar, but I do play the piano and I love playing piano. I don't have an audio setup to share my piano with you yet, but I will in the future. So don't worry about that. You're thinking about my stream right now and how much you would like to press like. That's what I'm telling you. If you're here and you haven't pressed like on the stream, please press like on the stream. I would deeply, deeply appreciate all of your likes, all of your YouTube, press the subscribe and ring the bells. It means the world to me. I'm trying to grow my channel and I would love it if you'd be willing to press like, because guess what? It takes you 1 second, but it always brings in new viewers. The more likes we get, we always get a spike in viewers. So, you know, smack that motherfucking like button. It means the world. Thank you. There was another thing I was gonna talk about, but I can't remember. Hold on, let me see if I have it in my, in my notes here. Oh, this is gonna be very fun. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be very interesting. Okay, do you guys want to have a real quick funny moment? We're gonna laugh at something in just a second, and it's really good. Okay. Punk Corpse says, I might have asked before, but how much did your labret piercing hurt after you got it? This piercing right here, it hurt. It hurt for about 10 seconds. The piercing was very quick. It did hurt, but it hurt. The pain was over very quickly. And then afterwards, it was like sore for a few days. And then other than that, it was not so bad. I got some bruising around here, around the area for like a couple of days, but it was really minor. Honestly, it was a really easy piercing, all things considered. I jokingly told my mom I found someone to split my tongue after you told me on Twitter and she flipped. Lamau, don't flip out. It's really cool. Split tongues are awesome. Look. See? Cool. It's super cool. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Nice and easy. It is a challenge. I will say that the splitting of the tongue was difficult. It does hurt a lot. But not intolerable, and it heals pretty quickly, all things considered. Real talk, where should I run away to? Atlanta, Oregon, Washington, Cali, all expensive but chill. I've never left Florida, so I don't know. I can't make any advice for you like that. I really, really can't. You're gonna have to make that decision for yourself. However, if you're considering leaving Florida, I will say Washington is, well, if you live in the Seattle area of Washington, it is pricier. Most of Washington is a little bit expensive. Cost of living here is a little pricey. However, and this is a big important however, there is a lot, comparatively for America, there is a lot of public support here. And it is one of the best places to live in America if you're left-leaning. We have a lot of leftists in the area. There is a lot of leftist activism going on in the area, and the general social milieu is quite progressive, all things considered. So definitely consider it. Polaire says, your tongue movements are much more acrobatic now than when it was first split. Yes, the muscles have strengthened independently. It takes some time to practice and to get good at things. I can move my tongue very, very, very quickly now. Rick Wallace says, have any of your partners given feedback on oral quality post-tongue splitting? Of course they have. My partners love that shit. I will say, it's very good, okay? I'm just gonna say there's a lot you can do, okay? There's a lot you can do with a split tongue. That's all I'm gonna say, okay? I'm not gonna get super explicit. Just say, yeah, Fawn has come in and said it's much better. It's not just much better, it's like, I mean, it is much better, but like, not that I was bad to begin with. It's just like, it's a pretty goddamn unique experience, so. I'm one of like a few thousand people, yeah. Yes, Niana brings up a good point. Try to move where you already have supports. Isolation compounded by culture shock from a big change can do more harm. That is true. The good news is that Washington has a lot of options for queer people to find connections, like a lot. Was there ever a culture that split their tongues? Yes, there are many cultures that split their tongues, including demon culture. There you go. Renting anywhere in the US right now is pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. The rental markets are pretty goddamn bad in the United States. It is pretty rough here in Washington. I had a hard time, but also my circumstances are unique. We have a lot of people in my house, so we had to find a place that would fit for us. Just saying, like, you're gonna have a hard time pretty much everywhere. Just take it easy and plan ahead. Oregon is also pretty good. Yes, Oregon is another good place. I just can't speak so much to Oregon. All I know is that Cali is a place I would never go back to. Fuck California. Yes, is California very liberal? Yes, it is, but it is very neoliberal as well. And while California is certainly better than Florida, there's a lot of things I do not like about California, and I would not go back there personally. Yeah. Oh, you will have no problem, Danny, finding like gaming stuff around here. There are so many tabletop and card game nerds. It's actually insane how much. Holy fuck, the card game communities here are fucking wild. I assure you, because I don't even play the games, and I've gone to the events. My friend is really, really, really into card games, and so I've gone to a couple of them just to watch and hang out. Do you think Texas is going to become unlivable for trans adults in the next 2 years? Paranoid about losing my HRT so much, just trying to get through my education. I keep on trying to lie to myself that it can't happen here within that time frame, and each day feels scarier. But I think I might be being schizo about it. No. Okay, so there's a couple of things I would say about that. Obviously, I cannot divine the future of Texas. I will say that Texas seems to be one of the most aggressive places right now with regards to anti-trans legislature. I would be very careful there. I would research in advance. If you decide you're gonna stay, I would research in advance ways for you to be able to lock down and secure HRT. I can't predict that. It's really hard to say. I would be careful though. I would be very careful, and I would weigh your options very seriously. I don't think you're being schizo for looking at that. Texas has gone really hard anti-trans, so it's definitely worth considering getting out of there. You're not like out of line there at all. Yeah, a lot of people are probably going to end up DIYing in Texas. A lot of people are probably going to end up having some issues in Texas, but it's hard to say what degree. It's really, really hard to say. And I'm sure a lot of it will depend on how the next year's upcoming presidential election goes. If a Republican takes control of the presidency in 2024, or I guess it's not next year, it's 2 years from now. But if the presidency is taken over by a Republican in 2024, that's going to be pretty bad. And I would be very worried about being in Texas at that point in time. I would be worried about being in Texas now. I don't think, like I said, I don't know if it's going to be immediate. I don't know if 2 years is going to be how quick this stuff's going to move. All I will say is that the surge of transphobia in America is incredibly concerning, incredibly aggressive. We talked about this on last stream, and very worrying. So, you know, be careful, please. A lot of families with trans kids are fleeing Texas. Yes, they are. Okay, because I'm a dum-dum who's sheltered and because of my grandparents, how the hell do I even begin the process of HRT? Like, I don't, like legit, I don't know who to go to or what to ask and to say. Okay, so, first off, there's a couple of options for you. You know what? This is gonna be a little segment. Listen up, folks. I'm gonna tell you about HRT. All right, everybody? This is the Demon Mama HRT segment, okay? So, the options for HRT are essentially three, okay? There are three real ways you can get HRT, okay? So listen up, pay attention, understood? Listen. So, step one, the most recommended, or rather the safest way to get HRT is to talk to your general practitioner, tell them I am trans, I would like to begin transition, I have done my research. Presumably you will do your research, you will go read about the effects of HRT, and then you go in there and you just confidently state, I would like to begin HRT, I am trans, I have been thinking about this for a long time, I know what I'm getting myself into, I know the risks and the benefits, and I would like to start HRT. Now, if you have a good general practitioner, your general practitioner will most likely say, all right, well, all we would like you to do is talk to a counselor. Then they will refer you to a counselor. You'll talk to the counselor once, twice, 3 times maybe at most, and then the counselor will talk to you and say, all right, you're good to go. They'll tell your doctor, and your doctor will write you a prescription. Usually this process will take less than 6 months, depending on the doctors involved. Really depends. That's option number one, and that's usually the best option. And the reason for that is because your general practitioner will usually make sure that you get regular blood work. They'll make sure there's no, they'll be able to prescribe you so that you can go to the pharmacy and get you know, HRT under your insurance and things like that. They'll be able to prescribe you like, you know, normal HRT from the pharmacy, and also they can send you to an endocrinologist if they don't have the skill to do it themselves. Now, I shouldn't say most, but a lot of general practitioners in the United States are now being trained in gender health, but not all of them are. Some of them will tell you to go see an endocrinologist, at which point an endocrinologist will do just fine in taking care of you. Endocrinologists are, for the most part, very informed on HRT with a few exceptions. That's option 1. Option 2, okay? This is the best option if you live in an area where this is the case, but most people in America are not going to live in an area where this is the case, so listen closely. If you live in a state where informed consent clinics exist, which you can search, you can look up informed consent clinics in the United States for gender care, and if you live in a state where there's an informed consent clinic, you can walk in, you can talk to their doctor. Usually they'll have you do 2 appointments. You'll talk to their doctor, then they'll prescribe you the HRT, and then they'll follow up with you and do blood work and things like that. And they are those informed consent clinics are very up to date on gender science for the most part. With, of course, obviously not every place is perfect, but most informed consent clinics are very, very well informed. They know how to take care of everything. They will help you a lot. So informed consent is really good if you have access to it. It's also very easy if you have access to it, and you'll get a prescription, which means, again, it can go on your insurance. Okay, third, if your doctors are hostile, or you live in an area where HRT has been outlawed, or you live in an area where, or if you don't have insurance, or any of these following things, if you cannot go through talking to a doctor and getting a prescription, there's a third option, and this is called DIY, do it yourself. Now, most people, when they say DIY, you think of like, oh, well, you know, like doing housework yourself. It's a different concept, okay? You're not making anything yourself. If you are a trans femme, aka you're looking to get on estrogen, DIY it's not illegal. It is not illegal to purchase and own and buy estrogen online. So as long as you're buying from a reputable dealer, of which there are many, if you are buying from a reputable dealer, it is quite safe to purchase DIY estrogen, DIY anti-androgens, which are like, they will stop testosterone and things like that. Now, if you're trans mask, aka, you know, female to male, if you're transitioning, if you're looking to get your hands on testosterone, that is much harder to do DIY, and the reason for that is because testosterone is a controlled substance. However, it is not impossible. There are many places you can buy high quality, safe testosterone. It's just a little more complicated because it is a restricted substance. Now keep in mind, it's not a narcotic, so it's not like buying you know, cocaine or anything like that. Not even close, or like Adderall or anything like that. You're not like, that's not what you're dealing with. But it is a restricted substance, so it's much more difficult, and you should be a little more careful with that, unfortunately. There is a very helpful website, which should be, there's a very helpful website called diy.hrt, okay? Let me see, hold on, diy.hrt, it's called the DIY HRT directory. They've changed the @ I'm sorry. They changed the @ it's diyhrt.wiki, okay? So if you want information about dosages that are kept up to date with citations, they do not sell or make anything on this website. It is information only. However, they do show you reputable dealers. So, reputable dealers. I shouldn't really say the word dealer, but they are medical companies that manufacture this stuff. So, unfortunately, we do not know the future of diyhrt.wiki. We don't know how long it's going to be up. I have made archives of the website, and you can download the website yourself, and I would highly recommend that if you're interested in it. The information on there is very, very valuable, okay? So consider going on there and at least downloading and backing up that stuff for yourself, okay? That means everyone, okay? All of you, get backups of all of this information if you can. I don't know if it's going down. I don't know how it's going to change, but yes, it's definitely, it's changing hands. So we'll see. Those are your 3 options for HRT by and large, okay? You can go the general practitioner route, you can go the informed consent route if it's available to you, or you can go the DIY route. All routes are valid in my opinion, It's just what's right for your life. I believe that you have a moral right to access medication that is important for you. That does not mean that you should do so without doing research. You should always do your research, and you should always make sure that you're doing it in the safest way possible. However, I believe that it is immoral that HRT is banned anywhere. I believe that it is immoral that HRT is a controlled substance. I believe that it is immoral that HRT is access to HRT is heavily gate-kept and restricted. Therefore, I want to make sure that everyone is fully informed on the ways to reduce harm. VM Draco, I'm assuming it's more expensive when you get it from a dealer. Not always, but usually. The reason for that is because because you can't use insurance usually with like a DIY dealer. And like I said, dealers, most HRT sellers are official pharmacies. They're real pharmacies. They're not like at home, like they're not bathtub estrogen or any of the stupid memes that transphobes put out there. These are medicine manufacturers that sell direct depending on the laws of their country. One is located in the UK, one is located in India, I think one is located in Taiwan. There's a couple of different major dealers, but these are real medicine manufacturers. And of course it is possible to create it on your own, but I don't recommend that unless you are a chemist. If you're a chemist and you have that talent, then you know what? God be with you. All right, so let's see here. Louis Boy asks, what if you're not binary trans, but rather non-binary and would like to present more feminine? Would that change anything in the process? No, it would not. In fact, 10 years ago, when I first came out as trans, I explicitly said that I was non-binary, but that I definitively wanted a more feminine body. And my very old man endocrinologist was 100% fine with that and completely understood. So yeah, don't worry, don't be afraid of that. If they're trans friendly, they're gonna understand non-binary for the vast majority of time. Eddie says, wait, you can just buy hormones? Yes, you can. You can indeed just buy hormones. Testosterone is a restricted substance, but it is not a narcotic as far as I understand. I'm not a lawyer, so don't quote me on any of this. This is just general information for the purposes of harm reduction. Sorry, I ran out of breath there. But yes, you can. Don't make your HRT in the bathtub, Walter. Walter, it's a completely silly idea, Walter. Wrong. The real answer would be, if you're gonna make your HRT in the bathtub, Walter, make sure you know what you're doing. No half measures. You understand? No half measures. Yes, I do not recommend HRT, like literally making your own HRT unless you actually know what you're doing. Let me think here. I can't remember what I was gonna say. There was something else I was gonna say. Oh yeah, again, just don't do anything without doing some research first, okay? There's a ton of information available. Like I said, the DIY HRT wiki has a lot of really good information. I mean, look at this. This place tells you how to get blood testing, what you need to get tested for, what levels you should be looking for. This one has a guide for trans masks and has a guide for trans femmes. It's very, very, very well done. This is a highly, highly valuable guide. Again, I don't know what's gonna happen because it might be going down, but you can download the guides and they should be valuable for the near future at the very least. It's insane that the bathtub HRT gets thrown around after the supply lines discourse. Well, that's because people are very stupid. Liberals are incredibly, incredibly fucking stupid most of the time on the internet, and also bad faith. What is bathtub HRT? It's a, bathtub HRT is a stupid meme that claims that I and others are promoting people to boil estrogen in their bathtub. It's very stupid. It's extremely stupid. Is this strictly for trans people? No, this is not strictly for trans people. Anybody can value from this. Just, you know, the rules, the dosages might change. It might not be as useful for cis people depending on your needs. Awesome Jess 23 says, I'm in Finland and HRT is free. However, waiting times are around 2 years because of the pandemic. There were cuts in the healthcare budget in 2018 right before the pandemic, so it fucking sucks. Nurse issues, just like in the US, low pay, and a bill was even suggested to force striking nurses back to work. Thankfully, it didn't pass. I've also heard that in the UK, specifically in Scotland, waiting times are around 3 years. Wait times are transphobic, and I mean that, okay? People might get mad at me for saying this. Some people might get super triggered at me for saying this, but it's simply true, okay? Wait times, making somebody wait 3 years to get HRT so that you're sure that they want it is absurd. HRT is very easy to stop. You can stop doing it whenever you want to, and within like the first 6 months of HRT, there's essentially very few negative, like permanent negative effects. Negative effects, I say. When I say negative effects, I mean 6 months. It takes a long time for it to build up into your system and start making changes. HRT doesn't work like immediately overnight, but in the worst case, you might have slightly lowered fertility for the first 6 months. If that's your interest anyway. There is not scientific evidence to prove that fertility is permanently damaged by HRT, at least within the first few years. It is unknown if fertility is permanently damaged after a couple of years. It's possible, but it's not known yet. And fertility, of course, there are all kinds of things you can do to work around fertility things. The negative effects of HRT are well understood and are mostly for at-risk groups. Obviously, testosterone works a little bit faster than estradiol, than estrogen, just by the nature of the chemicals. So if you're taking testosterone, you're likely to see bodily changes faster. But and some of them might be more irreversible than others. Though what we're talking about is like body hair formation, maybe changing your voice. That might be irreversible, but to what degree is drastic. In 6 months' time, while you're figuring out whether you like HRT or not, whether it fits for you, you're not going to have any meaningful permanent effects that aren't undone, or undoable. Wow. What sources do you recommend for doing your own research? How do you know what to trust on the internet? Well, it can be a little bit difficult. However, the good news is that numerous websites have published cross-referenceable data about HRT. You want to make sure that you're picking something that is well-cited. You're going to want to make sure that you're reading things that are new. You don't want to read things that are 10 years or 20 years old. And there's a ton of them out there. DIY HRT Wiki is just one of them. There are many other people who've published this data. In fact, numerous doctors have published their own guides to HRT, specifically because there is a number of conscientious objectors is the best way to describe it. Doctors who say this law is immoral. Here's what we're going to publish. We're going to publish the correct dosages. We're going to publish this sort of stuff. We're going to publish the medicines that we use publicly available so anybody can grab this information. Oh, well, welcome to the stream, Dope Fiend. Good to have you. Demon Mama, do you have tips for finding a surgeon? I've been looking for a top surgery surgeon that's in network for my insurance and I can't find a single one in the state of Florida. Do you have any resources? I do not have any resources off the top of my head. Honestly, that's kind of hard because that shit changes constantly. It's very regional. What I would do is I would ask, obviously, I would ask your general practitioner. They will have access to a lot of information that you might not have access to. For example, at my doctor, they have a person who is assigned to keep gender health information up to date in their system. So if I ask my doctor, they ask their gender specialist, and then the gender specialist says, here's the people that we have who are currently willing to do these surgeries, and they'll accept these insurances. Usually a good place to start if you're looking for a surgery is with your doctor. That's a good starting point. Most insurances, because of Obamacare, most insurances are required to pay, even if they don't have anyone in network, they have to pay for someone out of network. Sometimes it can be very annoying, but most places have that rule in place. So, yes. Oh yeah, and also you can call your insurance. If you can't find them by doing your own research, call your insurance and ask them. Insurance companies are shit in a lot of ways, but the one thing they'll help you do is find out who's in system. So just call the helpline and tell them exactly what you're looking for, and they should be able to direct you. So yeah. Hate needles, but would like to see if HRT is good for me. Is there an anal option? There actually surprisingly is, though I don't know if it's your best bet. Needles is not the only options. There is gel, there is pills, there are patches, and then there are injections. You can't take HRT via pill? Yes, you can. You absolutely can. And lots of people do progesterone suppositories, but to my knowledge, people don't really do estradiol suppositories, but okay. There are a lot of options. Yeah, it's like the science is pretty well understood at this point in time. It's just that the problem is that governments always lag behind because there's crazy fucking conservatives. Yeah. I take I take estradiol pills. That's what I take. So, yeah. A lot of people do use injections though. Okay, so there you go. That's the basic. That's basically all you need to know about HRT, damage or what harm reduction practices and information. Do your research. Don't be hasty. Don't be careless. But also, don't be discouraged because it's not as hard as you think it is. In some places, going through official routes is literally illegal, but I think that's immoral. Up to you to decide that. All right? Hopefully that helps. And if anybody has any other questions, hit me with them, and then we'll call it good. Hey, no problem, Ivy Evans. I try to do this every once in a while, but you know, I forget. So thank you for reminding me. If you're gonna use needles, be careful. Okay, let me tell you something, okay? Doing injections is easier than you think it is, okay? Literally, most places in the United States, they just print you out a guide on how to do it. It's, most estradiol is, or most HRT is done intramuscularly, which intramuscular injections are very, very hard to mess up. It's pretty hard to fuck up an intramuscular injection unless you're really, really careless. And even then, the worst thing you're gonna get is probably a little bit of bleeding, like a small amount of bleeding and some bruising. Obviously, please be careful and follow the rules because there are specific rules. But yes, it's not that hard, okay? It's not as hard as you think it is. When I used to be on injections back in the day, and it wasn't so bad. It was actually quite easy. Some people do decide to go different paths, but yeah. Of course, yes. Of course, clean it. But I'm not here to give medical advice at all. I'm just sharing harm reduction information. That's it. I was wondering how much knowledge of microdosing HRT that you have and how exactly to go out researching if it's something you want to do with E or something. I know it can be pretty individual. That's very individual, and also microdosing is not really going to do all that much for you, in all likelihood. You want to follow follow a proper regimen if you want to try it. Just keep in mind that it's, like I said, for the first few months, you're not going to have any permanent effects. You'll see some of the early effects start to happen, but they'll be reversible if you don't like them. I'm serious. HRT is not meant to be a recreational drug. It isn't a recreational drug. You will not get any magical effects from it, okay? You will probably know whether HRT is for you between 3 and 6 months, but of course it depends from person to person. Again, HRT is stuff your body produces naturally. The human body produces hormones naturally. You're not exactly like, unless you're going crazy with it, you're not exactly putting yourself in the most danger. There are, of course, if you have blood clotting disorders and stuff like that, be careful. Like I said, do your research. This is a harm reduction section, and that's it. I agree, Eddie. Don't smoke if you take estradiol either. Yeah, I mean, anything that's going to be, I mean, you could say that about drinking too. There's a lot of just do your research and be smart, okay? I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to live your life in every single way, okay? Buying needles is super, super easy also. You can literally buy needles on Amazon, okay? I saw that, Gayfesh. That's a really good one. Diana says, research around the efficacy of HRT treatment is showing it's such a positive effect that if the population being treated was basically anywhere else, there would be zero hesitancy in prescribing. Yes, there is an enormous, horrible amount of discrimination and prejudice that informs the process of assigning HRT. HRT is handed out like candy to older people, like literally. I've told this joke before, or not even a joke. I've told this story before. When I used to work, at one of my old jobs, I was cleaning a car and I had the radio on in the car, and this like comical commercial came on, and it was like, HRT, and it was like, have you heard the good news of HRT? And it was like, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Did I just slip into the Twilight realm? And no, it was a doctor trying to get out. They ran an ad campaign trying to tell old people that, hey, if you're feeling low energy, it might be because your hormonal levels are low. Talk to your doctor about HRT. It was one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen. So yes, they hand it out. Jimmy Pineapple asks, why is that? Because people are transphobic. I know that that's not a popular answer, and people who already are a little prejudiced against trans people might not find that convincing, but the simple truth is that people think that because you're taking HRT to be trans, that you're doing something evil or risky or dangerous, and yet the fact of the matter is, tons of people are on the exact same drugs. The estrogen is prescribed to many postmenopausal women. Testosterone is prescribed to many older men. The problem is that people just think it's worse when trans people do it because trans people are taboo. Killjoy 40K says testosterone clinics were a literal bubble in the 2000s. Yes, they were. There were clinics where you could go to raise your testosterone. Yep. King Princess 420 says, hey, I know this is off topic, but I think I've watched all of your debates on YouTube and I enjoy them a lot. I hope you might return to doing them someday. I would. I would quite like to do more debates in the future. I just haven't been, like, first of all, a lot of people avoid debates with me. And secondly, this weird thing happened. this weird thing happened with regard to debate where there's only one type of person who wants to debate me, and it is a member of a community that hates me, and they want to argue with me about the reasons why their community hates me. And that is not fun. It's not fun. It's not entertaining for anyone. And that's the majority of the debate requests that I get is, I want to debate you about why my community thinks you're fucking stupid. And I think that's really annoying. Yes, Moss Meow, I will. And I have it backed up, so don't worry. Dope Fiend Masker says, what the fuck are you drinking? I am drinking a Mountain Dew Rise. It's very delicious. It is a, it's like juice and Diet Mountain Dew with some energy drink stuff in it. It's a very mild energy drink, and I quite like it. Yeah, it does look like the Girate, but that's disgusting. Debate on TikTok? Maybe I should. Maybe I should farm TikTok and Facebook for debates. I don't know. Lately, I've just been having a lot of fun doing original content, reacting to things, doing segments like this, talking about, I don't know, talking about all kinds of stuff, you know? What's your opinion on the Cyberpunk anime and Cyberpunk in general? If you mean Cyberpunk 2077, the game, I think it looked like shit, and I'm not really interested in it because it's not my style of game. If it's, and as for the anime, I didn't watch it because of the aforementioned reasons. I just, my partner is really into Cyberpunk 2077, but it looks like crap to me, so I'm not really interested in it. It just looks like Skyrim, but robots, and I don't know. I hate Skyrim, so, yeah. Please debate my old Fox News racist grandpa? Sure, tell him to call into the show sometime. Help him get into the show and I'll talk to him about whatever you want. That would be very fun. Yes, biceps and bikinis. The answer to that question is yes, she has. What would be your preferred topic to debate on? Your ideal debate topic, your wheelhouse? We could talk about anarchism. We could talk about hierarchies. We could talk about trans issues, although of course I get a lot of requests for those. It depends on the issue. I'd be more than happy to talk about like debate over Biden. I would be open to debate over quite a number of issues. There's quite a lot of things I'm totally open to debating about. The problem is I just don't get many offers anymore. And I haven't been really like searching them down because, you know, I mean, you want the honest truth. The last 2 years of my streaming career have been completely derailed by the fact that like two major, so yeah. Well, I'm planning on doing a call-in stream sometime soon. So that would be pretty interesting. Hopefully we could have some fun with that. Doing like a call-in stream or whatever. Oh, hey, what's happening? Oh, it's YouTube. Sorry, everybody. YouTube seems to be having issues. Yeah, it's YouTube. I apologize, it's YouTube. I have a connection to the internet. Hey, hopefully it will come back. Apologies, everybody. It appears to be YouTube's end. Yeah, well, hopefully this will pass. I don't quite know what the issue is. Why it's having issues reaching YouTube. It seems YouTube's having a particular issue. Hopefully, oh, all right. Looks like it's switch. So hopefully everybody refresh. All right, there we go. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, it was a little bit weird. YouTube just went the hell out on me. So hopefully that should be clear and we won't have any other issues. That was very, very strange. My apologies. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, if you're here, please press the like button. This has been a very interesting stream so far. We did some off-the-cuff DIY HRT, which I'm gonna put up as a video. But then we were talking about debating, and then we're gonna go talk about some politics in just a little bit. So press like on the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe and ring the bell if you're not subscribed, and bell ringing on YouTube. You really should, because my content is fucking amazing and you guys would be having a great time. So, you know. There was another thing I wanted to talk about. So with regard to debates, debates have become very difficult for me to do because most people just want to debate about the stupidest things imaginable. As in they want to debate why they feel justified in hating me. Which is a very boring conversation. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that I've been like very, very busy this year, so there hasn't been a whole lot of like conflict with anybody, which is a good thing because we had a lot of conflict for a while and it was unfortunate. But it also means there's less debate content, and yeah. And also, I don't like debating with people who are just like inventing something to get mad at me. Like, I'm not looking to like be somebody's like entry into the debate sphere. I'm not interested in that. I don't want people to just come up with something they don't like about me just so that they can have a conversation with me. That's fucking parasocial and very weird. Will you check out Salari's anti-debate bro vid? I don't know what that is. Sure, I'd be open to react to that, but I don't know what it is. So shoot me a link and we'll take a look at it. Yeah, I don't know who Salari is, but I'd be interested to see it. Maybe it's good, who knows? Oh, it came up on Vosh's stream? All right, well, maybe I'll listen to it then. A video essayist? Oh, it's not a good vid, it's all vibes? Well, we had fun with the last one, maybe we'll have fun with that one. Yeah, if we get a link to it, if I get a link to it, I'll take a look at it. Maybe we'll react to it. We had fun. The last one, the TJ Mule one, turned out to be very interesting. So maybe we'll take a look at this. Okay, so this is a pretty big channel, huh? I don't know who this is. This is a pretty big channel. What do they do? What are their contents? Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. So they look like they talk about like it looks like they talk about a lot of internet drama stuff. All right. And some media commentary. All right, interesting. Maybe we'll take a look at this. I would be interested to see what they say. Maybe they have some good things to say. Read the description. They said no watching. If you're Vosh, Hassan, Zanderhall, hey, what the hell's going on here? Hey, hold on a minute. If you're Vosh, Hassan, Zanderhall, Destiny, or anyone else I spoke about who's notorious for streaming other people's content without permission, I do not give you my consent to show this video on your stream without asking in advance. I doubt it'll be shown, but I just want to throw that out there. My DMs are open on Twitter. You're welcome to ask. I don't care. I don't give a fucking shit. That's like being like no free smells at like a bakery. You're not allowed to smell the bakery outside. Yeah, I don't give a fucking shit. In fact, I feel like I'm gonna watch it just for fun. Yeah. What are they gonna do? Fucking sue me? If you like the creator, you would say the opposite? Wrong, actually. That's funny that you should say that. It's weird. It's like if you put a video out on the internet, if you put a video out on the internet in public space, people have a right to react to it. Now I would argue that, yeah, actually that's basically it. Sorry. You know what? Maybe, how long is this video? 42 minutes? Oh, okay, all right, listen. We'll do that one if you really want to do that first? You guys really want me to do this, huh? God. What else would be first? Well, I was thinking of doing the Rappin' Granny. It's so boring. You know I won't make it boring. You know that we always have fun when I do it. I am one of the best reactors in the goddamn space. And also, my name wasn't mentioned there. I'm in the clear. So, you know what we're gonna do? We are gonna do... We're gonna do the Rappin' Granny first, everybody. All right, we're doing Rappin' Granny, okay, everybody? Rappin' Granny first, okay? None of this fucking debate bro shit. We're doing Rappin' Granny and then we'll do the debate bro shit. Because, you know what? You're right. Maybe they have a point. Maybe I'm gonna be able to, you know, say something useful. And they didn't say me. They said Vosh, Xanderhall, Hassan, and Destiny. I am none of those. And if they get mad at me, they're like, what the hell? I have a right to react, right? I am the only trans person of my size to have entered and left the debate scene. So, yeah. Anyway, everyone, before we jump into this other nonsense, I have something to show you, okay? I have an announcement to make. This is a very important announcement. I am now a Republican. That's right. You didn't think it was possible. You know me. I've been a principled leftist for, you know, as long as you've watched my show, but I am now a Republican. And let me tell you why I became a Republican, okay? The reason why I have converted to Republicanism is because of this granny who has taught me the meaning of life. Okay, so let's watch together the music video that transformed me from a principled leftist and libertarian to an authoritarian, loving, MAGA-toting, brain soup Republican. Here we go, everybody. God bless America, let's do this. Wait, it's not loud enough. God damn it, Granny. Crank it up. We gotta crank it up.
Utah District 12.
Still too quiet. We gotta crank it up even more. It's gotta be even louder.
Listen up right here. There's
Why is it so goddamn quiet?
a new name on the ballot for the Senate this year. My name is Linda Paulson.
What's going on here? This sucks. Hold on. Here we go. I have to turn this up more. Here's how we do it.
Republican and awesome. Love God and family and...
All right, everybody, here we go.
Utah District 12, listen up right here. There's a new name on the ballot for the Senate this year. My name is Linda Paulson, Republican and awesome. Love God and family and the Constitution. I tried to get another conservative to run. Nobody could do it, so I'm getting it done. I'm pro-religious freedom, pro-life, pro-police, the right to bear arms and the right to free speech. I want less government control and regulation.
Less government, but more police.
Regulation want to stop and expose all political corruption where there's integrity, morality, accountability. Government programs should lead to self-sufficiency and support traditional family as the fundamental unit of society. But in schools, they're pushing for new beliefs. And just to clarify, as a female adult, I know what a woman is.
Should we listen to it again? Let's listen to it again.
Hey, Utah District 12, listen up right here. There's a new name on the ballot for the Senate this year. My name is Linda Paulson, Republican and awesome. Love God and family and the Constitution. I tried to get another conservative to run. Nobody could do it, so I'm getting it done. I'm pro-religious freedom, pro-life, pro-police, the right to bear arms and the right to free speech. I want less government control and regulation, want to stop and expose all political corruption where there's integrity, morality, accountability. Government programs should lead to self-sufficiency and support traditional family as the fundamental unit of society. But in schools, they're pushing for new beliefs. And just to clarify, as a female adult, I know what a woman is.
Everybody, as you can see, there's a very good reason why this song is transforming people from liberals into conservatives every second, because she's Linda Paulson. She knows what a woman is. She doesn't like the gays. By the way, if anybody ever says, I support traditional marriage, that means they would stone you if they could. Just so we're clear. A person who says, we're supporting traditional marriage, they would stone you to death. They would personally throw you off a building. Just so you know, that is the biggest red flag on the goddamn planet, just so you know. This gives me Jesus Christ is my N-word vibes. Well, good news is we're gonna be watching that exact one because, you know, that song really, really nails it home. It's you know, I felt like it would be good for us to listen to it. Here we go. So we're gonna enjoy this one. No one has done a rap this good until Linda Paulson, okay? Linda Paulson is the one who made it happen. Is it gonna play? Rapping for Jesus.
Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth. I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you gotta do a rap to a hip-hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my nigga. Woo! He's a life changer, miracle arranger, born to the virgin mom in a manger. Water to wine, he's a drink exchanger, and he died for your sins. I preach the word, that's my gig, and I rhyme better than Notorious Big. All the other MCs, I wish them well, but if you live in sin, you burn in hell. Now I'ma pass the mic to my lovely wife. She's a fly MC and the light of my life. So to bust a rhyme without further ado, take it away, Mary Sue.
Jesus Christ is my nigga. He's the son of the original G. And he was sent to earth to elucidate the way that we should be. What? Like if another MC says you're a freak, you're a lame butt rapper and your rhymes are weak. I don't get mad and I don't critique. I forgive him and turn the other cheek. I don't blaspheme and I don't brag. I don't cuss and my pants don't sag. I do exude a little Christian swag and I'm proud to be an American.
Jesus Christ is our nigga. Let his light shine through ya. Let his love pop a cap in your butt and say hallelujah. Jesus Christ is our nigga. He's our homie MC, JC, you see. He's an honest, caring, peace-loving nigga like me. If you do drugs and you think you're cool, you need to come to Sunday school. Put those drugs in a garbage can. Stand up tall, you're a Christian man. Word up. I'm freestyle.
Hit me.
So, as you can tell, bold. It really does, this old school Christian conservative rap really does show you their priorities, They won't say the word ass, but they sure as hell will say the N-word. And I wonder what that could say about their psychology, huh? Also, notice that they repeatedly called Jesus Christ an N-word instead of my N-word, which is certainly very an interesting decision. Definitely, I have a feeling that God might treat that a little bit sacrilegious, Just a little bit. God might look at that and go, that's offensive. Yeah, they're trying to teach the kids the Christian truth. The Christian truth being, it's okay to be racist, just don't say swears. It was a joke video. It was not actually made by a church. Maybe that's true. But you know what wasn't a joke made by a church? Linda Paulson. Linda Paulson, who knows what an adult woman is or something, and also doesn't know how to dab, and also approves of not liking gay people. Yeah, so there you go, rapping granny, everybody. Okay, but I have one more treat for you, okay? I have a true treat. Are you guys ready to cringe? Because I have a real treat for you, and none of you were expecting this. I know for a fact none of you were expecting this. Are you ready? Watch this, okay? This is a song just for you, okay? The greatest genuine, this is not fake. This is a genuine Christian rap, okay?
Yeah.
Welcome to B-Shock, motherfuckers. Let's do this.
See, I know y'all like to dance. So we about to do the Jesus lean. Like this.
Left, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, right, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king.
Now do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean. Now do the Jesus lean, snap, do the Jesus lean, snap, do the Jesus lean, snap, then stop. We did the crazy bout God with everybody clapping. Time to do the Jesus lean. Everybody snapping. Everybody moving like everybody packing. Be shot back again. What's up? What's happening? CHRIST 24/7 blessing me. 365 I'ma move my feet. I'ma dance for the Lord like DAVID. Time to break it down. This ain't no time for relaxing. You get the right to lift and then you get the front to back it. Gotta stick to the beat like a wet stamp backing. Got to keep it fresh like spearmint smacking. So bounce your shoulders right to the left, north to the south, east to the west. Can't slow down, you better catch your breath.
Left, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, right, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king.
Now do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean. Now do the Jesus lean, snap, do the Jesus lean, snap, do the Jesus lean, snap, then stop. Now lean to the left, to the right, you can. Alright, to the left, to the right, you can. Alright, to the front, to the back, you can. Like that, to the front, to the back.
This is where it gets amazing.
Like that, lean back like that. Tell me what you gonna do. Lean back, then snap, kick the devil in the tooth. Lean back like that. Tell me what you gonna do. Lean back, then snap, kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth.
Kick the devil in the tooth.
Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil
in the tooth. Get the devil in the tooth.
Devil in the tooth.
Left, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, right, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king.
Now do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean. Now do the Jesus lean snap, do the Jesus lean snap, do the Jesus lean snap, then stop.
B-Shock is where it's at, okay? Unironically, this is how you do it. Damn, that's the coolest Camry I've ever seen. Price like cruising. Oh yeah, by the way, you all haven't seen Christ Like Cruisin', which is his other hit song.
Now do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean. Stop.
Listen, say what you want about B-Shock, but B-Shock isn't racist, okay? Did you guys see? This video has some serious diversity. I personally think that B-Shock is a Christian people's hero. He's a folk hero. He's not some fraud. He's not Linda fucking whatever her fucking name is. This guy is where it's at. Now you might be cringing. You might be saying, well, is kicking the devil in the tooth really a good thing? Do you think that the Jesus lean is an impressive dance? It's not, but clearly this guy had a lot of fun with his church, and there's no anti-gay shit, there's no anti-trans shit, you know? Well, yeah, so, you know, he's a man of the people. So, that's all I'm saying. And that's the treat. The treat that I wanted to give you all today was the Jesus lean, okay? Look at that. Wonderful. And that's all I got to show for you now for the Rappin' Granny Jesus lean section. You're never gonna forget that, by the way. You're never gonna forget it. You will remember B-Shock's Jesus lean, kick the devil in the tooth for the rest of your life, as I have. It's just how it goes. 10 years from now, you're gonna be sitting at dinner and all of a sudden, you're gonna be going, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean and snap, do the Jesus lean and snap. It's just how it's gonna be. You're glad you missed the grandma? Well, don't worry. You didn't miss the grandma because we're about to listen to it one last time, all right? Now that we've done the victory route, let's do it one more time.
Hey, Utah District 12, listen up right here. There's a new
Turn
name
it
on the
up.
ballot for the Senate this year.
Turn it up!
My name is Linda Paulson, Republican and awesome. Love God and family and the Constitution. I tried to get another conservative to run. Nobody could do it, so I'm getting it done. I'm pro-religious freedom, pro-life, pro-police, the right to bear arms and the right to free speech. I want less government control and regulation, want to stop and expose all political corruption where there's integrity, morality, accountability. Government programs should lead to self-sufficiency and support traditional family as the fundamental unit of society. But in schools, they're pushing for new beliefs. And just to clarify, as a female adult, I know what a woman is.
You know, it's really funny to me that like, they fuck up the beat at the end in order to get the real woman thing in there. It really makes it sound a lot worse. If they left off the transphobia, this thing would be, it would still be homophobic as fuck, but it would at least be like, at least it would like not sound as horrible. Also, not gonna lie, the bass in that song really does kind of just sound like she's laying a fat turd in her fucking diaper. It's like, I'm just like, why not? Why not just have why not have like a microphone just recording it? Just get the real deal. You don't need to fucking emulate it, just get the real deal. She's obviously shitting herself in public. So, you know. All right, everybody. So that's all I have to say about Christian raps, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The jaywalk vid on stream? Nah, I can't. I don't know what this is. What the hell is this shit? I'll check this out in the future, okay? I'll put this on my watch later. I can't do this right now. We got other things we got to get to. All right, so we got a couple of options. We can continue with the politics stuff. I wanted to talk about some politics, but a lot of people seemed very interested in me reacting to that Debate Bro video. Do you want to see the Debate Bro video? This is your chance. This is your chance, everybody. Debate Bro. Okay. Which one do you want? Debate Bro? Or, wait, hold on. Illegal pirate Debate Bro vid, or MAGA rally. Wait, hold on. There's a better way to do this. There we go. All right, vote, everybody. Oh, look at that. That's an easy one. That's easy one. All right, everybody. I know which one's winning. We can see who's winning. We can see. Ow, my tummy's grumbly today. God damn. All right, so here we go. So we're going to do reacting. Wait. Pirate. Wait. Debate Bro. All right, we're changing the stream name. We are calling the stream Debate Bros Are Bad? Gone Illegal. Gone illegal. I gotta eat food. I actually did forget to eat lunch before I started streaming, but I had a really big breakfast. So, real quick though, here's what we're gonna do, okay? I need to go to the bathroom. So before we start this section, I'm going to play the bathroom song. You all are going to like the stream if you haven't liked it already. And if you're not subscribed to Demon Mama, you're gonna subscribe right now because, come on, this has been great so far and it's only gonna get better. We're gonna do a high energy react. It might get spicy, it might get ridiculous, it might gone pirate, yar. But real quick, I gotta go to the bathroom. So, you know, fucking throw me a bone here and listen to the bathroom song. And everybody chat with each other, okay? Don't go anywhere. Chat with each other, all right? I'll be right back in like less than 5 minutes. Let's go. All right, I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
We got a lot of stuff to do today. Hello, I'm back. Look at that, no loopy. No loopy means no poopy. It's just how it goes. There we go. Ah. All right, no, I'm stopping the song early because anybody who says I don't wash my hands severely underestimates. Look, you can smell them. They smell like peach because I wash my hands very well. I just need you to know, everybody else says that I don't wash my hands, but it's very stupid. I'm an incredibly clean individual. I actually am, I'm not like truly a germaphobe. I feel like that's stealing valor, but I do have some anxiety around cleanliness. So I clean my hands very well, I'll have you know. It's so fucking... Of course I play the piano. I just don't play it on stream. Thank you so much. You want to say hi to streamer? Look who's here. Look who's here. You gotta come into the camera. Hi. Oh, that's it? It's easiest if you come over this way.
Yeah, I know. It's just hard to be over there. What's up?
Look who it is. It's Doe. Doe's in the cow outfit today.
No.
Oh. We're about to do some surprise stuff I didn't even know about. Somebody did a anti-debate bro essay, and you know, me being the defender of the debate bros, being the white knight that defends the debate bros, you know. Thank you so much.
Who did the essay?
What's that?
Who did the
Salari. Do you know them?
Sounds kind of familiar.
Salari. They're a pretty big channel. Yeah, you can't actually hear you play because
Play the song Jump?
No. Wait, what? No, you can't hear it. It gets cut out by the filter.
That's correct.
I know. We have to get it figured out, but I don't have it set up yet because what I need to do is I need to get a thing that go in there. No, stop it. No, they can't hear the music. Has Doe heard the rap? Yes, Doe has indeed heard the rap.
I was in chat.
All right, everybody. All right.
See me in...
Yeah, they didn't see you in chat, but you should get back in chat because they love seeing you there. And you might have fun with this. No! Oh! It should go right back in. Surprised that happened. One of my foam panels fell down. What? All right, everybody. All right, enough nonsense. Okay, everybody. Oh, all right. Send that to me. Drop it in the Discord, King Princess. All right, everybody, here we go. My lovely imps. I have been informed by other lovely imps that there is a video essay of relative prominence that is criticizing so-called debate bros. Now, some of you may know, I used to be something of a debate bro myself, although, you know, a little bit more of the feminine persuasion. I used to do a lot of debates. I don't do as many debates anymore for a number of reasons that I've discussed in the full VOD that this video is gonna come from. But I've also been informed that that this one is pretty interesting, and I was interested in reacting to it because I have a lot of thoughts about debate. Having been a former, I wouldn't even say former, I still do debates, I just don't do them as frequently. But having been a frequent debater in the past, I have a lot of thoughts, and weirdly enough, I tend to disagree with a lot of the critiques that are leveled against debate bros and debate bro communities. Mostly because I feel like they're formulated incorrectly. So I'm usually interested in reacting to this sort of content. However, I have also been informed that there is a warning that I must heed in advance. So we are going to, apparently this warning is here in the description. And I'm gonna read this right here. The description says, I think it's time we spoke about the debate bro genre. Hopefully we can do this without anyone getting needlessly upset, right? I guess we're gonna find out. Also, if you're Vosh, Hassan, Xanderhall, Destiny, or anyone else I spoke about who's notorious for streaming other people's content without permission, I do not give you my consent to show this video on your stream without asking in advance. I doubt it'll be shown, but I just wanted to throw that out there. My DMs are open on Twitter. You're welcome to ask. Now, you might not know this, but I'm a little bit of a rule breaker, a little bit of a rebel, a little bit of a revolutionary, you might say. And as it turns out, things that are publicly posted to YouTube and that you wish to provide commentary to, as it has been publicly posted to YouTube, is well within fair use. Now, it is indeed possible that this Salari individual will attempt to launch some sort of legal action against my channel or something like that, but interestingly would have absolutely no grounds to stand on. So I really, really hope that that if I don't like this video, I am going to react to it, by the way, and I'm not going to ask permission. That is hilarious. If they're mad at my coverage, they might try to do something like that. And if they do that, well, I hope that you would understand how ridiculous that is. And I hope you would also recognize that attempting to take down a very good faith and well-meaning trans content creator who used to be in the debate scene and has beefed with a lot of debate streamers and has a lot of critiques for debate, the debate community, might not be in your best interest. Also, no one ever reads YouTube descriptions, just so that you're aware. This is just a little YouTuber to YouTuber, shop talk. No one ever reads that. I was already going to react to it, and then somebody told me that I needed to read the description, so I went and read the description. Nobody reads them, okay? So, putting like a do not react to this in your description is like the equivalent, unironically, of those channels that like steal an entire song and then in the description they put, this song was written by Metallica, fair use, no money is made from this, no copyright infringement was intended. That's like basically what you're doing. Now, to be fair, I was not mentioned, and I don't know if I'm mentioned in the video, and there's no way for me to know whether or not I'm mentioned without watching the video, so I don't know if I'm even in violation of this oddly constructed rule. But also, I don't respect rules. Rules are stupid, and rules are fun to break. So without any further ado, let us react to the YouTuber Salari, who created this video about debate bros. Now, immediately, I do find it a little bit odd to call Hassan a debate bro, because to my knowledge, Hassan does a very, very, very small percentage of debate content. I don't know. Maybe that's just clickbait. It could just be clickbait to bring in the Hassan viewers, okay? Yeah. Salari? No, not Celery. Celery is a different person. This is Salari. S-A, here, I'm gonna put it up on the screen so we know. Salari, debate bro, video analysis. All right, so we're gonna do that, all right? So again, the channel is Salari, and obligatory statement, I say this every single stream without fail. But just so that we're clear, and just so that Salari knows that my community is not a community that is an aggressive community in any way, shape, or form. In fact, we're a very, very chill community. There are two rules in my community. The first rule is do not die, but that one doesn't matter. That's different. The second rule is imps always raid with love. So the only things that imps will ever do is raid with love. If they don't like something, you let it be. And that's a rule in my community. We're very, very stringent about that rule. We always have been. I've been saying this on my stream for 2.5 years. My community knows imps only raid with love. So just in case, just wanted to make sure we got that out there. Anyway, let us watch this video. Salari's Debate Bros, helping or hurting? I need to turn this down just a tiny, tiny bit.
It's like a YouTube apology video. You start out with an animal to humanize yourself, to diffuse a potentially tense situation. Maybe that's what I'm doing here. No. Alright, I want to get this out of the way before we do anything else, because this is often a problem when it comes to critiquing something, whether it's a movie, a show, a video game, or in this case, a personality, which, as you can tell from the title and thumbnail, we're going to be talking about and indeed criticizing.
Wait, isn't the famous apology video with a cat, isn't that like, isn't that Shane Dawson's cat apology video? I don't know if drawing a line to the Shane Dawson cat apology video is really the best move off the get-go. No, nothing, this is not a substantial critique, obviously, but, you know, like, that's kind of the one, right? Anyway, let's continue.
Figures commonly known as debate bros, including Hassan Arbi, Vosh, Xander Hall, and any other names that might crop up. One of the major problems that arises when discussing certain figures, whether they are on the left, right, or center of the political spectrum, is the parasocial attachments that their audiences can form with them, something we'll talk about in greater detail later on in the video. This often results in certain people refusing.
Uncle Gumbald says, no Demon Mama shout out. Yes, it's interesting. Even when I did identify as a debate streamer, even when I was like open about that, I would put it as a hashtag in all of my videos and stuff like that because I did debate all the time. I was never mentioned. And the same thing goes for Shark, by the way. Shark will also be forgotten. And I don't know if it's the case with this particular video. I hope it's not the case with this particular video. But for a lot of people, the reason why that's the case is because it's inconvenient for them. It's inconvenient for the narrative they're usually trying to sell. Usually, a lot of the anti-debate bro videos are talking about how it's all cis white men. But Shark is black, and I am not a man. And so our names are often forgotten, despite the fact that both of us have had pretty large presences in the debate scene. Also, Merrick. Yeah, like Merrick as well. You also never get brought up. Although, yeah, I guess to be fair, I guess I never really think of your branding as a debate streamer, but it is true. You do a lot of debates. So again, just another person. Yeah, Merrick has done a ton of debates. I guess I just don't really. Yeah, Zan is mentioned and Shark isn't. Yeah, it's very, very weird. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Gayfesh. That's exactly what I'm saying. Anyway, let's continue. I just wanted to point that out. It is a little bit odd. It's kind of odd.
Using to accept criticism of the figure that they're attached to, and in some ways seeing it as an attack directed at them by association. You may be someone who clicked on this video with the intention of shooting me down before you've even finished hearing what I have to say. You may not even be aware that you have that level of attachment, but if you find that what I have to say does anger you in some way or possibly compels you to personally attack me in the comments, I can't stop you, but I would like you to ask yourself what it is that upset you, when at the end of the day, I'm not criticizing you as an individual or as someone who's part of a group.
I do find, I mean, I guess I can't really get mad because I did do a little bit of couching of my own. But most of my couching was responding to the do not react to this because I do not give you permission portion. Whatever.
To put it succinctly and in big words on the screen, critique of something that you enjoy is not a personal attack. I shouldn't have to say this, but I'm painfully aware.
Okay, but it can be. Like, for example, if I was to say that if I was to say that people who like debate streamers, or no, sorry, if I said, chicken sandwiches are enjoyed by pedophiles, that would indeed be attacking. So that's not entirely true. It's sometimes true that critiquing a thing doesn't necessarily mean critiquing a person, but it's not always true. Just so we're clear.
That this is exceedingly common when it comes to online discourse. And to be real with you, I'd rather not wake up tomorrow and find comments from people who are acting like I broke into their house on Christmas Day and pissed on all their presents.
Look at the comments real quick. Comments. I don't watch these guys, and I can see where online debating can be pointless. However, I'm genuinely tired of information imbalance that is consistent with discourse. Yesterday, I watched a 2-hour video essay meticulously breaking down horse shit that took Matt Walsh all of 10 minutes to dump on his live audience, turning them into a force that's choked children's clinics and entrenched anyone who doesn't care to look at the evidence. I don't have the answer, and I wish I did, but we need faster reactions to bad reactors. Well, that's a pretty solid response. Seems like a lot of people enjoy both types of content. So far, most of these comments seem pretty solid, right? At least the highest voted ones. All right, let's go. Let's continue.
Faith that you can handle this without getting angry, so have some faith in yourself too. Anyway, let's go. In the past few years, the debate bro has seen a massive rise in popularity. As you can guess, these tend to be young cis men who, for the most part, are white, that almost exclusively produce their content via streaming platforms such as Twitch. They also have successful YouTube channels with large amounts of subscribers and views where they post clips from their streams and, on the rare occasion, some content that's produced in advance, much like mine. With the rise in popularity of streaming and audiences' growing desire for frequent, fresh content, debate bros have sort of filled a lucrative gap in the market, which was
I do find it very weird to call Hassan a debate bro. I really do, because the vast majority of Hassan's content is react. He very rarely does debates. That he's done them. And wait, also unironically, is Hassan considered white? People tend to consider Hassan white when it's convenient, and then consider him non-white when it's convenient. And also, I'm pretty sure Hassan has said that, I think Hassan is literally one of the people who uses the term debate perverts. So I find this, something that I find interesting about videos that target debate bros is that a lot of times they do the same thing as videos that target bread tubers, which is that they just decide on a whim who is and who isn't a bread tuber. And I find that difficult to accept, you know? Yeah. He does consider himself white? Okay. Fair enough. Also, yes, the idea that being a debate bro is lucrative is simply not true. There's been 2 people who've made their living off of being a debate bro, and that's Destiny and Vosh. And that's about it. There's not really a whole lot of people in that category. It's not very lucrative, and in fact, Twitch politics is literally dead. Just a couple of little things coming from my experience with the debate community and debate streaming.
Intentionally created by the inception of long-form video essayists. When a particular genre explodes in popularity, an audience's thirst for it grows, and understandably, with a format such as a video essay that needs to be researched, written, recorded, and edited over a long period of time, it can be hard to satisfy an audience that consumes large amounts of content daily. It's the same reason Disney plans out a timeline for its Marvel movie releases and now produces TV show content between them. They understand and cultivate the need to consistently consume their products to avoid a loss in interest. Because of the supposed sparseness and inconsistency of leftist-focused content on YouTube, streamers had the opportunity to capitalize on a growing interest in this field, where they were not only able to produce content without all the planning and work that goes into creating video essays, they were...
Okay. Right away, I am going to take a small critique. I'm going to offer a small counter critique, which is that while the planning and work is different, the idea that streams take less work than a video essay or that they take less planning is absolutely absurd, okay? I can literally show you, hold on. I can show you, hold on. 1 second. Let me just see here real quick. Hold on. Here you go. Here you go. Take a look at this. This is my folder of notes. Look at how I'm still scrolling. I have like, this is not all of my notes. These are just the notes that I've saved. I have so goddamn many. It's actually wild. And then I also have a folder of research files. This is 113 files, and those are only the ones that I've saved. the idea that streamers don't prep or that streamers don't work is absurd. You guys know how much I stream. I stream at minimum, like these days, 3 5-hour streams a week. That's 15 hours of live performance. That's more than some like theater actors will do. Yeah, so yeah, I have some pretty, like, I really think that it's a fucking unfair thing. It's a not unfair, not just unfair. It's unfair and it's uninformed to claim that like streamers don't have to do work. It is a different format. And yes, it is possible to get things wrong when you're reacting to things on the fly. God knows I have before. Usually I correct it pretty quickly, but it's just a different format. Shiny Fruit Bat says, aside from on-stream research and off-stream prep, I imagine even just doing a stream takes a lot of energy. Like, just from an outside perspective, it looks like a ton of work. It is a ton of work, okay? Every single stream, after stream, I am exhausted. The reason why I take a day off in between every stream, at least, is because I am physically exhausted. From the moment I turn on stream, I'm checking chat. I'm checking 2 different chats at minimum, sometimes the Discord as well, and reacting to those in real time. And usually, most of my work days include adding things that I did not know were going to be a part of stream when I started. So for example, something happens while I'm streaming. Somebody sends me something. It's just, there are times where streamers are able to get away with things that video essayists can't, but video essayists are also able to get away with some things that streamers can't. And I really don't think that this type of comparison is very helpful personally.
Able to do so daily, serving as a voice for their audience, arguably becoming figureheads of a growing movement.
Oh, and every time I hear this from video essay people, I just ask them, then why don't you, I just want to ask them, well then just why don't you stream then? If it's, this is, oddly enough, this is the same shit I used to deal with when I was a writer. When I was a professional writer, people would be like, whoa, you write for a living? Wow, that must be the best job ever. And I would go, okay, then do it. Why aren't you writing then? If that's true. And also it was like the worst job ever. Being a writer literally destroyed my ability to enjoy writing. Being a professional writer literally destroyed my love for writing, at least for the last few years. If it's so easy and so lucrative, then do it. But I get the feeling that maybe they're a little nervous to go live. Maybe they understand that actually keeping up with the chat is really, really difficult and takes a lot of energy. Anyway, let's continue.
Unlike pre-produced content, they could offer live commentary and insight on certain topics or events in the world as they are happening, all while interacting with an audience, which in turn can provide them with regular material to discuss, ensuring that streamers don't find themselves in a position where they're left without anything to talk about.
This is ignorance, by the way. This comes from ignorance of streaming. Saying that like chat is always there to save you, that is so not true. Do you know how, okay, there is a acute anxiety that I have every single stream day that I have not prepped enough content for you all. And any time that I find myself like not prepared, like when I do Imp's Choice and I let you guys know in advance, I'm a little more okay with that. But any time that I don't know what to do next, it is the most anxiety-inducing thing you can imagine, because as it turns out, no, your chat will not just spontaneously provide you with content. It's just not how it goes. Even when you have a lot of people watching. Like, that's just not reliable. And also, you can't get people to show up if you don't know what to tell them to show up for. You know? Yeah, so. Anyway, let's continue.
Essentially the most interesting person at a party. They have charisma, a voice which can be heard over everyone else's. Everyone wants to hear what they have to say about everything and anything, and their insight is more valuable than anyone else in the room. Obviously, this is basically just how streaming works. You have the platform and the audience, but the unique selling point of streaming compared to something like YouTube is that there's greater emphasis and utilities for audience interaction, where the streamer is able to offer almost immediate feedback. Unless you're someone like me, since my connection dropped so many frames that you think my stream was a PowerPoint presentation.
Skill issue.
Shout out to Spectrum for their garbage, overpriced internet, and their pathetic 20 megabytes per second upload speeds. It's 2022. Come on. Because of this ability to interact with a streamer, it's much easier to form a bond with them. You type a message, they read it out and respond. They're talking to you, recognizing you, and possibly validating you, which can feel especially meaningful when you're acknowledged among an audience of thousands of people. The majority of viewers on Twitch are very young, children, teens, and people in their early adulthood.
Wrong. I don't think this is backed up by evidence. Okay, on Twitch, actually? No, wait. He said Twitch, right? Hold on.
When you're acknowledged among an audience of thousands of people. The majority of viewers on Twitch are very...
Also, okay, two things going on here. He's talking about an audience of thousands of people. Right now, just so you know, most streamers don't have audiences of thousands of people. That is only streamers who have well and truly, like, nailed it. I am considered a mid-sized streamer, and I get about 250 to 350 viewers right now, not thousands. Also, okay, they did say majority on Twitch. On Twitch, I do believe the majority is younger, but I don't think that's true for, oh wait, let's take a look. All right, let's take a look. God damn it, I can't see that because it's locking me out. Hold on. Can we see this real quick? Oh, it's fucking locking me. Yeah, I can't see those stats, unfortunately. It won't let me. Maybe I could do it in a private window? Let's see. All right. Nah, I can't. It's locking me out. Lame. Ads. Okay, let's continue though.
Very young, children, teens, and people in their early adulthood. They also consume massive amounts of content from the platform, often daily for hours on end. While there's nothing necessarily wrong with this, it's becoming more evident over time that a lot of people have become prone to forming strong parasocial relationships with online personalities. There's a myriad of reasons.
Wait, but that's true, but that predates streaming. I will agree that streaming is slightly more parasocial, like, or slightly higher at risk of parasociality than YouTube videos, but not that much. Parasociality was originally, is a term that originally refers to people watching TV and movies and forming relationships with celebrities. Parasociality has been very strong for a long time. I will agree that streaming makes it slightly more risky, but how much more? You think it's much more? Maybe. But also, though, maybe it's much more, but at the same time, it's also just more social in general, right? Whatever. Let's continue.
Behind this, whether it's a lack of fulfillment in real-life relationships, the desire to be part of a community, loneliness, etc. Frankly, there's a lack of research behind this, and it's too early to say for certain, but if you'd like to learn more about this, I actually did do a video as well called Influencers Are Making You Miserable on Purpose. When you have a relationship with
on purpose, maybe. Also, by the way, if you are here, please click the like button below. Likewise, if you are not a subscriber to Demon Mama, press that subscription button and ring the bell, and it will make the demons of hell, including myself, very happy. That's right, you, by ringing the bell, can give a tribute to hell, and it will make my power grow. And who doesn't want the one and only, the first demon-type streamer to succeed? Press the like button, press the subscribe button, ring the bell. Continue.
Someone, be it family, friend, romantic, or otherwise, you may have noticed that people have a tendency to adopt part of that person's mannerisms or even personality.
Like, okay, guys, I understand that people think that streaming causes more parasociality, and I would agree that it does cause more, but the degree is how much. Keep in mind that, like, you guys know that there's like movies made about this, right? Like I know that most people on the internet are, as according to this guy, literal babies. No, just kidding. He was saying they're very young. And haven't seen movies like The King of Comedy. The King of Comedy is a movie from, wait, let me get the year correctly. Hold on. The King of Comedy is a movie from 1982 that basically could be about YouTubers. It's a movie about a completely parasocial relationship. And this was enough that it was like, it's a movie that released in Hollywood is very well known. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, family channels on YouTube are crazy parasocial. There's a lot of it. No other medium lets you put one of your messages up to the person making content here in real time. Wrong. Music absolutely does. Celebrity culture absolutely does do that. There's tons of it. In fact, hell, like at Comic-Con, they do panels where they specifically let people ask. Obviously, it's not to the same frequency, but it's also a different context. So I don't know. Like, yeah, talk radio is another one. You can call into talk radio and you can be on the broadcast. In fact, that was a huge part of talk radio. Yeah, Misery is about a parasocial fan. Yeah, but I don't know. Streamer, especially a smaller one, feels more personal because they read your messages. Yeah, but a small streamer is more personal, isn't it? Like a little bit? Talk shows are the closest thing to streaming in that regard. Yeah. There's a lot, I think. Yeah, the talk radio is very similar to streamer parasociality. Anyway, let's continue. We're splitting hairs at this point, and we're only 6 minutes into the video. I don't 100% agree with the critique, but I do think it's fair to say that that streams have a slightly higher risk of parasociality. I just don't think that you can, like, I don't think it's enough to, like, be like, oh yeah, like, streams are, this is the only reason why they're successful or whatever. How many people are here in chat right now? A lot. But then, doesn't this also apply to any type of social media? Like, for example, how many people write messages to their favorite Facebook page, or their Instagram influencers, or TikTok, or Twitter? It's not just streaming, to be fair. But yeah, I just think it's, anyway, let's continue.
It's a completely natural thing. I've done it, you've done it. It happens without you even realizing. And it's only when someone points it out that you can notice. This can also occur with parasocial relationships. If there's a public figure that you admire and see regularly, there's a good chance that you'll start acting like them in some ways, whether that's an actor, singer, a fictional character, or indeed an influencer. The younger a person is, the more prone they are to doing this. They're still figuring themselves out, and if they're spending a bunch of time consuming the content of an extremely popular online personality who attracts huge audiences just to hear them speak, it's not surprising that they'd want to be like them. You may even have someone in your life who's suddenly started doing things like using phrases that a streamer says. It's not terrible, I guess it can be annoying, depending on the person that they're emulating, but there's something to this, and we'll get to that. Although if you do know anyone in your life that says stuff like PogChamp or Poggers unironically in actual conversations, you need to set up an intervention for them immediately. It's gone too far. This is also the case with people from the debate bro genre. Streamers such as Hassan Arbi, Vosh, Xanderhall, and others have a huge audience across all platforms and a tremendous amount of influence over them. Their format involves a heavy amount of audience interaction, discussing things such as current events, public figures, and...
Yeah, I brought that up at the beginning, Sock Done Left. It does make me... The fact that this argument hinges on Hassan being a debate bro, even though Hassan rarely does debates and also has repeatedly said that he hates debate bros, it's very weird. It's got the anyone who I want is a part of BreadTube type energy. And also, I think once again, we are seeing an example of someone overstating the harm or the influence of Xanderhall. Yes, Xanderhall's channel is successful, but do we really see, like, is it really successful to the degree that you can compare it to Hassan or Vosh? Like, Vosh is like 10 plus times Xanderhall's size. It seems very weird to include Xanderhall here, but I don't know. He does do debates. Well, let's continue.
Ideas
You think it's yeah? I've said this many times. I think people include Xander Hall just because they think he's easy to pick on. Whatever. Let's continue.
But overall, there's a heavy emphasis on left-leaning politics. Now, to make this clear and get it out of the way early, I don't think it's a bad thing that these streamers are promoting leftist ideology. I personally identify as a socialist, and if you've seen my other content, you'll know that I wear that on my sleeve and try to promote these ideas myself. One thing I do think that's extremely important, though, is the method in which ideology is promoted. Let me put it this way, I've had a few jobs in sales over the years, and not to toot my own horn, but I was pretty good at it. It's a sleazy job and I never want to do it again, but, you know.
Well, a fellow ex-salesperson.
Sometimes you gotta work to live. One of the most important things that I learned, though, is that everyone is different when it comes to being.
Literally every ex-salesperson says that? Yeah, because most salespeople who are okay, because if you used to be in sales, chances are you were probably all right at it, and chances are you got tired of the environment. Otherwise, you stay in sales. Because you can make so much money in sales, it's actually insane. The amount of money you can make in sales is absurd. It's just horrible. It sucks.
Sold to. Some people like directness, some like it when you're personable, etc. In a way, ideas are much like products. If you want someone to buy into it, you have to sell it to them. You have to reassure them that they'll benefit from it in some way and that they're making the right choice, all while allowing them to come to the conclusion on their own. As the saying goes, you're selling the sizzle, not the steak. Left-leaning debate bros have been beneficial. Social platforms have long been a battleground of ideas where people are steadfast in their beliefs, no one really listening to the other, and I believe that's largely because when you're just discussing these things with regular people online, it can be hard to convince them when you're an unknown quantity with no influence or notoriety. You're just a stranger with no face telling another faceless stranger that what they believe is wrong or flawed. Streamers, on the other hand, do have influence, massive amounts, hence why the term influencer has such a broad definition. They have an audience and they're there for a reason.
Well, but influencer, the term influencer does not just refer to streamers, though. In fact, I'm pretty sure that influencer arose initially as a way to describe Instagram posters and TikTok posters, who neither of those platforms are known for being streaming centrals. Yeah, bloggers. So, okay.
Such, they have more power when it comes to changing minds, especially when they're able to directly interact with them on a
also YouTubers.
Platform like Twitch. The streamer Destiny, who most definitely couldn't be defined as a leftist, gained notoriety for his ability to deconstruct people's arguments and their beliefs in a way that was so effective that numerous people have proclaimed that it was his words that convinced them that they had flaws in their far-right ideologies and ultimately changed their mind. Similarly, Sam Seder from the Majority Report gained some level of notoriety by inviting calls from libertarians and deftly dismantling their arguments, sometimes backing them into a corner where they end up saying,
Do you see? I feel like we're playing a little fast and loose with some of the definitions here. Sam Seder is an old school radio host, and they do not react to their chat. They run a radio show, and they sometimes take callers just like old school radio shows. But I don't think you can categorize Sam Seder fairly as a debate bro. I do love Sam Seder, don't get me wrong, but I would have never categorized him as a debate bro. Like, they don't even interact with their chat at all. They're not even they technically stream, but only because they publish their radio show on the internet. Whatever.
Out loud and just sometimes crumbling into a pile of failure.
Thank you for saying that, Sam. You're a horrible, despicable person. Thank you for having me on your show.
Sam's great. He gets a pass.
The internet.
It's pretty great, right? You can do stuff like look at nice pictures, check out some memes, buy stuff you don't need while drunk at 3 a.m., see your uncle's questionable Facebook posts, watch videos like this one, or watch content from streaming sites. Except when it turns out that the show that you wanted to watch on Netflix is now no longer available and your only options are to either not watch it, hope that it comes back, it won't, or use less savory means that might get you into trouble.
Well, while they're doing their ad, I'm gonna do mine. If you're having fun, press like below and consider subscribing. My show is 100% free to the public. There is no cost to watch and there never will be. But if you want to support me, please subscribe on demonmama.com/live. You can click the subscribe button. That's the way that I make my living. So please consider liking, subscribing on YouTube. And then if you really want to support me, subscribe on my website. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. My show is funded by my viewers like you. So press like and subscribe and, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway. Exactly. Yeah, you got it, goddess trans girl. Exactly. Wow, this is a little bit of an ad. All right. Where's the hot tub streamer criticisms have taken us? Streamers are bad now because they stream, big incel vibes. But for real, streaming at all, stream cell, stream pilled. Well, I'm stream pilled. I love streaming. I find that so many people see the world purely in dichotomies. In this view, people who talk about politics are either video essayists or debate bros, no shades of gray or otherwise. It's pretty lame and feels like when people pull out the only two genders bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, I can see where you would come from with that. I think people just like clean categories, even if they don't actually align with reality. They will force people into categories because it makes it easier to have an argument or whatever. I think it's weak too. I think it's a weak argument. I think a lot of people do it unintentionally, but yeah. Oh my God. This is a hell of an ad. All right, we're back to the video
are
now.
changing people's minds isn't the problem. The less people investing in far-right ideology, the better. The issue comes with the kind of people debate bros are creating and how they in turn go about changing minds. Although debate bros might be somewhat effective at changing people's minds thanks to their influence paired with the way that they use their words, as I mentioned a moment ago, the average person doesn't have much power unless they're truly gifted. One thing I've noticed over the past few years is the higher frequency of people on the internet and sometimes real life who approach political discussion in a way that's not productive, to put it kindly. It's a kind of
Okay. I have to disagree with this. I have been involved in political arguments my entire life, okay? Since I was a kid. Back when I was a Christian, I was taught to preach. I was taught to argue politically. No one has ever been good at political debate ever. People have always been bad. It's literally a joke that you all have heard this. The things you never bring up with a good friend is religion or politics. Never bring up religion or politics. It's considered rude to bring up religion or politics at a dinner because everyone gets triggered about that shit. All right, let's continue. I think pinning people being bad at political arguments on debate streamers is a hell of a stretch.
A person will go on subreddits or Discord servers containing groups who are ideologically opposed to them with the intention of being antagonistic by speaking down to people, patronizing them, being dismissive, throwing insults, and just being caustic. Their beliefs might be for the overall benefit of society, but the intention of this approach isn't necessarily to convince others, it's to come across as intellectually superior to them, putting across the message that people who don't align with them are inherently dumb and therefore deserving of derision. While there are plenty of people out there who are—
Okay, but video essays do this too, constantly. This is not unique to debate bro format. So, I mean, okay. But all of these, I can agree with these, but all of these apply to pre-existing, pre-debate streaming content. I mean, do you guys think that Bill Maher, do you think that Fox News, do you think CNN is there to like make a good argument, or do you think they're there to humiliate the opposition? Like, this is just how it goes. Like, that's all interactions. A lot of people, this is like all of the spectacle. TV, movies, this happens all over the place. Yeah.
Willingly ignorant when it comes to discussing politics, beliefs are formed through a variety of deep and complex ways. They're interwoven with your socialization and environment, and I personally don't believe that it's right nor fair to accuse someone of being stupid just because they don't share your beliefs. Debate bros are infamously antagonistic towards those who don't align with their belief system. They may not.
Again, so is every talking head. Radio, do you think that, like, I don't know, again, this predates, like, do you think that liberal debaters are like any better about this, like radio debaters? No, this is like a problem. This is a problem with any like personality based system. I don't get how this is unique to debate bros at all. Like, what makes this unique to debate bros or debate bros, since we're including Hassan and Sam Cedar?
Be heading into online spaces to antagonize strangers, but their overall approach to dealing with those who don't agree with them closely mirrors that of those that do, and I think it's safe to say that's not a coincidence. If, for example, you watch Vorsh's stream, you'll notice there's sort of a theme in the behavior of the audience and Vorsh himself. The majority of viewers are people who watch regularly, and therefore they agree with Vorsh, something which is to be expected. They ask him questions about various political issues, sometimes public figures, and in general there's a consensus on these things. Vorsh and other debate bros, though, have sold themselves on the premise of being leftists who don't get bogged down with the left's supposed demand for niceties and politeness. They tell it like
a lot of content, but Chapo had that as well, and they're not debate streamers. In fact, Chapo is they are a podcast, a pre-recorded podcast. They have a video game stream, but only one of the actual like core Chapo guys is on the video game stream, and that's relatively new and has way less viewers than their actual thing. And Chapo was the first dirtbag leftist who didn't care about niceties and politeness. Again, this is not unique to debate bros, not even close. In fact, a lot of the anti-debate bro people also engage in this. And also, yeah, Hassan doesn't fit this at all. This is so strange. Thank you very much. James Mitchell, thank you so much for the $5. Deeply appreciate your support. Thank you very much, truly. Literally just go on Twitter. So many lefties are irony poisoned assholes. Yeah, like literally Chapo's enormous audience, none of whom, well, okay, I wouldn't say none of whom, but a very, very small percentage of whom are debate streamers, are notorious for this. You think Bernie bros were all just fans of debate streamers? All right, come on. This is
like it is. They don't want to be held down by wokeness or the need to maintain a squeaky clean public image. They represent that anger that we all feel about the status quo, about the wealthy and the powerful who control our lives with the invisible hand of capitalism, and our skepticism towards leadership. It's perfectly fine to be angry at these things, I know I am, but I also don't believe anger should be a brand, because communicating via anger is extremely dependent on the situation, and when you have debate bros convincing people that anger should be their go-to when attempting to convince others that they're right, I don't think it's as productive as people think, and can ultimately do more damage than good. Just look back at the 2000s and the early 2010s when edgy internet atheism was all the rage.
Chase Lyra says, part of why I love Demon Mama is she has a much more positive and wholesome relationship with her chat. Well, I try to. Sometimes I get mad at chat, but most of the time I'm pretty chill. I think this is I don't think this is really saying much here. But let's continue and let's hear them out, okay?
There was no shortage of creators on YouTube who made careers out of pointing out the ridiculousness of religion, that It existed only for those who were incapable of understanding and accepting science and logic. These were the people who inspired others to behave in similar ways, posting screeds about how they feel enlightened, living their lives knowing there's no God, creating memes for other atheists to enjoy, and going out of their way to belittle those who don't agree with them. The movement undoubtedly inspired some people to change their beliefs, but when you look back on it now, it's just embarrassing. And I'm sure that a lot of people who participated in it are embarrassed about how they acted now. Sure, going into Barnes and Noble and
Okay, but that's true about literally everything. You're telling me there aren't a bunch of goths who are, and scene kids who are embarrassed about how they acted? That's just true about everything. Every single thing. Do you think there's not hippies who are embarrassed about the way they behaved when they were young hippies? That's like a genre of boomer. Is like the former hippie turned cranky conservative. That's like, I don't know, like, again, not unique to Debate Bros, not even a little.
Putting some copies of the Bible and the Quran into the fiction section was the funniest shit in the world when you were 14 years old, but as an adult with car payments, taxes, back pains, a favorite laundry detergent, and a curfew on drinking coffee after 6 p.m. on weeknights, it's really tough to look back on that version of yourself and convince yourself it was just immaturity and you weren't just being an arsehole. Some people might even look back at themselves and ask, why was it so important that I let people know how much smarter I am than them? That I figured something out that even my parents couldn't, yet they insisted it was true. But that's kind of a part of being a teenager, wanting to feel like you have some importance, that you have answers to difficult questions, and therefore what you have to offer the world is valuable, which is often why disaffected teenagers turn to strangers on the internet for validation, because they can do so without having to reveal their age or experience. I look at what's happening with the left right now, and I can't help but recognize a similar pattern.
I mean, that's true. I would say the internet has been a force multiplier, but that, again, that does not uniquely apply to Debate Bros. Are you kidding me? Forums are where this stuff started. Like, I don't see how this applies to Debate Bros.
And while I can say that I'm happy that so many people are latching onto leftist ideas, I'm not particularly happy with how much of a striking resemblance it bears to that era of the edgy internet atheist. I really care about this stuff. A lot of people do. It's important, and I really don't want people to get older and reflect upon the time that they were an edgy leftist in their teenage years.
They will always do that. That will happen to everything and everyone. Everything you love will become cringe. You must embrace the cringe. To live is to cringe. Everyone is cringe when they're younger. Everyone is cringe throughout their entire life. Everybody has cringe. Okay? Yes. Are there some who are particularly bad? Yes, there are. But so far, this entire video, I'm gonna be, so far, we're 18 minutes in, and most of this video has just been ageism. Unironically. Like, I know that most people kind of find ageism funny sometimes, and I agree that most of the time when people talk about ageism, they're being stupid about it. But unironically, this is just a video making fun of kids at the moment. So, not Debate Bros. Exactly. Do not kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part that cringes. True! Fucking true, though! Let's go.
And diminish the value in a message that they were trying to spread in unproductive ways. I want people to keep caring until the day they die, but I also want them to understand the ways in which this ideology is being promoted through Debate Bros isn't always helpful. I'm really glad that they're lighting.
Okay, well that's true, but then don't you kind of have to, shouldn't your video explain the ways in which the Debate Bros aren't helpful? Because so far, all you've described is teenagers being cringe. You haven't described anything so far that's unique to Debate Bros. I mean, we still have quite a bit of time left to go, but so far.
This fire in people, but it's not helpful when the same fire is used in an attempt to burn other people down rather than help them light their fires. Look, if you like these people, I'm not going to tell you not to, or that you're wrong in doing so. I'm sure that plenty of you are able to recognize the problems with debate bros, but watch them for the sake of entertainment or just keeping up with what's happening in the world. So I don't want you to think that I'm saying that you're so malleable that your entire personality is just being rewired just by watching them. But like I said, some people do internalize this stuff. What I want you to consider though is how streamers like Hassan, Vosh, Xanderhall, etc. serve as figureheads and represent you and your ideology.
I feel like there was a failure to connect those two. Let me listen to that back again real quick. This was a long sentence. Okay, so let's listen to this again.
These people, I'm not going to tell you not to, or that you're wrong in doing so. I'm sure that plenty of you are able to recognize the problems with debate bros, but watch them for the sake of entertainment or just keeping up with what's happening in the world. So I don't want you to think that I'm saying that you're so malleable that your entire personality is just being rewired just by watching them. But like I said, some people do internalize this stuff. What I want you to consider though.
Okay, but some people, a lot of people also internalize smug video essays. Ben Shapiro is not a streamer. Ben Shapiro runs a asynchronous TV show that doesn't even take callers, doesn't have any live aspect whatsoever. Ben Shapiro has and always had, well, besides when he goes to college campuses, but the bulk of Ben Shapiro's content is pre-recorded, and yet nonetheless he has a huge influence. So how is this anything that's unique to Debate Bros? I don't get it. I'm missing something. All right, let's continue.
Is how streamers like Hassan, Vosh, Xanderhall, etc. serve as figureheads and represent you and your ideology. Whether you like it or not, these streamers do serve as a kind of standard bearer, especially to those on the outside looking in. They're the ones that people look at when intrigued about what we have to offer, and
Hold on a second. Wait, we have to do something real quick. We really have to do something real quick, okay? Hold on. We gotta do a little fact check here, all right? Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. We're just gonna look at 3 channels real quick, okay? Here we go. Vosh. Here is Vosh. As you can see, Vosh has 407,000 subscribers, okay? So that's a lot of subscribers, all right? He's got 407,000 subscribers. Vosh is probably, I think, the biggest debate bro. I really don't think it's fair to call Hassan a debate bro. I think that's very inaccurate. I will hold by that, especially as this has gone on, but Vosh is about the biggest debate bro there is with 407 subscribers on YouTube. H Bomber Guy has 100.5 million subscribers. 105 million, more than double Vosh. ContraPoints, 1.61 million subscribers, and also ContraPoints is currently going to be in like a documentary by Hillary Clinton. What's another one? Sean and Jen? Or Sean now is not Sean. I can't believe I called it Sean and Jen. Sean is at 578,000, so the closest to Vosh. And Sean is a very dry channel. So, no offense to Sean. I love Sean's videos. So, the idea that, like, Vosh is the first instinct that people are going to come to when they come into these spaces. Yeah, philosophy. Yeah, wait, Philosophy Tube. Let's do Philosophy Tube. Philosophy Tube on YouTube. Philosophy Tube has 1.21 million. Triple Vosh's subscribers. So I don't think this is a fair comparison at all. Saying that Debate Bros, like, this just sounds mathematically incorrect. All these content creators have been around for a very long time, and they are much more well-known, like objectively more well-known. So I don't know about that. Yeah, Big Joel is bigger than Vosh. Yeah, basically all of the famous video essayists are significantly larger than Vosh. I don't know about this, guys. I don't know about this, everyone.
How willing we are to include and educate people with differing perspectives. You may argue that we don't have representatives, but sorry, that simply isn't true. It's just how it is now. Political ideology has long been a form of brand, and figures on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and elsewhere reinforce that. And it's just how it is now. Political ideology has long been a form of brand, and figures on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and elsewhere reinforce that. And before anyone says it,
but that's true. That's true way before debate streamers. Maybe, I mean, that is true. Like, for example, Fox News is branded around republicanism.
yes, I'm guilty of reinforcing that too, and I'm not happy about it, but that's something I might talk about in a future video. Let's just say we should have paid more attention to Mark Fisher. Since we're in this position now and there's seemingly no going back, I would like it so that the people who do represent my ideology do so in a way that's not only inclusive, but palatable for the general public, the ones who aren't already on our side or sitting on the fence. As things stand, I don't think that's the case, and while fingers can be pointed at numerous people for this, the notoriety and influence of Debate Bros worries me the most.
Every debate bro that you've mentioned is significantly smaller than any of the video essayists that we looked at, except for Sean. All of them. All of the debate bros. In fact, if you combined the debate bros that you've mentioned, none of them would have the platform reach of a ContraPoints or an Abigail. Like, I don't know where this is. I don't know where this argument is based off of.
As I already mentioned, they have a brand of being edgy. They're known to
except for Vibes. There is Vibes. Is this a capitalism realism point or a Vampire Castle? Probably Vampire Castle based on context. Let's continue.
At others. As the notoriety and influence of Debate Bros worries me the most. As I already mentioned, they have a brand of being edgy. They're known to yell at others, speak down to them, and sometimes be insulting, something which you can imagine isn't conducive to winning over people.
That is right there the most weasel word thing I have ever seen. No, wait, hold on a second. There's so much wrong with this. First of all, stating that they're known for is like, okay, what are you fucking talking about? Secondly, they're not known for that within their fans, which are apparently large in number. Their fans don't agree with you. This guy is like, what is he he's just anti-streamer. Also, Hassan isn't a debate streamer and he's still condescending. Also, video essayists are also condescending. This is this is a nonsense argument. This is useless.
Who don't agree with you. I mean, when was the last time someone won an argument by repeatedly calling the other person stupid? They're brash. Some like Vosh and Zandhall even go as far as casually using ableist language and complaining about woke scolds who protest this, a derogatory term used for people.
Okay, so this is now the third or fourth time that that this guy has done the DJ Mule thing. Salari has shown images of the debate bros he's talking about without actually showing clips of them. Now, I happen to know for a fact that he is correct about this point, but why wouldn't you show one of the many clips of them saying the slurs if you wanted to make that case? Why be so slippery? I do agree that Vosh is very, 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 let's say cavalier with his use of certain ableist language. Something that I don't really agree with. Obviously, you guys know I don't do that. I don't think it's a be-all, end-all. Obviously, as I've discussed this many, many times on my channel, my views on this. But okay.
Who are supposedly being overly sensitive and, in some cases, allegedly holding back progress. They project this idea that diplomacy has become an inconvenience at a time where the world is teetering on the brink of destruction, a sentiment which I understand but don't necessarily agree with, especially when the left is often criticized for its lack of tact when sharing ideas with others, which is more—
Wait. The left is known of a lack of— Wait. Hold on. This is a huge flaw in his argument. Hold on a second. This is a huge flaw in this guy's argument. The left is known for a lack of tact because of video essayists, because of Twitter leftists. Debate bros are comparatively fresh to the scene. The left's lack of tact is these guys' fault. These guys, essayists, video essayists like this guy, are the ones who've been doing the lack of tact thing. And also, no debate streamer doesn't believe in diplomacy. They just go hard on certain types of people. What?
Often than not used as a tool by conservatives to dismiss what people actually have to say, suggesting that a lack of civility undermines genuine critique, which is honestly bullshit, but nevertheless it happens. The whole thing is part of their personality though, cutting through the chaff and getting to the point while being painfully blunt. In a way, I can't blame them. Like I said earlier, ideas have to be sold to people, and if you get bogged down with the details, then it can be easy to lose interest.
Plenty of debate streamers do go into the details. They just do it in a debate format and not in a video format. Also, this guy is not getting bogged down with the details very clearly. In fact, he skipped over and made definitively false claims about the viewership numbers. Merrick says, these are the people who still shill the fake Lenin quote about we'll just call Kotsky a class traitor and create an environment of shitting on and canceling anyone who disagrees with them. Well, I don't know if this guy's done that, but I mean, certainly this video seems to add to that trend. And yeah, that quote is embarrassing. Anyway.
But their audience is largely on their side already, so there's plenty of room for exploration and education. I know I don't get too deep into theory, but to be frank, I'm lacking the time, resources, and energy. By being media personalities and having parasocial links with their audience, there's also an unfortunate tendency for people to excuse their words and actions, and sometimes go as far as viciously
That is very true about video essayists as well. Have we not forgotten how much excuses are made for video essayists of every stripe? Including ones that he's shown in this video. In fact, literally one of his arguments before was about TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, who is a streamer now, but many years ago was a YouTuber, a pre-recorded YouTuber.
Defending them, often by saying that because they've done some good, that automatically overrides anything bad that they may do. That because they have this ability to intellectually dominate detractors, their less favorable opinions should be brushed off. Some will even go as far as—
I do agree people do this, but they do this for all of it. Hero worship is a hell of a fucking drug. But this is hardly— I mean, guys, have you seen how hard music fans will stand for their favorite artist? Have you guys seen that shit? Like, have you guys seen like Nicki Minaj? Like, Nicki Minaj will literally sick her fans on people. They have a name for Nicki Minaj fans. I can't even remember what it's called off the top of my head. There's like a name for extreme fans. The Barbs. The Barbs. They call themselves the Barbs. Yeah, so like, this is not, again, this is nothing unique to Debate Bros. This entire video has been nothing unique to Debate Bros. No case has been made against Debate Bros so far.
reinterpreting what they said in lengthy Reddit posts, performing mental gymnastics so complex that it would make a Cold War era Russian Olympian green with envy. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your time and energy, but maybe, just maybe, you should take into consideration what else you can invest it in before spending a huge chunk of your day defending stuff like this.
In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child should be illegal.
Do they need to be
Right. This is an interesting one, okay? I find this very interesting because it's a Kafka trap, or maybe that's not the right word. It is a type of trap though, which is if you say, wait a minute, you're using that clip dishonestly, then this guy will say, oh, look at you, you're doing exactly what I said. You're defending the debate, bro. Can't you just take criticism? And that's if you point out the fact that is literally a edited clip that is completely out of context from a larger conversation in which the streamer explicitly makes an argument that he believes is a good argument against this. And the point of the conversation, obviously, is relevant in the context. And I mean that. This is using this clip is dishonest. Yeah, catch-22. It's a catch-22. If you say, wait a minute, that's a dishonest use of that clip, which it is a dishonest use of that clip, then you go, oh, look, you're just the triggered debate, bro. But you guys all know, see, you guys being my viewers, you know, first of all, that I'm like known for being critical of Vosh for whatever reason, because people are weird on the internet in general. But you guys know that I'm critical of Vosh, but also that I can point out when somebody's lying, which is exactly what's happening here. Did I use Kafka trap correctly? Let me see. Is that the right term? A Kafka trap. Yes, I did use it correctly. Here you go. Kafka trap. A Kafka trap, a sophistical, real rhetorical device in which any denial by an accused person serves as evidence of their guilt. Jill said Jack was paranoid, and when he told her he was not, she just nodded knowingly. It was a perfect Kafka trap. Yeah, this is a Kafka trap. It's saying, oh, I'm going to lie, I'm going to misrepresent a clip, and then if you oppose it, you're proving me right about, proving me right. Also, yes, Nuts says, Vosh literally misunderstood Demon Mama from the jump. That discourse was pure cancer. Yes, it was. It was fucking stupid. But whatever. It's water under the bridge now. The past is the past, and whatever. So anyway, for those who are wondering, just because, you know, now that I'm going to step right into the Kafka trap because I don't give a shit, and I've already illustrated it to you. The reason why that clip is not the silver bullet that these people act like it is because the point that Vosh was making is that he thinks that people do a very bad job arguing against CP. Not that it isn't bad, just that people are bad at arguing at it. And he's correct, by the way, because usually what people do is when they're confronted with it, they will simply say, that's disgusting, fuck you, which, valid, that's totally valid, and I get it, obviously. However, that's not a good argument, and there are fucking weirdos out there who will make horrific predatory arguments, and they will gamble on the fact that people won't be able to make arguments against them. So what Vosh was saying is that he never hears people make good arguments because all they do is respond with disgust. That part is always cut out. And instead, they make it sound like he's in favor of child porn, which is fucking ridiculous. Obviously, he's not. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand what went on there? Did I make sense to everyone? Tell me, chat, if I didn't make any sense, okay? Thank goodness. Let's continue.
Defended. No, they're perfectly capable of defending themselves without much risk of losing their audience or income. Do they deserve to be defended? No, not in the slightest. If you say or do something bad, you should take ownership of it and pledge to do better, which is yet another problem.
That's if you're presenting the accusation correctly. People do not have to apologize for you lying about them. See, this is, again, this is where it gets really manipulative. If you lie about somebody, they're not wrong for not apologizing for your lie. I do agree. That is, Socked on Left says, I really dislike this argument for Debate Bros bad, because if Vosh is doing harm somehow, it's got to be represented with current content, which is like 1,000 times more viewed than the streams these supposedly bad clips come from. Interesting. So far, no meaningful argument has been presented as to why Debate Bros are bad. All that's been said is things that are, well, there's been a couple of false claims about numbers, which I think are demonstrably false, by the way. The audience of video essayists is bigger than the audience of Debate Bros streamers. It just is. Even if you include Hassan being the biggest leftist streamer, but not the biggest leftist content creator in general. And then, so yeah, there's been nothing unique to Debate Bros, and there's also been a number of factual errors. So far, not feeling too hot about this video. We still got another 20 minutes to go, though.
Debate Bros streamers are arguably incapable of accepting criticism from other people. This just is the kind of thing that happens when people become big names. If you have a legion of people telling you that you're right all the time and are willing to defend.
Streamers get a lot more view hours than non-streamers. Okay, all right, well, but all right, let's see. That's probably true, but then it becomes very difficult to categorize. Oh, look, there's a Vosh bubble. I wish I would appear on one of these bubbles. Wow. Maybe someday I will be a bubble that's in here. Yeah, I will appear on here at some point. Interesting. Okay, yes. If you're measuring pure watch hours, obviously that's true. But I don't know. That's really, I have to think about this. Perhaps in that metric it's true. But then you have to consider, that's hard. I think that's really hard to draw that line, because okay, so if 1 million people watch an hour-and-a-half ContraPoints video, but 400,000 people, I think the obvious counter is that streamer content has a lot more fluff. It's less dense arguments, less well presented, and so on. So it's probably less persuasive per hour. But persuasion per hour, that's like, you may as well be arguing like fairies or angels' wings per bell ring, right? Like persuasive per hour is an impossible thing to measure. How would you ever measure that? I think this is an apples to oranges thing. But I will agree that a case could be made. I think a case could be made for view time, but I think that it's a weak case. I think that for the claims that are being made in this video, there would need to be a lot more evidence than just view hours. Yeah, D-rads per hour. Yeah, I got a rate of 3.56 D-rads per minute. Everybody's just coming into here and getting de-radicalized. What can I say? I'm a bit of a smoking a gun. I'm a bit of a loose cannon. My D-rad rate's all over the place. Once I get going, though, it skyrockets. Well, all right, let's continue this.
Defend you to the hilt. It's not surprising that you develop a distaste towards criticism. Being wrong sucks. We all know that. In fact, here's a little bit of neuroscience for you. The anterior insula and the anterior cingulate cortex are the parts of the brain which activate when experiencing physical pain. They also get activated when experiencing emotional pain, i.e. being wrong. I just found that cool, to be honest with you, and I wanted to share it, but regardless, it doesn't excuse someone from refusing legitimate criticism. Not only does it reflect poorly on them, it once again is influencing behavior in more impressionable minds, and influences shouldn't be infallible. If you want to get some idea about how stubborn debate bros can be when it comes to accepting criticism, I recommend you check out JX's video about his running with Hassan.
Hold on a second, everybody. You want to get an idea about how stubborn debate bros can be when it comes to accepting criticism, all right? Debate bros can be when it comes to accepting criticism. Hold on, everybody. We're going to do a quick reality check. Everybody knows how fragile debate bros can be when it comes to accepting criticism. Also, if you're Vosh, Hassan, Xanderhal, Destiny, or anyone else I spoke about who's notorious for streaming other people's content without permission, I do not give you my consent to show this video on your stream without asking in advance. I doubt it'll be shown, but I just want to throw that out there. And also, again, I strongly contest the idea that Hassan is a debate bro.
I recommend you check out JX's video about his running with Hassan.
Also, I thought JX used she, her pronouns. Am I wrong about that? He, she, they. Oh, okay. Oh, she, they, he. Okay, I guess it's all. Okay. All right. She, they, he. All right. Oh my God. Yes, I remember that. Oh my God. Danny says, remember when Demon Mama did a whole ass 16-hour stream, most of which was getting bad faith critique from people like Sansoy, saying she needs to be more quiet? Full-on good faith attempt to learn, but I guess debate bros just don't want to take critique. Yeah, it's kind of weird. That was an interesting stream. Yeah, it was the last one that I've done like that. I've done multiple, actually. I've done two feedback streams and one stream where I go and I debate myself on my own content. I don't know. First of all, also, this is about reaction content. JXE's video on Hassan is about reaction content. It's not about debate content. And yes, I agree, Hassan handled that very poorly, as I said at the time. But whatever, let's continue.
Essentially stealing views from his videos. To give you a shortened version, Hassan watched one of Jay's videos on stream without prior consent or credit, and when Jay called him out for it, Hassan didn't handle it particularly well, claiming that he gave him a fat bump in views, which wasn't true, then pledged to never show Jay's videos on stream again, completely missing the point. It's worth a watch, and Jay's good people. The link's below. Reacting to content has become the bread and butter of a lot of streamers, and debate bros are no exception. They'll open up a YouTube video, occasionally say something about it, maybe let out
a... So now it's about React streamers?
a light snort out of their nose to show that they're amused, maybe respond to what the audience...
Not me, I'm a fucking pause Andrea. I fucking pause every 2 seconds. Me reacting to shit takes forever because I always have shit to say.
is saying, or they might just leave it playing to an empty chair while they go heat up a frozen ready meal or take a dump. Cannibalizing content is nothing new, but when you have a huge platform with thousands of people watching.
Also, wait a second, wait a minute, hold on a minute, wait. The first React drama came from literal React YouTube videos. React YouTube videos are the original React content. What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about?
The very least that you can do is tell people to check out a channel if they liked what they saw. You don't have to endorse them. Obviously, there's some issues attached to that. But the fact is, showing someone's content on a stream isn't the boost that people think it is. As JXE points out, it's a couple hundred extra views, which is essentially nothing.
Is such a fucking dingus, dude. Just show their channel name, dumbass. How is that so fucking hard? Like, what is this attitude that you have?
This is a whole issue unto itself that I may get into someday, but for now, I'll put the links to a few videos that I like on the subject down below. Welcome to the Boost Bust, the section in each video where I take a moment to promote small content creators from various backgrounds and disciplines who could do with a bit more attention.
James Mitchell was at $9. Thank you very much. Nobody has time for this guy. Remember 2015, every neocon and fascist would literally make fun of pearl-clutching suckers too afraid to debate, and that stereotype pushed many people to the right. I agree. Also, okay. Also, I'm just gonna call it out for what it is. This is massive virtue signaling. Being like, part of the problem I have with debate bro streamers, which I define as anybody I don't like, is that they don't give credit to smaller streamers. Also, by the way, let me put in a segment where I give lots of attention to small streamers. It's whatever. This is just virtue signaling. What the fuck ever.
This time I'd like to show you the work.
But hey, let's see who's recommended, all right? Let's see who's recommended.
Of Lona Karaman, aka Harman. Harman works as a professional artist, taking on all types of work, including creating book covers, but their passion is painting characters from Dungeons & Dragons and World of Warcraft, which comfortably stand side by side with other great artists in the fantasy genre. As you can see, her work is wonderfully vibrant, filled with personality, and makes amazing use of lighting and colour schemes. Each character she paints is vastly distinct from one another, and contains a genuine love for their video game and tabletop inspirations. Harman is also open to commission and does bust sketches for all of her higher tier patrons on Patreon each month. So if you'd like some bespoke art from her, then check out her links below, including her ArtStation page, where you can see a wide selection of her incredible artwork. Be sure to also follow her on her socials, and if you can, offer some financial support. If you'd like a ride on the Boost Bust in the future, then please send me one email to salarivideo@.
No, okay, people who are saying that, saying that it's a bad faith critique, no, come on. If somebody did a video where it was like, these fake Christians never pray like they should, and then they went, anyway, let us join our hands in prayer because I always remember to pray. Come on. I'm not mad that they're doing it. I just think it's kind of gauche, you know? Like, it's gauche. It's gauche to be like, oh, these people don't do it, but watch me do it. Come on. They do it in every video and it's sincere, that's great, but that doesn't mean it's not gauche here.
gmail.com. Please be sure to include your pronouns, a brief bio about yourself and your work, and links to your sites and socials. If you work as—
What's gauche? Gauche means like, it's tacky. It's tacky. It's rude. It's like a little icky. It's not that it's bad to do this. I obviously shout out people too, but whatever. I've made my point. You get it.
Something like an artist, please be sure to include high quality samples to be showcased in the video. I won't be able to reply to your emails due to the volume, but rest assured they are—
This guy is a content creator by the name of Salari, S-A-L-A-R-I. It's down here below. They did a video about Debate Bros. We're reacting to it right now. Illegally, mind you.
are all being read. Anyway, I need to go see a guy about... Oh shit, the cops! So, since these people are colloquially referred to as debate bros, we all...
Okay, hold on a second. Wait a minute here. This seems like artistic license. Since these people are colloquially referred to as debate bros, no one refers to Hassan as a debate bro. No one, except for you, when it's convenient.
Obviously have to consider what gives them that moniker, their ability to debate. Now, I'm not an expert at debate. I can hold my own quite well, and I can't say whether I'm as good as or better than the debate bros, but I'm also not particularly interested
I'd be
in
down to
their
react to that,
abilities in
Nathan.
this context. To be blunt, I think
Robin Summer with the $10. Thank you very, very much. I feel like this debate bro hate is rooted in discomfort with edginess and conflating feeling uncomfortable with being harmed. They ignore that debate bro content reaches audience that they can't. Yeah, I mean, I think that he gave some credit at the beginning, but also edgy content predates debate bro streamers by a long shot. After all, the original dirtbag leftists was Chapo. They don't do debates, ever. So, but thank you for the $10. I do think that you're right on some degree.
in general, they're not very good at it, at least when it comes to speaking to other well-known figures. Against a member of the public, they can hold up well, but when it comes to someone with training, well, it's hit or miss. What I'm about to say might be an unpopular opinion, and
What do you mean by training? Is that true?
You are welcome to disagree with me or explain why I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm already this deep, so I may as well go all in. Online debates are a pointless...
Okay, wait, oh boy, here we go. All right, it's about to get wild, okay? It's about to get wild, all right? Now keep in mind, we're at 28 minutes in, and now he says he's this deep, but I strongly disagree with that characterization. So far, this has been a shockingly shallow analysis of debates. So, let's find out.
To disagree with me or explain why I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm already this deep, so I may as well go all in. Online debates are a pointless waste of time and rarely benefits anyone but the debaters, regardless of whether they supposedly win or lose. Allow me to explain.
Cool opinion. Cool opinion, bro. A lot of people strongly disagree. A lot of people seem to get value out of debate. I love watching debates. I laugh. Debates make me think about things deeper. They make me, hell, in fact, I can give you specific examples. You want, watch this, ready? Ooh, let's add some depth to this. Mama, go deep, mama. Okay, I'm gonna go deep on you. Ready? In fact, I can think of a debate by Vosh recently that made me rethink things. Vosh's debate on anti-theism, which I have a lot of critiques of with Ocean Keltoy. I was thinking about that debate for like a week. It made me rethink through a lot of things, and it generated a lot of beneficial discussions in this house, even though I actually don't think that Vosh handled that debate all that well. Even still, the debate itself was valuable. So there you go. There's a personal anecdote from me. But the fact of the matter is, you don't have to just ask me. Lots of people clearly disagree with you on this. That's quite a statement to make, that there's no value in them whatsoever. But clearly a lot of people learn stuff from them. Yeah, the Peterson-Zizek debate is another online debate, mostly viewed online, that a lot of people gain value from. I just think this is very silly, and there's no evidence to back this up. So, nice feelings. I'm glad you feel that way.
When a debate is held online between, say, a figure from the left and a figure from the right, they already have their well-established audiences, and they more than likely have some form of attachment to them, enough that they would go out of their way to watch them debate. As such, their respective audiences are already on their side and agree with them on almost every level. What people hope to see when watching their preferred debater is that they defeat and possibly embarrass their opponent, therefore affirming their beliefs and further raising the profile of the chosen participant. As a quick example, take for example this debate between Vaush and Sargon. Both of these guys have their audiences already on their side. Now, if the intention of the debate is to win people over, realistically, how many people do you think change their mind after watching it? Sure, there may be some.
You don't know that because there's no polls done at the beginning or end. This is all speculation. This is pure speculation. We don't know the answer to that question. What about people who watch it in the coming years? What about people who go back and watch that debate and change their mind because of something they learned from that debate? This is just nothing. There's no meaningful evidence to this claim. I'll take a look at that meme in just a second, or I'll share it. Yeah, this is just, I made it the fuck up.
Some, and that's good, but probably not enough to matter. I'd argue that their platforms could be used for something more constructive, but in my opinion, these online debates are little more than theatre. They exist to entertain their respective audiences, and
My
like
source
I said
is that
earlier,
I made it the fuck up.
I do have that one. There we go. Where did I put that one on the board? I have to redo my...
My source is
There
that
we go.
I made
There
it the
is.
fuck up.
There we go. There we go. I have to redo my keybinds.
when some of those people are willing to go well out of their way to defend a figure, even if they lose, there's a chance that they won't see it as such because they're so attached to them. Unlike something like...
Wait, of course that's true, but that's always true. That's true about every act of persuasion. Persuasion has an incredibly high failure rate. People have inertia. They have emotional inertia. That's any type of convincing anyone of anything. By this argument, video essays are just as useless. This is, again, not helping. This is not helping the argument against debate bros. Anybody can be rooted in their ideas. In fact, lots of people are. Overcoming that is what's important.
A boxing match where usually there's a very clear winner, the victor of an online debate is rarely as certain, largely because after the fact, discourse among the audience can skew in such a way that people can turn the perceived loss into a win. What's really problematic though is that having these debates can give a greater platform to people whose beliefs can be truly dangerous. It's given a
Keyword, can. Sneaky little wording there. Keyword is can. And also, did anybody notice that shortly after the Hassan and Andrew Tate debate, a lot of people started looking into Andrew Tate, and all of a sudden Andrew Tate got banned on every platform? Do you think maybe in this particular case, Hassan might have exposed him for the lying misogynist, at least in some part that he is? And also, Andrew Tate is at least, I would say, comparable in popularity to Hassan, maybe more. Like, I know, like, my younger siblings tell me that there's tons of Tate fans in their school. They've never told me there's tons of Hassan fans.
an opportunity to spread their vitriol further.
Yes, also, as ya boy Shamoy brings up, isn't it weird that how after the Sargon debate with Vaush, Sargon swore off all debates? That is interesting, isn't it?
And possibly convince people that they're right. So even though winning over a few people can be a net positive, it can also be a negative. You could argue that given the
Just like anything, everything in life is a risk. You can walk outside and get struck by lightning and immediately die. But will that happen? Hard to know.
A platform to speak on is encouraging fairness in public discourse, but honestly, I find it hard to justify when someone might just be spreading hateful rhetoric. Mitigating damage is important, but all online debates really do is serve a spectacle. It turns discourse into a circus, and nothing really changes as a result. Look,
the real Gigabrain take is that discourse already is a circus. Who could have imagined that in a society of the spectacle, all discourse is mediated by images, is mediated by spectacle. It's all a circus. The moment you log on to the internet, everything is a circus. That doesn't mean it doesn't have any value, but you just have to remember the internet is one giant circus with a million different things to watch.
I do get it. You're upset at the state of the world, and I am too. As an individual, you probably feel powerless fighting a fight that feels impossible to win. Our politicians and the world at large is owned by powerful corporations that are incapable of failing, which in turn are run by multi-billionaires who do not care about the lives of human beings. They don't care about fairness, they don't care what you think of them, and they don't care about the destruction of the planet, which is why so many of them are intent on colonizing other planets.
This feels like a giant waste of a point. So, debate bros are bad because Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, two of the richest men on the entire planet, don't care about the opinions of debate bros? Hey, newsflash, they fucking don't give a shit about your shitty essays either. They don't give a shit about big news companies. This is not an argument, again, not an argument against debate bros.
They can use up this one and become God Emperor of Mars. This frustration understandably might compel you to find people who have some influence, the ones who have a huge platform, a voice that carries across the world, and words that not only echo your—
Yeah, you mean like one of the giant YouTube video essayists out there? You mean the YouTube video essayists out there that tower above streamers in followers, in social media impact? That would be interesting if maybe people look to all kinds of media figures, and that debate bro streamers are actually a pretty small and niche audience at the moment.
Sentiment, but your anger. With their growing popularity, it can feel as though you're finally being heard through them, but—
Which is also true about any media figure. What does this guy think Tucker Carlson and Rush Limbaugh did? Tucker Carlson and Rush Limbaugh are both famous for raging, for going on fucking tirades on their shows. They're not live streamers. They're not debate bros.
At the end of the day, you have to seriously consider who you want representing you, and be realistic about how capable they are.
James Mitchell with the $5, thank you very, very much. Deeply appreciate your support. Remember that billionaires like the Koch brothers fund pseudo-intellectual hacks to debate and spread right-wing propaganda, and they are well invested. Interesting. Very curious. Almost like right-wingers benefit in an environment where nobody calls them on their shit. Also, by the way, if you are here, this show is 100% viewer supported. So if you want to support me, if you're having fun, if you're having a good time, first of all, press the like button. It takes less than a second for you to press like, and it always helps my stream. So if you can do nothing else, please press the like button. Also, consider subscribing and ringing the bell on YouTube. Also free, also takes less than a second, and it means you get to check out my entire library of awesome content. I've been streaming for a long time, and I have a lot of cool stuff for you to watch. And then, of course, if you want to go the extra mile, consider coming to my website and subscribing to my website. It's only $5. You get a ton of free, a ton of really cool emojis you can use, and you get to know that you're supporting me. So we deeply appreciate that. Right now, as of right now, we have 307 likes on a video that currently has almost 400 viewers. you know what? I can't even be mad, even though I do feel a little sad that I don't have 300, almost 400 likes, but I am excited there are almost 400 people watching this. That's very exciting. So thank you for being here, even if you don't press like, but please do press like. Anyway, let's get back to the content. Thank you. Killjoy says, do you think part of this weird video essayist versus debate community is less politics and more financially motivated? Notice how Dylan Ha's counterpoints are missing from these vids? It's just clout shit. It's less than that. It's not just clout shit. It's just that, it's just internet tribalism. Certain video essayists don't like debate content. They don't like the debate bros. They've picked some people that they've labeled debate bros, and they're trying to intellectualize the fact that they don't like this stuff. Instead of just being like, I think debate content is kind of fucking stupid personally. Instead of just doing that and moving on, they need to turn it into a moral, political, intellectual issue, even though it isn't. If it was an intellectual, political, or moral issue, you would actually have a case against these. But this video has no claims. It has no evidence to back up the claims. The claims are made very spuriously, and also, none of them are unique to debate bros. So all of the claims made in this video are undermined by the video itself. It's just, I don't like debate bros. I feel badly about them, but I need to turn it into an intellectual exercise. Whatever. It's just vibes. This is just vibes.
At winning over people to your cause. We're angry, but anger doesn't win when you have to convince someone. Have you ever had a heated debate with someone and found that they took some time to consider what you said afterwards? Or did they just double down on their beliefs and thought that you were being irrational? Personally, I don't want debate bros representing my ideology. I'm fortunate enough that I have a decent enough sized platform to have my...
Damn. Well, I don't want you representing my ideology, so I guess we're at an impasse.
...opinions be heard and validated. But for those of you who don't, the idea of someone spreading your beliefs in a far more effective way might be enticing, but you also have to be conscious of what they get out of it.
Okay, so here we have yet again, it's a far more effective way of spreading beliefs, but it's bad because it doesn't spread beliefs. Which one is it? Are the debate bros super effective but immoral in some way? Or are they super ineffective? He can't make up his mind. In this video, he claims both that debate bros are incompetent at converting people, and also that they are super competent, but mysteriously, vaguely immoral in some way.
And possibly what they gain from you, whether that's fame, validation, or capital. I am not suggesting that these people are just in it for the money, but it's undeniable that some of them have become incredibly wealthy from this brand of leftist discourse. Like,
this guy just had a like 2.5 minute ad plug for Surfshark. Every single fucking leftist video essayist I watch has at some point done NordVPN, Surfshark, or even worse, fucking Raid Shadow Legends. How many of these people do fucking Raid Shadow Legends? Come on, man. This is so lazy. Oh, this sucks.
Literal multimillionaires. I'm also not suggesting that leftists aren't allowed to have money. It's a silly argument used by reactionaries as a way of obfuscating real issues, kind of like when Bernie Sanders was...
So you have made an argument that you don't even agree with? I'm not saying that they're making money, and it doesn't matter if they were, but what if? That's not an argument. That's vibes.
Judged for his wealth in his run for president. I will say though, and once again, this is my belief, and you are more than welcome to disagree with me, I do believe that when people have wealth to spare, it should be used to help others. Sure, people like Hassan have donated towards mutual aid, but he's allegedly called it capitalistic, claiming that it was too individualistic and American. If I'm being brutally honest, it's kinda hard to believe a person's sentiment on wealth redistribution when they have a brand new Porsche parked in the driveway of their $2.7 million mansion. In fact, you know,
I don't agree with this argument, but I'm gonna make it anyway. That's what this guy just did. He just did, I don't agree with this argument, but I'm gonna make it anyway. Am I psychic? Or am I just really good at this shit?
You know what? I want to tell you something. No, come closer, okay? Closer. Closer, closer. Nobody needs a mansion.
Nobody needs 3 monitors, and yet you have 3 monitors in the background. You could make this video with a cheaper microphone. Nobody needs 2 cameras, and yet you have a Logitech 920 on your clip to the top of your monitor, and you also have, obviously, a DSLR that's sitting in front of you. Interesting, that. Soundproofing? You could have done that yourself. Did you know you can make soundproofing of high quality for $5? All you need is a bunch of old towels, a frame, and a bunch of time to hammer them together and actually put it together and then put it up on your wall. Sure, it's not as convenient.
Nobody needs ugly $1,000 shirts, and nobody needs to flex that they have.
But you have an ugly red blazer, so...
Have money. Come on. Look, you may defend that as someone simply enjoying the money that they've earned. That's up to you. I'm sure that if my wallet was that fat, I'd be making the owners of vintage guitar stores very, very happy, but...
Don't you think that that might undermine your argument just a tiny, tiny bit, my man? This guy, this is, oh my God. What is it about the debate bro topic that makes video essays so bad? Are all of this guy's videos this poorly constructed?
At the very least, please consider what else he could have done with all that money that he chooses to blow on luxury commodities.
Thank you very much, James Mitchell, for the $5 donation. Hassan the millionaire should move to South Central to make me happy. True, he should.
It's champagne socialism, pure and simple. It reinforces the idea of class, and if you're in favor of taxing the rich, you shouldn't be okay with it. Even Hassan agrees with me, see? I want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the video. Critique of something you enjoy is not a personal attack. You might feel the need to leave a comment pointing out all of their accomplishments and justify their questionable words and actions, or even say something about how I'm jealous, or ask what I've done that's so great. For that last bit,
Are jealous, and what have you done that's so great?
though, I will say, don't. This isn't a competition, and you're only reinforcing what I've said.
My man, you just spent the last 10 minutes of this video talking about an argument you don't agree with to flex how you're better off, how you're better than Hassan and Vosh because you have less money. You don't really get to pull this smug, if you criticize me, you're falling into my trap thing. See, there's this cool thing that we can do called giga chatting. I don't care for your weak, fake, vague gesturing traps. They don't weaken me. They don't slow me down at all. I can see through your tricks, my friend. Da, 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 da. That thing, you know, the giga chat.
You're being protective of a brand, and you're not helping.
Yeah, exactly. Don't critique me on my video, critiquing a bunch of other people.
You're more than welcome to criticize me, by all means, but be productive. Don't fall back on that stupid argument. If you do feel angry or upset after all this, I want you to seriously ask yourself why that is, despite the fact that I haven't criticized you personally throughout the 6,000 word length of this video. Why do you believe that Vosh, Hassan, or anyone else that you're a fan of doesn't deserve criticism?
They do deserve criticism. You want to know why I'm so triggered and offended? You want to know why I'm triggered and offended? Because I hate it when people lie. And I hate it when people make bad arguments. Bad arguments piss me off. Liars piss me off. I hate it. Ooh, I can't stand a liar. Oh, I can't stand a bad argument. That's why I get triggered. That's why I'm a triggered snowflake. I hate shitty, smug, condescending bullshit. All of these people deserve good criticism. They deserve criticism from me, because I give good-ass criticism, structured criticism, not this fucking embarrassing garbage.
If you feel this way, then I can only suggest that maybe it's worth creating some distance between you and the influencer to assess how and
maybe it's worth you getting some distance between you and the content creators. The stunning lack of self-awareness in making a video in which you claim that Hassan is a debate bro and you go over Hassan over and over again claiming he's a debate bro. Maybe you're the one who's a little attached, my friend.
why you form this attachment and consider why it's potentially unhealthy. The fact is, this movement now has figureheads and—
Oh, also, by the way, I'm just gonna come out and say it, that this type of video making, the type of video making where you go, perhaps you should do some introspection instead. Perhaps you should sit down and think about things. Maybe you would have thought of that if you were a wise person like me. Maybe if you were a video essayist instead of a slavering debate bro fan, you would have thought about things. Is the smuggest, most obnoxious way to deliver anything ever, and it's infinitely more condescending than what debate bros do. I'm sorry, it really is. Like, again, I left the debate community because fucking that shit fucking drive me crazy. But this shit is way, way more smug and way more condescending. I'm sorry, it really is.
Attention market, along with algorithms, decides who gets to represent us. Our ideas are commodities repackaged in various forms and sold to the public in a way that's hopefully digestible and simple enough to internalize. I don't like that, if I'm honest. I'd rather class consciousness occur in a more holistic fashion, but none of us really have that choice. I also don't like knowing that I've contributed to this. It feels—
Somniostatic, I am currently 0% high, and this guy's argument makes no sense. So don't feel bad, you're not too high. I am 0% high, and this guy's argument is shit. Cran3, have some cash, mama. Who is this nerd? This is a nerd by the name of Salari. I have given this essay a very fair shake, illegally, mind you. Yar! Mama on the high seas, stealing content and violating the copyright, which leftists love. Historically, leftists love copyright. Yar! But not me, I be a pirate. Thank you very much for the €10. Deeply appreciate that. Also, Robin Summer, I really feel kind of emotionally abused by people like this, says Robin Summer. Don't feel emotionally abused, but a lot of this shit, a lot of these tactics that video essayists use are indeed very manipulative. But they say it's not manipulative because it's not a streamer doing it. Oh, no. Even when I use deceptive editing to misrepresent what someone said, that's not manipulative. That's not dishonest. I'm being very honest because it's in a video essay. And as we know, essays are the best way to get truth, but they're also not the best way to get truth. Debate streamers are simultaneously the most effective way to convert people and don't convert anyone at all. I am a video essayist.
Feels oddly exploitative of you, like I'm just saying what people want to hear because the audience gets comfort hearing this stuff from a person with a platform. Educating people is good, but I always thought that given the rot that's spreading in the world, the abuse of workers, the cost of existence, the death of home ownership, and the loss of precious time that we'll never get back, most people would have figured out.
The loss of precious time we'll never get back. This video was 42 minutes long.
That things aren't right without someone on the internet explaining why that is. It's just hard to keep the faith when we have to rely on people like debate bros or, to a lesser extent, rely on me. I'm not gonna tell you to stop watching these people. You do whatever floats your boat. There's work to be done and not enough coffee in the world to keep people chugging for 24 hours a day, so do what you can. If you want to convince a friend that every time that they clock in at work they're agreeing to 9 hours of exploitation, and that by going the extra mile like the manager insists, then they're just making it worse. If you want to convince them that they'll never be rich and the reason why they're constantly unhappy is because the stuff they buy to dull the crippling feeling of alienation simply isn't enough, sit down with them and talk to them. Let them know you feel the same and why. Don't just send them a link to a stream or a video and let that do all the explaining. Try to connect with other people.
Stream or video. Well, at least finally he's recognizing that this doesn't just apply to debate streamers, but also to the garbage video he's also just produced.
Let them know that they're not the only one that thinks that this is all messed up. Let them know that there are people out there who want to take action and they're welcome to join. You do have a voice.
Okay, I'm sorry, but the irony of doing this, like, this long, self-aggrandizing, showboating showmanship over videos of people actually doing the thing, it doesn't sell your point very well. You just sound like you're a loser as well. Like, is that the conclusion? Is that you're a loser alongside Debate Bros? Because you're showing people actually doing things and you're just grandstanding over it.
Combine them and don't let other people speak for you, because
Salari person says, I wonder how many stream viewers he's actually talked to before making all these bullshit assumptions. 0 is my guess.
One day you really might not like what they have to say on your behalf. Oh, one last thing before we go. I know this is a bit different, but if you happen to be Warsh, Hassan, Xander Hall, or anyone else like you, first of all, hi, big fan. Secondly, if by some miracle you end up showing this on your stream and you didn't ask me if you could air it in advance, then I should let you know now I don't consent to it. If you did ask, I'll be sure to say so in the pinned comment. If you didn't know, people will know. In which case, tisk tisk. Bye-bye.
I'm literally cringing. Like my stomach is clenching from how cringe that was. Oh my God. What is it about essay perverts that make things feel so fucking dirty? Like, this is it's so cucked. It's the biggest fucking cuck energy I've ever seen. And I'm not going easy, Loaderbox. This is embarrassing. Also, really kind of cheapens the whole consent discourse. If you're trying to do a consent gotcha, making light of consent at the end of your video that you published on YouTube that has a 3-minute Surfshark ad in it, an ad for your Patreon. God. Everybody knows, you know, if you do this, you're violating consent. It's tube rape. Here's the funny thing. When it's shit like this, I want you all to understand this like type of cucked behavior convinces literally no one. Also, if you decide to DMCA me, I truly hope you do, because I will appeal it and I will respond. And if you don't respond to it, then I guess we can escalate it. So go ahead, DMCA me. We'll see who wins. Okay? We'll see. You really want to do that? I don't think you're gonna win. I'm just gonna say, I think my pause Andrea might be the main thing that makes this valuable. I talked more than you did. Wow. This video is like, holy shit. Not only is it incredibly unfunny, I don't think this guy was able to crack a single joke, but secondly, the ending is probably the most cucked thing I've seen since DJ Mule's video. Oh my dear God. Did he play any clips besides the Vosh one? No, he did not. SA pervert might be the first kink that I feel okay in shaming. Holy shit. It's just, oh my, can we watch this again just for the cringe value? Listen, I'm a purveyor of fine cringe, and this one right on here, this is so good. Oh, come on, let's listen to it again.
Hi, big fan. Secondly, if by some miracle you end up showing this on your stream and you didn't ask me if you could air it in advance, then I should let you know now I don't consent to it. If you did ask, I'll be sure to say so in the pinned comment. If you didn't know, people will know. In which case, tisk tisk. Bye-bye. Well, thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy this video, please don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, all of that stuff. It is very, very useful. Also, if you would like to support the channel further, you can do so at patreon.com.
So here we have the last 4 minutes of this video is an ad for his Patreon. He had a 3-minute Surfshark promo in here. Fucking, you got me, man. I guess I'm sorry I violated your YouTube consent, my man. God, this is like, it's like, oh God, it's so embarrassing. These people walk around thinking they're smart. Take a look at something real quick. Hold on a second. I gotta take a look at something, okay? You can see it. Will we be able to? Can you? All right. $5.42 a month. All right, that's pretty, yeah, that's pretty solid, I guess. Pretty solid. $500 a month, you know. Not groundbreaking, but pretty decent. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. This guy's got 117 subscribers, and I make as much off of my Patreon. Actually, his fans are stingy. This was a really weak video. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is an embarrassingly weak video. Wonder if he's replying to these. No, he's not replying to any of the critical posts on his video. Well, needless to say, I am yet again not impressed by what the SA perverts are bringing forward. Is it weak or weaker than Mule? Oh, it's the same level of argumentation as Mule, but significantly less disgusting. DJ Mule's video was genuinely atrocious, like ethically heinous. DJ Mule is a complete disgrace. This guy, I just strongly disagree with this video. I think this video is very weak. I think this video made no meaningful arguments. It made demonstrably false claims, and also the smugness and condescension levels were off the chart, and he doesn't have the excuse of being in a spirited debate. Like, this guy was just condescending at his own audience, and it's just, yeah. Also, Paul M., thank you very much. It's pretty cringe trying to attempt warding off criticism by hiding behind consent. I agree, very cringe. I do think that was a very, very embarrassing ploy at the end. Yeah, I don't have much else to say about this. I mean, sucks. Really sucks. Should I submit myself to the, do you think I should submit myself to the boost bus? Maybe I should submit myself to the boost bus. I'd like to see, I mean, I'm being a former debate bro, maybe I could use the video essayist boost. I don't think he'd put me in, though. Such is life, I suppose. Wait a minute, this guy has a Twitch channel. Hey, wait a minute, he's a streamer. You can't lie. You can't do that. That's illegal. That's illegal. Oh, true. How are you going to complain about consent when he didn't get permission from Vosh, Destiny, Zan, or Hassan to use their tweets or content? Interesting that. Looks like we got a little bit of a YouTube rapist on our hands. What is with these essay perverts? Disgusting. What is with it? Just e-raping. E-raping everybody's YouTube videos. It makes me sick. Oh, I'm gonna vomit. I'm gonna vomit. Honestly, you should be ashamed of yourselves. You should be disgusted. I'm gonna vomit. I'm so sick. I'm morally disgusted at the violation of copyright law, which I, as a leftist, give a huge shit about. I am very serious about copyright infringement as a principled communist who doesn't believe in private property. This guy's Twitter, he's mutuals with FD, Mule, and Thought Slime. So he's playing team sports. Well, I mean, that was very obvious. Come on. Very obvious. Yeah, make sure to use code Salari for 400 free levels in Raid Shadow Legends. Make sure that you subscribe to the Patreon and the Ko-fi and the Discord, but that's bad when other people do it, but it's good when I do it because I'm a real leftist, and that makes it okay. Oh, God. I will never do a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Hold on a second. Danny says, hold on a second. This guy talks about exploitation of parasociality when his most popular videos are ones he seems to make on the why is group lonely or why is X group depressed while having almost no understanding of the psychosocial aspects. Well, I can't speak to that because I'm not going to watch any more of this guy's boring ass videos. Honestly, the real problem with Salari's debate bro video, this is it. This is the final hot take of the hour, the TLDR, which is the real offense was that this video was so fucking boring. Can you imagine sitting through that without me adding some flavor to it? What I did for you is I took your frozen dinner and I cooked it into a 5-course meal. Talk about a debate, talk about streamers making the world go round. Still think you got some food poisoning? Well, I'm very sorry, but I can't do everything, okay? Hey, no problem, Delaney. Happy to help in whatever way I can. Seems most of the comments disagree with him. Yeah, I was looking through them. There's a lot of, I will say, there's a lot of good faith disagreement, which is nice to see. All right. Well, everybody, are you all ready to do some other fun things? Because I, for one, am feeling like doing some more fun things. By the way, if you've been having a good time, press the like, consider subscribing to my website, and definitely subscribe to my YouTube. It's free to subscribe to YouTube, and you can subscribe to my website for just $5, and it's fucking wonderful, and you'll support me. I am 100% viewer supported. I don't have any sponsorships or anything like that. Just your love and money. So everything's appreciated, especially the likes and subscribes. So consider it. All right. Now, Ducky Lucy Hayes says, are you excited for your podcast with Xander Hall? Yes, I am very excited for my podcast with Xander Hall, which is called You Should Log Off. And, but it is currently paused as Xander Hall works out his housing situation. So, yeah. Oh, Brawlerella with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Brawlerella. Deeply appreciate that. Your hand gestures lately remind me of Saul Goodman. I've always talked with my hands, so I appreciate that. I always have. What is it going to be about? Internet culture. It is a podcast that talks about internet culture. We're going to talk about things that happen on the internet. We're going to talk about internet culture history. We're going to talk about significant moments in internet culture. It's going to be very fun. It's going to be a very lighthearted podcast. We're going to have a lot of guests on, and we're just waiting for Zan to work out his housing situation. So yeah. It may or may not include the word PogChamp. Personally, I'm a PogChamp user, you know? By being influenced by the known debate bro, Saul Goodman, I'm proving the essay correct. True! Everybody knows. Yes, you will. Don't you worry, Jazz Dog. It's gonna happen. He told us he would visit you personally for the first podcast episode? Yes, I've invited Xander Hall to come over to my house, and maybe we'll record the first one right here in this room, which would be fucking poggers. All right, everybody, I have more goodies for you. Are you guys ready to watch some wild shit? Are you ready to react to some wild shit? Because I have some wild shit to react to you with, okay? And that is, hold on, let me just make sure I can get the full version of this. Hold on, I gotta show you this shit. This shit's fucking wild. Hold on, let me get it all queued up for you. Give me just a minute, all right? Go ahead, grab your snacks. I'm just pulling up the clips and everything. I gotta show you something fucking wild, all right? This was on September 18th. That's the one I need. That was... Where is it here? Yeah, here we go. This is the one. Let me just see if I can find the full version, because I want to show the whole rally if I can. But I don't actually know. Oh, it's actually kind of hard to find this thing. Well, we might just have to watch a bit of it. All right? So all right, let's talk about this. What we are going to talk about real quick, we're going to take a little break from the debate bro drama nonsense, and we're going to talk about Donald Trump. Actually, not quite Donald Trump. We're actually going to talk about MAGA, the Donald Trump followers, okay? So for those of you who don't know, Donald Trump is still alive and well, or at least relatively well, and he's still campaigning. And mostly, while we're not sure whether he's going to run in 2024 or not, or if he'll even be around in 2024, given his age, what we do have is Donald Trump going around to sort of put his finger on the scales for various Republicans around the country. And Donald Trump and his fans have become increasingly rabid in recent months. Most of you who watch me will know we recently reacted to a Donald Trump rally for Dr. Oz, which was a demented rally. Truly, it was genuinely one of the wildest ones he's ever done, just because he was really skirting close to what we call JQing, which is making references to the so-called Jewish question, aka implying that there is a cabal of Jewish people secretly controlling the world. Now, usually Donald Trump kind of strays away from that type of rhetoric. He usually will say things like, "Oh, it's the deep state," and it's still pushing the buttons. But this time he was literally saying things like, "There are shadowy figures pulling the strings of Joe Biden," and it was very interesting. Now, some of you might be going, "Oh, okay, come on, but how bad can it possibly be?" Well, as it turns out, it can get pretty goddamn bad. Let me just show you something that happened at a rally for PA governor, a governor candidate, Doug Mastriano. Doug Mastriano is a Republican who is Donald Trump's favored candidate for the Pennsylvania governor race. I just want to show you guys just how wild things are getting here, okay? Unironically, things are getting a little extreme. You ready?
And we'll do that by putting our right hand in the air on the count of 3. If you're willing to do this, can you say what they said at Gettysburg? When you see us lined up as one, sweep down the hill to victory. On the count of 3, we'll bring our hand down as one. Father, I pray that indeed Pennsylvania will be like Little Round Top, and America will have a new birth of liberty. As one on the count of 3. 1, 2.
America will have a new birth of liberty with your right hands raised into the air. Now, some people, you know, are doing this sort of thing. You know, they're going like this, like they're going to give an oath. But a lot of those people in the crowd shot those things straight up into a Sieg Heil. Let's be completely real about this, okay? Like,
3.
Completely honest.
And we'll do that.
You want to watch it again? So this is the pledge to a new liberty.
Our right hand in the air.
Let's take another look again, real quick.
If you're willing to do this, can you?
If you're willing to put your arm up, show that you're a true patriot by literally Sieg Heiling.
Say what they said at Gettysburg. When you see us lined up as one, sweep down the hill to victory. On the count of 3, we'll bring our hand down as one. Father, I pray that indeed Pennsylvania will be like Little Round Top, and America will have a new birth of liberty. As one on the count
birth
of 3.
Of liberty.
1, 2, 3. As one!
Now, in a vacuum, you might go, all right, so was this just an accident? And of course, obviously, the answer is no. We all know what this harkens to. They use America First rhetoric, one God, one country, one flag, as one, waving their hands up in you know, a literal Sieg Heil. Yeah, it's definitely getting interesting. But this is hardly the only thing that has been going on with MAGA recently. In fact, let me just grab you another quick clip here, because there's another one of a recent event that I wanted to show you that I thought was a little bit curious, okay? Let me just show you. Watch this. Here we go. Oh, here, actually, how great. It's a clip from the Majority Report. In fact, we'll pop right into the Majority Report.
I'm not gonna lie.
We're gonna borrow, they've got it nicely clipped up for us here, okay? This is from Donald Trump's rally just a couple of days ago, okay? This was on Newsmax, and I want you to notice what's going on in the crowd, okay? Thanks, Majority Report, for putting this this video out there. It's really hard to search news clips on the internet.
State of country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have.
So you might be going, well, why are they sticking their fingers into the air? And I would like to remind you that the single finger put into the air, unironically, that is a QAnon symbol. Because if you know, QAnon's motto is where we go one, we go all. One, where we go one, we go all. So here's a fucking enormous Trump rally with every one of these goddamn motherfuckers putting up there where we go one, we go
Happened
all.
with me as your commander-in-chief.
I'll pause it for 1 second. There's a salute that they're doing.
Yeah.
Do we know what that salute is?
I literally just.
It's a one from where we go one.
Oh, okay. It is the Q salute.
Is that confirmed though? Because like Will Sommer, who covers QAnon, says he's still not sure what it is and hasn't been able to verify it.
Interesting.
Either way, it's some sort of salute. We just like don't.
A little bit.
You're number one. I mean, it's a weird.
Yeah.
There's a couple fingers missing from the entire.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like the angle.
Not anymore. There aren't a couple fingers missing anymore. As you know, we've been watching. We've been watching a couple of these rallies. If I can find the Doug Mastriano rally, I'd love to see the whole thing. I don't know if we can find the full link. Here we have a clip from the. Wait, that's the same clip that we just watched. This one is the shorter one. This one is from 2 weeks ago. We already reacted to that one. I don't know. It's really hard to sometimes find. It's kind of hard to find the footage of some of these. If anybody can find the full content of it, yeah, that'd be amazing. But unfortunately, I've been unable to source it even when I was looking earlier. But yeah, there's been an increasing focus by Donald Trump on America First rhetoric, on blood and soil rhetoric, and interestingly, specifically, a lot of signal making, a lot of putting your hands up in the air, a lot of putting your finger up in the sky, a lot of group herd reinforcement. And I'm not saying that there isn't that crowd, working a crowd is intrinsically a bad thing. Don't get me wrong, it isn't. Everybody does this. Hell, musicians do this. But context is very important. And when you're at a rally where you're talking about how there's a secret deep state, how you've been watching out for the real patriots out there, and the real patriots are watching, and then you invite your audience to raise their right hand, and a whole lot of them put their right hand straight up in a Sieg Heil, that is concerning. That is unironically concerning. JFK Jr. asks, did you get consent from Sam Cedar for this? I did not. Yeah, the militarized hogs. It's really odd. And there's a very interesting there's an interesting acceleration of rhetoric. We all know that MAGA has always used some pretty absurd rhetoric, but the rhetoric that's being used at Trump rallies right now is unironically, it's so geared up. It's reminiscent of that one speech that Donald Trump did on July 4th, which was at that point one of the most unhinged things he's ever done, where he talked about the need for America to breed young heroes, where it's up to the future, it's up to Americans to raise the future generation of patriotic heroes who will set this country right again. All of this stuff is straight out of, and I'm not kidding you, straight out of dictators' playbooks. Specifically, strongly resembles the rhetoric and the tactics used by Nazi Germany. Yeah, the Mount Rushmore one. It is absolutely, yeah, it reminds you of old Adolf. Remember old Adolf and his stirring speeches about the youth of Germany? Yeah. Look, Mastriano, I don't know what Mastriano's chances of winning the PA election are. I am not a statistical analyst. I don't analyze polls or anything like that. But I think it's telling that this is what is flying for rhetoric, even among Donald Trump's like endorsed candidates. The candidates that Donald Trump is endorsing are in lockstep with his rhetoric, are in lockstep with the increasing severity of his rhetoric. Oh wait, hey, we got it. Hey, I found it. I found the full text. Good news. We are now able to react to the full rally. I found the rally. I think this is the one. Isn't it? Let me see. Is this the one? Yes, this should be the one. Yep, this is the one. Yes! I was hoping that I wouldn't just have to not show because I couldn't find it. But now we can react. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it live. Let's flex those streamer muscles and react directly to this shit. Because I want to show you just how wild this rhetoric is getting.
I want to tell Joe Biden he can keep his F-15s because we have the Second Amendment and we know what it means. Do you want to tell big government we're no longer going to stand for their unconstitutional mandates? We're not wearing their masks. We're not taking their shots. We're not shutting down our businesses or our churches. Do you want to tell them never again will this happen in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Do you want to tell government from
United States, 473 people died from COVID today. There are 68,000 known new cases today. Currently, worldwide, 6,525,000 people have died. In the United States, how do we get just, in the United States, how do we get the just deaths, or the total deaths? Can we see? Ah, here we go. Let's see, how do we get the full thing? Can I bring up the amount of deaths overall? Is that down below? Here we go. Fatal cases, 1.05 million dead. But hey, we're not gonna wear your masks. We're not gonna take your vaccines. We're gonna ensure that every old person in this country dies a horrible coughing death. And guess what, everybody? I hate to tell you this. We were gonna talk about this later in the stream, but fall is coming, winter is coming, and we know how these things go. Every year for the last 2 years of this pandemic, we have seen a massive, horrifying spike in fall and winter. And guess what? People are still getting really sick. A lot of people are getting really sick. Yes, daily deaths are down, but 500 people died today. 500 Americans died today alone, and 500 more or more will die tomorrow. But you know, we're not gonna wear your masks. We're not gonna take your vaccines. This is for liberty, everybody.
From Washington, D.C. to Harrisburg to get their hands off our children. We send our kids to school to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, not gender pronouns.
Also, by the way, interesting. Notice how, remember how I said there's been a massive acceleration in anti-trans rhetoric? Trans people are the fixation. Hell, fuck, even when we were watching that Rappin' Granny earlier, the Rappin' Granny makes a transphobic joke. This shit is, the like fixation on trans people is absurd. And also, you know, not gonna say that, I don't wanna say that the Nazis did the same thing, but the Nazis literally did the same thing. The Nazis were obsessed with transvestites. Obsessed.
It's time to take public education back from the leftist teachers unions and give parents the choice in how their children are educated.
Lol, joke's on you if you think that a fucking Republican would ever go to a goddamn PTO meeting if literally Matt Walsh didn't tell them that they were gonna like get killed by the gender fairies.
My friends and fellow patriots, there's only one way to do that here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And that's to elect our friend, our hometown guy, our favorite senator, Doug Mastriano, as governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Do the liberals even see how alarming this shit is? They do, but they always think that the process will save them. Despite the fact that the process has repeatedly failed, liberals always believe that the process will save them. I love how, yeah, the best thing they could come up with is our hometown guy.
My friends, are you ready to take this Commonwealth back on November 8th? Are you ready to show America and take this country back on November 8th? All right, folks, this is the start. We've got about 55 days, I think, left.
This dude's got a killer fucking mohawk. All right, I gotta say, this guy's mohawk, he's ripping it up. The drip is out of control with this guy's little 4-hair mohawk. Bro, fucking sick.
So, it's been great to be with you all tonight. And I've got some great friends who are here with me tonight, colleagues from the House of Representatives. I've got now you know this campaign has a transition team ready and raring to go when we win on November 8th. You know that, right? And the chair of that transition team, my good friend and colleague, Representative Frank Ryan, you're going to hear from him momentarily. He's here. And then my good colleague,
claims to be against trans people, has a transition team.
Friend, the next Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, Carrie Del Rosso, is in the house tonight. Yes.
Carrie Del Rosso in the house. MAGA in the house.
She's in Pennsylvania. She's right here in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania this evening, and I've got my friend and colleague backstage here, Greg Rothman. He's running for the Senate up in the Capital Region. We're glad to have him here tonight. And you know, I even saw now, folks, if you'll indulge me, our Chambersburg's favorite veteran, Sam Worley's right down front there. Sam's over 100 years old now, and he ain't stopping. That's it, folks.
Can you imagine how funny it would be if this guy just dropped dead from excitement? Like, as the camera pans to him? Like, that's terrible. It's terrible, but it would be fucking hilarious. Also, I want to see if this guy does the fucking Nazi salute, because I have a feeling he might. Damn. And he ain't stopping.
All right, folks. Well, I think my time is up. I got to move on. Well, you're ready for the main event, and we're going to elect Doug Mastriano on November 8th. God bless you.
This is the guy. This is Doug Mastriano, by the way. And this is not for a reenactment. He's not a reenactor. He just dressed up as a Confederate soldier for a faculty photo. He's not, I just checked. He wasn't doing a fucking, this was not for a fucking reenactment. He just, for the faculty photo, he just chose to wear a fucking Confederate. This is the guy that the rally is for, by the way. Am I wearing pants? Of course I'm wearing pants. Are you crazy?
Chambersburg.
My butt would be cold if not.
Okay, I'm not running in like Rob did. All right, so our next speaker is Representative Frank Ryan, who represents the 101st Legislative District. He is also the chairman of the Mastriano Transition Team.
Thank you so much. Sam,
like this. He can't talk like this. He can't. He can't. I can't.
Thank you so much. Sam, God bless you, my friend. I heard Rob Kaufman make a comment. Are you ready to elect Doug governor of Pennsylvania? And I'm just going to say this loud and clear. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, everybody. I know this is really problematic and I don't care.
I'm retarded?
At my age, I'm a little deaf. I still can't hear you. All right, that's better. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, like Sam, how many other veterans?
Don't blame me. I didn't write that joke. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. I didn't write the joke. I'm just spotting the similarities. That's all. Go ahead. You can, Danny. You can. I appreciate it. It's all good.
What do we have here? We surrendered our rights. Thank you to all the veterans and to their families. We surrendered our rights under the Constitution of the United States when we got sworn into the military. We lost our freedom of speech, other than to say, right, Sam? Yes, sir, no, sir. Same thing happened when I got married.
Bazinga.
And I still don't talk back, by the way. We surrendered, to an extent, the right to assemble, except at 4 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we never took that same oath of office to surrender our rights as free people when we became citizens of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I resent the governor taking away those rights. If you believe that you can make decisions on your own better than the government can, vote for Doug. If you believe that you should have a hand in your children's education, then vote for Doug. If you believe that you should have a hand in your children.
What? Why does children and a hand in your pants come to this guy's mind together? Holy fuck. Get him off the stage. Get him off the stage.
Children's education, then vote for Doug. If you don't want your children exposed to things that you don't want them exposed to as parents, then we have to do what? There we go. If you believe that wearing a mask I guess I know the answer to that question. I've only worn one mask in my life. It was a gas mask. And I will tell you, I've never seen anything as silly as some of those things. But Doug brings to the table that understanding of the rights that we have in Article 1 of the Pennsylvania Constitution. In the article of the
Vote for Doug! You gotta vote for Doug! I don't wear new goddamn masks! I don't wear them! Masks are stupid! They look dumb! I only ever wore a gas mask, and that was in Vietnam!
Constitution It says, the right to bear arms shall not be questioned. If you believe that, who are we going to vote for? Outstanding. This is something near and dear to my heart. I was a reservist.
Does it say
I
that?
kept getting
I don't think
called.
it says that. I don't think it says that anywhere. In fact, I think the closest person to said that was Karl Marx.
Called to active duty. I found out I was one of the first persons since World War II to be involuntarily called out of retirement to go to Iraq. I was one of the oldest folks in Iraq. Sam, we were probably in the same unit, my friend.
Is this guy telling the truth?
And I will tell you, by the way, I found out later that my wife was the one who got me cold. But I can tell you, as someone who has seen people in harm's way and haven't been in combat zones myself, I want the Pennsylvania National Guard to be under the command of a retired Army colonel so that we can support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America.
This guy is 71 years old. American politician and accountant. Wait a second. Hold on just a second. This guy is 71. There is 0% chance. Hold on. He went to business school. He served in the Marine Corps Reserve. He was in the Balkans. It does not show that okay, his military service was in the Balkans, not in Iraq. Hold on, nowhere here in his article does it show that he was in Iraq. I think he literally just lied. Does it say it in here? Involuntary reserve activations for U.S. military operations since World War II. Wait, hold on. Let's take a look. You think he was there in the first Iraq? But it doesn't say that in his record. He would have to have been in his 50s, which is not something that happens. Huh. All right, well, hey, I guess, you know what? Steal that valor, Grandpa, whatever.
America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I remember when we deployed young service members into combat zones, I got my battalion together and I said, I want to make a comment to you. Your moms, your dads, your brothers, your sisters, your grandparents lent you to us. They want you returned. They don't want someone to become the victim and the casualty of a poorly conceived extraction from a combat zone that I've served in.
Now he said that he served in Afghanistan? Killjoy says, reservists almost never deploy. Even when they do, they are so undertrained, they usually just watch points of entry. Okay, so all right, this guy's just fucking making shit up. It said that his service was in 1996 to 1998 as the 4th Civil Affairs Group because he's a certified public accountant. 1996 to 1998 during the Balkans. I think he might be stretching the truth.
When you look at Afghanistan and realize the trauma that happened, a Vietnam veteran came up to me and he put his arm on my shoulder and he said, Frank, now you know how we felt. And I would tell you that as long as we elect Doug Mastriano, that will never happen.
Wait, did this guy think that they should have stayed in Vietnam? Is that what he's saying?
Pennsylvania National Guardsmen and their family would never be subjected to that type of lunacy. November 8th is a big day. And my daughter called me up as I was coming here, and she got on the phone. By the way, thank God for cell phones. She called me up and she said, Dad, be careful. There's somebody going the wrong way on Interstate 81. And I said, honey, there's not one person, there's thousands of them. And all I want to tell you is that's what's happening in Pennsylvania now until
joke that wait, hold on. The joke that he's saying is that he was the one who was driving. That joke, I know that joke. The joke is that he was driving on the wrong side of the what?
We turn it around. We can.
You were the one who was driving on the wrong side of the joke, on the wrong side of the road in your joke. What?
November 8th. And on November 9th, we can once again walk as a free people. And I ask you to please vote for Doug Mastriano, the conservatives. Let's get control of this nation back. Let's get control of this Commonwealth back and give it to the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. God bless you all.
Well, at least Grandpa's having a good time. He's a retired colonel, an accountant, you know.
Oh, he's afraid I'm going to fall down the steps. Not bad for 91 years old.
Hey, I know somebody you can help train to go up the steps. Come on, Franklin County.
Oh, this guy's going to be a riot, I
so
bet.
we're so excited to announce another speaker to you. He flew in from Texas, I think, and his name is Lance Wallnau. He's no stranger. He's an influential leader, a speaker, an author, and CEO. Lance, we're really honored to have you in Franklin County.
Hey. This guy has massive youth pastor energy. Just going to say.
And sometimes when he speaks, his brain goes so fast that you have to keep up. So keep up.
I was sitting back there and I heard my name. I said, hey, I think I have to go up there.
It's Chuck. It's Chuck from Breaking Bad. What the fuck?
Well, listen, I grew up in Pennsylvania, so I had to make the trip back here. I'm down there in Dallas, down there in Texas, and when I heard there's a battle up here in Pennsylvania, I said I have to go there. I don't know if you remember this, you Pennsylvanians, but we are the state that turns the tide of war historically. Valley Forge was where the American cause was languishing until George Washington was able to move the troops into Trenton, New Jersey, and be able to rout the British. It was Pennsylvania that was the turning point in the Revolutionary War. Not far from here, on the Chambersburg Pike, I remember the Battle of Gettysburg, and it was on the second day in your state where there was a little hill called Little Round Top, and a colonel was in charge of Little Round Top. That colonel, Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, was told, you cannot give this position up.
Hey, Joshua Chamberlain was not from Pennsylvania. Joshua Chamberlain was from fucking Maine, you asshole. You're stealing valor from Maine, you fucker. And yeah, he remembers the Battle of Gettysburg.
Because you are the hinge on the entire battle for this nation.
Bitch.
And so Little Round Top became the center of everyone's attention on the second day of the Battle of Gettysburg. And on that hill, Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, he was with 300, a remnant that was on top of that hill. He had to push back 3 assaults from an Alabama regiment that knew if they could just break that little point on that hill, they could put cannons up there and mow down the entire Union line. They would have had to retreat to Washington. It was Lee's plan to go to Harrisburg and take the capital, and that would have ended the Civil War. That's how close it came. Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, the Christian colonel who took that job, was told on the 4th.
Fucking bitch. You little motherfucking bitch. You little motherfucking slimy piece of shit. You fucking piece of shit. Look at this right here. The Battle of Little Round Top. The left flank consisted of 386 officers and men of the 20th Maine Regiment and the 83rd Pennsylvania. Seeing the Confederates shifting around his flank, Chamberlain, a Maina bub. Not a Philadelphian, a Maina bub. Honey, you're lying about Maine. I hate it when people steal valor from Maine.
Assault up the hill. Colonel, we're out of bullets. He said, how many? He said, we are all out of ammunition. He prayed. He said, we cannot retreat. We cannot defend. The only thing we could do is attack. And so he said, have all the men fix bayonets along the line. On my command, that part of this, like this platform here, he said, that part that is wrapped around to the left is to sweep down the mountain. And the moment that we are lying...
Wait a minute, is this even what happened? Hold on, we're gonna check. Let's do a live fact check. All right, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Okay, it's mild. It's kind of true. It's kind of true. He's kind of stretching the truth a little bit. So you can see here. So, knowing that his men were out of ammunition, his numbers were being depleted, his men would not be able to repulse another charge. He ordered his men to equip bayonets and counterattack. He ordered his left flank, which had been pulled back, to advance in a right wheel forward. So it was like a pincer maneuver, because previously they had moved one of the flanks around. So it was kind of like a pincer maneuver. While Chamberlain ordered the advance, Lieutenant Holman Melker, spontaneously and separate to Chamberlain's command, initiated a charge from the center that further aided it. All right.
Lined up as one.
JFK Jr. says, does it get boring for these people to just say the country's in crisis at every speech? It's been 14 years since Obama was elected. That's all they have. They have to. They only have fear-mongering. That's all conservatives have, because their ideas don't work. The policies that conservatives push for don't fucking work. They don't do what they say they do. They never have. All they have is moral outrage and crisis. That's it. That's all they got.
And we see each other. We will sweep the entire mountain this way. We have no choice but to attack with bayonets. And so that was the key moment on the second day of the Battle of Gettysburg. Both armies watched that hill. Both held everyone in position to see who would win the contest. And at that moment, in that last assault, as Alabama came up, Maine and the Pennsylvania and New York divisions lined up.
Finally we get some credit.
And 350 men swept down the mountain with bayonets. They had no bullets. The Confederates were confused at the attack because suddenly they're going this way and they see people coming this way. and they thought another division must have joined the battle. And rather than realizing their enemy was out of bullets and was desperately engaging in a bayonet attack, they surrendered there and retreated.
Okay, but let's be real. Let's be 100% real here. The audience is getting pissed off right now. They're getting super pissed off that this guy's praising the Union. Come on.
And they backed up. It wasn't until the end of the day when Lee realized how close they came to winning the Battle of Gettysburg, and he committed that next day, we will break them in the middle, and the disastrous Pickett's charge is what he did. Why am I giving this history lesson? Because you are a remnant. Look around you. We don't have the thousands and thousands. It's a remnant. It's like Valley Forge.
This is a copium moment. You are all that we got left. You guys are the pathetic ones that are left, and we just gotta hope that you could charge through. We're gonna throw you into a suicide maneuver and hope that it works.
It's like Little Round Top. And now there's another Christian colonel who is in charge of the mountain.
Notice they didn't cheer at all as he recounted the supposedly heroic the heroic actions of the Union, but they all cheer when he says Christian. They're like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that Union there, but I do like Christians.
They may outgather, they may outmaneuver. In my opinion, they know how to out-cheat. But they cannot outflank us if we move as one. And I believe Colonel Mastriano is anointed to lead an as one movement. The whole country will be affected by what happens in Pennsylvania.
By the way, anointed is Christian slang. It's not slang. Anointed means chosen by God. This guy is saying that God chose Doug Mastriano.
Understand that? I could go to Arizona.
That's what anointed means, chosen by God. It's specifically, it refers to like pouring oil on somebody. Being anointed is to like have like scented oil poured on you, which is a religious thing that was done by many different religions, but specifically with Christians, it refers to God choosing you by pouring the Holy Spirit onto you as if it was an oil.
I could go to Florida. I will be. I'll be in these various states. But no state has the eyes of the nation on the governor's race like right here. Do you know what they're telling me down there in Texas, what they're telling me around the country? They're saying, you realize that Governor Mastriano would be like DeSantis if he becomes governor.
Yes, old human trafficking DeSantis. Unironically, that's not even a little bit of exaggeration. DeSantis has been in the news recently for deliberately misleading migrants, and then also conveniently using the fact that they followed his lies, literally fake brochures lying about what would be offered to them. Then they were taken out of state by him and his guys, taken somewhere else for a publicity stunt, and then that was justified, that was used as justification to deport them from the country. So people who were here legally were tricked, lied to by a state politician, then deported because of his actions after being lied to. That's Ron DeSantis, by the way.
I said, what makes you say that? He has all the right characteristics of a man of Christian principles and military reality and pragmatism who knows what he's up against. So you may not be in the majority. We could be outspent. We could be out-mediated.
Well, hey, at least this conservative admits that Republicans don't have the majority. It kind of flies against his message that Democrats have to cheat, though, right? If they're not the majority, if they're the minority, and he wants them to win anyway, he's saying that you have to cheat.
They could be out control, but I promise you, we will win at the end of the day if you can multiply what's on the inside of you and transmit it to 3 or 4 other people. Because the grassroots movement in Pennsylvania is desperate for leadership. There's more of us than there are of them once we organize. Do you agree with that? I'm not a political pulpit stump speaker. I don't do this a lot. I did this because I love this state. I love this man. I understand what
You're from Texas.
he's doing, and I realize that Pennsylvania is going to be the key location for turning America from Valley Forge to Gettysburg to November 8. This is where the action is. Do you agree with me? Well, then if you agree with me, I just did an interview with the BBC. It's so funny. I was very careful because they wanted to set me up, and I knew what they were doing. They wanted to set me up to say something that would be provocative about Christian nationalism. And I was meticulous to avoid any statement that I would make that would feed them with a soundbite that would embarrass myself or the kind people that invited me here. But it's hard to resist right now. I would like you to rise with me for one moment. And do you believe that it's possible that a proclamation can be a spiritual thing?
Listen closely, everybody. This is exactly the shit I was talking about earlier on.
When we pray, or when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, or we say, Our Father which art in heaven, these are all when we exchange vows at an altar in a wedding. They're all sacred transactions sealed with words. But I'd like to reactivate what Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain is now handing off to Colonel Doug Mastriano.
Notice how he had no shame in admitting that he's a Christian nationalist. This is what all conservatives do. They go, oh, you call everybody Nazis, you call everybody fascists, and then when they think that they're by themselves, when they're with their own audience, they just say it outright. Yeah, they wanted to catch me on to say something bad about Christian nationalism, and now he's about to do a Christian nationalism. By the way, for those of you who don't know what Christian nationalism is, it's literally a theocracy. It's the belief that America is definitionally and destined to be a Christian nation, a Christian-dominated nation. Christian nationalism is the new name for Christian dominionism, which is the belief that Christians are the rightful rulers over everyone. It's Christofascism. They call it, the new name is Christian nationalism.
Which is the importance of rallying a remnant for the sake of an indispensable victory in the intense heat of battle.
Welcome back.
And we'll do that by putting our right hand in the air on the count of 3. If you're willing to do this, can you say what they said at Gettysburg? When you see us lined up as one, sweep down the hill to victory. On the count of 3, we'll bring our hand down as one. Father, I pray that indeed Pennsylvania will be like Little Round Top, an America.
Damn, you know what? You know, this looks a little familiar to me, honestly. You know, this looks a little familiar. I'm not gonna lie, this is starting to look pretty fucking familiar. If I'm not, you know, maybe I'm just a little, it's looking a little, you know who else were Christian nationalists who believed in Christian supremacy? Yeah, and you know what else? They also didn't like immigrants. They also didn't feel too strongly about people with genders. They, they loved their military leaders. They were a military-obsessed country, obsessed with military victory. Interesting, huh? Interesting how that works,
We'll have a new birth of liberty. As one on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. As one! Thank you.
Is this crowd alive? Awesome. We also honored to have among us Representative Greg Rothman, who's going to speak for a few minutes. Thank you.
Wow, what a crowd. Yes, I'm from Cumberland County, not far from here.
Cumland.
And you heard from my grandfather, Colonel Frank Ryan, one of my colleagues in the House. He's not really my grandfather, I just tell him that. What a great crowd. Hey, look, I'm here to tell you about what's going to happen on November 8th. And
This guy looks like Neil Breen. This guy looks like shockingly similar to Neil Breen. Wait, like, look at this. Wait a minute. If the hair was different, this guy is Neil Breen. Look at that. They have the same face, the same nose, the same eyebrows, the same forehead. The only difference is the hairdo. Like the exact same teeth. Look! I'm not making it up. It's the same.
you've heard it. I've been around a lot of campaigns for a long time, since I was a teenager. My parents didn't make me go to school on election day. I got to take off every election day. This race is close. It's really close. And that's why you see the Democrats.
This race is close. It's really close. It's really super close. It's so close, everybody. It's really close. It's so close. Look at that. 91-9. It's so close.
A candidate for governor, Josh Shapiro, running negative ad after negative ad after negative ad. Does anybody know what he stands for? We were in the legislature, Chairman Kaufman of our Judiciary Committee, your fine representative, and Senator Mastriano in the Senate, and Carrie Louis DeRosso. We were standing up to the governor when he was putting, in his own words, Governor Wolf called them draconian measures with COVID. And now Attorney General Shapiro is saying, well, I didn't really support them. Now, wait a minute. He sued. He defended them in court. And he could have very easily said, no, I don't agree with it, and I'm not going to represent it. He did it on other issues. But no, he did it. I'm here to tell you, we're going to win on November 18th. Up
This guy even talks like Neil Breen.
and down the ballot. So I want to tell you a little bit about the lieutenant governor candidate. You know how great Doug is. You know him. He's your senator. We know how great he is, how principled he is. A few years ago, I was chairman of the House Republican Campaign Committee, and I heard about a mother of a Oakmont councilwoman, an activist, a runner. She was a jogger, a mother of 3 kids, that was interested in running for the House of Representatives against Frank Dermody, the Democratic minority leader, had been there for 29 years. So I called her up and started talking to her about the race. And I knew after our first meeting that not only was she the right candidate, and she was gonna do all the hard work, but she had the right ideas, and she was principled. She was a conservative, and she's a mom. And you know about mama bears. Carrie knocked on doors. We talked almost every day, and she beat the Democratic minority leader who had been there for 29 years to become state representative. And then I had the honor to be her suite mate. We share an office in the Capitol, so if you come visit me, you get to see Carrie. And so I got to see her in action and see what a principled leader she is. So then redistricting comes along, a seat that she beat the guy who had been there for almost 30 years. What did the Democrats do? They redrew her seat and took her neighborhood and put it in with Democrats.
Oh, yeah, Republicans, those guys. Oh, yeah, it's the Democrats that are most infamous for gerrymandering. Definitely not the Republicans, who gerrymandered so bad that it was literally rated that places in Texas were no longer, could no longer be faithfully called a democracy. Oh, yeah, what about... Oh, yeah, it's the Democrats, though. Come on.
So she couldn't possibly win. So I remember the night I called her and said, Carrie, I don't know what you think about this, but maybe you should run for lieutenant governor. And thank God she said yes. And not only did she run, she ran away with it. And she is going to be the next lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania. And Senator Mastriano couldn't have a better running mate. Ladies and gentlemen, Carrie Louis DeRosso, my friend, the next...
Wait a minute. You guys want to see? You want to see a Republican? Wait, by the way, this is a Pennsylvania Republican district. This is a Pennsylvania Republican district, by the way. Just so you guys are all aware, let's just, you know, here you go. Yeah, it's the Democrats are the ones doing all the cheating, though. They're the cheaters. They're such cheaters. We might not be a majority, but we're gonna win no matter what. Even though this is democracy and God likes democracy or something, except for when he doesn't. Except for when he don't like it. He likes it when Republicans win and when Democrats lose. But if Democrats win, well, that's not democracy no more.
Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, exactly. Republicans were the ones who drew the maps in 2010.
Wow. Hello, everyone. Hi. Oh, goodness. I see so many familiar faces out there. Thank you, Representative Rothman, soon to be Senator Rothman from Cumberland County. He's going to win that race. And he's right. I knocked on 13,000 doors. I won that race. The districting commission wasn't very nice to me. They wanted to get someone out of there that was a firecracker. And my son looked at me and...
Oh, so wait, she's trying to imitate... Is she trying to imitate MTG right now? I feel like she's trying to be... she's trying to do like a Marjorie Taylor Greene thing.
He said, Mom, what are you going to do? I said, I'll go back to work. I'll knock on doors. I'll be fine. He said, no, Mom, you don't retreat. So... I went to Christmas Eve Mass. I'm Catholic. Stood there.
Ooh, uh-oh. Did you hear the crowd? The crowd didn't like that part.
I went to Christmas Eve Mass. I'm Catholic.
Dead. They were clapping and they stopped clapping.
Stood there. Listened to my priest say, listen to God's plan. Listen to God's plan. And I came home and said, I'm going to run for lieutenant governor. I was the last person to enter the race out of 9 candidates. I traveled this wonderful state, put about 35,000 miles on my truck, went through ice storms, a tornado, and I won by 120,000 votes. And I am so proud to be on this ticket with Senator, soon to be Governor.
Oh, by the way, keep saying you're Catholic. Joe Biden's a Catholic. Why would she say that? Because Republican Catholics always want to believe that they'll be accepted, but they forget. They forget what it was like through all of America's history to be Catholic in America. The moment the evangelicals get control. Hold on, can I show you this? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you something cool. Okay, so in Maine, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me just show you this real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Here, let me just read you something, okay? Here you go. Okay. All right, listen to this, all right? Listen to this, okay? Johannes Bapst, okay, was a Swiss Jesuit missionary, okay? So this guy is a missionary who came to New England. He was in New England between 1863 to 1869, all right? All right, so get that, all right? Okay? So this is the guy, right? This dude, straight up. Okay, so let's see. Multiple of his predecessors were murdered. He ended up going to New England and was known throughout the state. And when the Protestant Know Nothing, if you're familiar with the history of it, the Know Nothing was a evangelical a huge evangelical boom in like the 1800s. When they broke out, he literally got, I'm not kidding you, they burst into his town and they burst into the house that he was staying in and they tarred and feathered the guy straight up. And then he was ridden out of town on a rail for being Catholic, by the way, just for being Catholic. Ellsworth, oh my God. So a town meeting passed a resolution threatening him bodily if he returned. He returned to the town on a brief visit and was then immediately attacked by Protestant ruffians, robbed of his watch and money, tarred and feathered, and then ridden out of town on a rail. Yeah, just so you know how Catholics were treated in the when the evangelicals had control.
Dog Mastriano.
Yeah, the Know Nothing Party was an anti-immigrant movement that was extremely Protestant, like phenomenally Protestant. It was basically, it's very much like the MAGA
Let me tell you
movement.
about a little bit about me. I'm a mother of 3. That is my main priority in life. I have been running this state up and down.
Oh, come on. Come on. You're a governor.
I'm a state representative as well. I just ran a bill out of committee to
Hilaire says, my friend in elementary school asked me how Catholicism is different from Christianity. To be fair, she was from Korea, so I wonder if there's a lost in translation thing. Is Catholicism not a type of Christianity? It is, but evangelicals, Protestants, think that Catholics do it wrong, severely wrong.
help seniors as well this week. I'm still doing my job. But every week, I make sure that my kids are ready to go. And that is the most important job that I have, is that being a mother, making sure they get to their sports. I'm a mom Uber driver at night. Mom, hey mom, hey mom, hey mom. But you know what? They know I'm home. They know I'm doing this for the right reasons. And that's exactly why Doug and I are gonna win. We're doing this for the right reasons. So I was up in Lackawanna County this week with Doug. Doug's going all over the state. I'm all over the state. We're in different places. We meet up. Tonight, I have the pleasure of being here tonight with him and his beautiful wife, Rebby, and to welcome our guest, Donald Trump Jr. How cool is that?
Oh yeah, I forgot Donald Trump Jr. comes on. First, they have 900 other people. We might skip to Donald Trump Jr., honestly. I have a good night.
And I'm
sorry you
just
don't
going to
feel
tell
good.
you a little bit and why.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, this guy looks funny. Let's see what this guy has to say. This lady's boring. Let's see what this guy's got to say. And then if not, we're going to jump forward to Donald Jr. Oh. Hey. Hey. Ode. Let me watch it. I want to see what this guy's got to say.
So I was up in Lackawanna County this weekend.
Out there can't draw flies. Look around here, huh? That's incredible. And that's how we win it. That's how we win it.
This is the guy. This is the man himself. This is Doug Mastriano himself.
It's just so awesome to see you guys. And you know what? We all need to saddle up our horses and get busy here, right? We're all gonna do this together.
That's right. As Benjamin Franklin said in 1776, if we don't hang together, we'll hang separately. So we're going to hang together. We're going to take back Pennsylvania and change the course of human events. It's going to be fantastic. Any other opening remarks?
Freedom is in our future. Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Wow. And of course, the other side, they can't run on the issues. My opponent's been the Attorney General for 6 years. Do you hear anyone talking about his record as a senior law enforcement official? Yeah, I haven't either. And they're trying to distract us, though. You know, suddenly you become a racist or something, whatever, anti-phobic, whatever. A list is unending. And
Wow, this guy is a charisma black hole.
you get to the point, you're like, just shut up, right? Grow up. Let's debate any issues. As you know, we've offered many different formats.
Yeah, just shut up. Whenever somebody says I'm being racist for saying the N-word 56 times in a row in public, I just say, shut up. Just shut up.
Now to debate Josh Shapiro, and he's running. He's chicken, huh? What are you afraid of? He's hiding in the basement with Wolf and Biden. They're all cut of the same cloth, huh?
Yep.
They are. Same old tired, ridiculous, logical fallacy arguments.
I think they act like they're guilty of something. What do you guys think?
What are you hiding? You can run, Josh, but you can't hide because 8 November we're coming for you, and you're gonna lose. Gonna lose bigly. Wow, I'm looking around here. I see so many friends that brought us across the
Bazinga.
line early. We see a lot of new friends out here, and the state is united. We want our state back. We want our freedoms back.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay. I hope you realize that like Trump head people saying the word bigly it has the exact same energy. It straight up has the exact same energy as when fucking like Vosh fans talk about Alden's rule. It's the same shit. Just saying. Except like, again, like literally zero irony.
We want to walk as free men and women and live lives as we see fit, not as a governor or attorney general sees fit. But the Democrats, of course, want to distract us with a dirty, stinking laundry list of garbage. That's my French today. Garbage.
Bazinga.
Trying to distract us with nonsense. And they claim that they actually are the champions of women's rights.
Not true.
And to lay it out for
Oh, wait. Are we going to get transphobia incoming?
us here is the next First Lady of Pennsylvania, Rebbe Mastriano.
Thank you.
Wow, they managed to avoid it. How cute. They managed to avoid it. Hey. What's up? Check it out. Yeah, it'd be nice, I guess. Yeah, we're finishing up this Trump rally and stuff. You look nice.
So, yep, Shapiro, he wants to make us think that, you know, we don't believe in women's rights, and that's just not true, and we all know it. So, first off, we believe
Wait, I might have jumped the gun. Oh, great. Wait, here comes the transphobia.
in a woman's right to be born. Oh, yeah.
We believe in a woman's right to be born, but vote? That's fucking crazy. Oh my God.
Now, we believe in a woman's right to have a say in her child's education.
Come on.
Bazinga.
That's right.
God holds parents accountable. And it's a woman's right to have access to baby formula and affordable groceries for their families.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, the Republicans, they're so good at that. The Republicans who definitely don't undercut every social program. You fucking lying pieces of shit. Oh, my God. We believe women deserve access to baby formula.
Oh, yeah. It's a woman's right to raise a child in a safe community where the government enforces the law and prosecutes crime.
Wait, so what if the government decides to enforce masking things? Like masking mandates?
It's also a woman's right to live in a nation with a secure border. Build that wall.
Woman's right to live in a country with a secure border? What? More police is women's rights? This is unironically one of the most embarrassing things. We believe in women's rights. I believe in women's rights to get 50% off at Golden Corral. I believe in women's rights to have babies. I believe in women's rights to not be oppressed by feminism. I believe in women's rights to have their husband own a whole bunch of guns. You see, I do believe in women's rights.
It's a woman's right to the First Amendment, very important. And we are Pennsylvanians after all. It's a woman's right to the Second Amendment as well. And it is certainly a woman's right to compete in sports that are not dominated by men.
Fucking transphobia! What did I say? I said it was coming, and then I gave him a chance, and then they fucking brought it back around. Whew. Let's hear that again, can we?
And it is certainly a woman's right to compete in sports that are not dominated by men. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I know all of you out there can help with any of the left that you happen to know that do not know how to define a woman. I think you can help them out because I know you guys all know. We're just very blessed because everywhere we go, there are people have the same enthusiasm that you all have here. And we were just in Philadelphia last night, and we saw the same exact enthusiasm as we have here.
By the way, notice how worked up the crowd gets when they bring up the transphobia. The crowd has been primed to hate trans people. Trans people are the moral outrage that they're going to use to usher in their fucking fascism. Unironically, we've seen this now. Every single speaker up here has made a reference to trans people. Also, like, has blanketly lied, obviously, and misrepresented everything about trans people. But that's
with about 500 people. Yep. So look out left, because here comes Doug, and we in Pennsylvania are standing together, and we are getting our freedoms back.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, can you imagine, like, okay, we're sitting here and we're laughing at this for, a grand total of like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour maybe. Can you guys imagine spending your entire day to go stand in a crowd full of COVID positive fuckheads, have them cough and spit and Sieg Heil all over you just to listen to these fucking charisma black holes talk? Can you imagine that being your life? Just so you know, that is the life that these fucking boomers choose. They choose this. They spend their lives doing that. We get to sit here and breeze through it in an hour, making memes and laughing at them and poking fun at these fucking clowns. These guys sit here and sit in this disgusting crowd for no other reason than they're fucking racist and transphobic. I don't know. I mean, I guess they do kind of. They don't sound super energetic. It sounds like they're doing it out of like obligation. This is like the saddest crowd. The only thing they've been activated for so far has been transphobia. They went dead silent when that person mentioned being a Catholic, but they lost their shit at the transphobia.
I think she's going to be the best first lady in Pennsylvania history. What do you think? We're so thankful. You guys brought us here. It's been a rough road the past 2 years especially, but we stood together in dark times. And it says in Romans 8:28 that God uses all things for the good, right?
Yep.
And it was hard times, and many suffered loss and setbacks in schools. Kids were bullied because of the mask debate. Some people lost their job because of a jab.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the big concern out of COVID. By the way, just as a reminder, conservatives are batshit insane. Just so you remember, they believe that the real tragedy in a plague that killed well over 1 million Americans, the big concern is that some students got made fun of for not wearing masks. These guys are genuinely, they are just lemmings flying off the cliff. I just hope you all realize that.
I mean, so much darkness, business closures, 30% of business is not going to reopen now because of heavy-handed Wolf's policies, who shut down all the cabinet stores in the state except his own family one. Yeah. That's an ethics violation. He should be prosecuted, by the way. Yep. And they don't want to talk about Levine either. Neither do I.
Wait a second. That's transphobia again. They're referencing Rachel Levine, the Secretary of Health, the trans Secretary of Health. Listen to the crowd going fucking crazy. They don't fucking give a shit until he brings it up.
And they don't want to talk about Levine either.
Listen to the crowd. Just from mentioning a trans person.
Do I? We'll move on. we might readdress that topic shortly. But the whole laundry list here is so extensive, the Democrats need to distract us. And media, I appeal to you to be fair and balanced. Stop defending your guy. Speak truth to power.
Yes.
Call out Josh Shapiro on his record.
Woo.
Do the right thing. I'm earnestly seeking journalists who are going to uphold the integrity of the First Amendment, that protected speech they have in the free press. But they don't want to talk about lawlessness. They don't want to talk about record crime and homicides. They don't want to talk about overdoses. They don't want to talk about the shutdown. They want you to forget. We even had an outlet in Pennsylvania, in Harrisburg, actually deny that Levine was responsible for the deaths in the elder care homes.
Come on.
I mean,
We
what?
know better.
That's not true. Mastriano keeps saying that, like, oh my gosh, you guys lie.
That's right. That's right.
And we remember the shutdown, leaving your loved ones cut off from all hope, from contact, FaceTiming for 400 days. We held several rallies to try to reopen the homes, and nobody seemed to care outside of us, you know, us, we the people. We remember.
Oh, yeah. Electo says, at least it's nice knowing this guy's getting absolutely ass-fucked in the polls. Yeah, that's true. He's probably going to lose, but keep in mind, every Republican in the MAGA group has already said, if we lose, it's because they cheated. They said it 15 times in here. It's their fault if they cheated. They know who the targets are. It's the lefties. It's the trans people. Those are the lefties. Trans people are the representations of the left, and they're going to target the representations of the left when the election they should have won was stolen from them. This is a very obvious setup. It is literally textbook fascism. It is literally the exact playbook that the Nazis used against the Jews. Unironically, literally.
And so there's going to be heck to pay in a few months here as a result of these failed policies.
Right.
That's right.
That's right.
Yep. There's going to be a reckoning because you get to pick.
By the way, if you've been having a fun time reacting to things and listening to me make goofy jokes and yell about stuff, please press the like button. We only need 12 more likes to hit 420, which, hey, that would be pretty cool. Hit the like button and subscribe. If you're not subscribed to my channel, you are literally missing out on fucking hilarious content and insightful, nutritious content, okay? Let's be real. Also, if you're feeling generous, please feel free to throw me some donations or subscribe to my website, demonmama.com/live. Would love to have you become an imp. We'd love to have you. You get all kinds of cool fucking emotes, and you get to support the show. Show is 100% viewer supported.
Who your governor's going to be.
That's right.
You're the sovereign.
We
You get to pick your leader.
Thank you.
And I know you're going to come out in overwhelming numbers on 8 November here and change the course of human events in Pennsylvania and in America. That's right. They don't want to talk about complete failure, you know, the loss of freedoms, how your kids were mistreated in schools. We even had a case not too far from here where a 4-year-old had trouble keeping a mask on, so the provider taped a mask to the kid's face. I mean, that's child abuse.
It is.
They don't want to talk about overtaxation. They don't want to talk about energy prices. They don't.
Remember, guys, remember, these people all beat their kids. Republicans, I'm not kidding you, Republicans genuinely believe in corporal punishment. Christians especially genuinely believe in corporal punishment. I grew up in a Christian household. We got hit. Republicans believe in that shit. So when they talk about child abuse, it means nothing. Because unironically, these people believe it's okay to beat your kids. Just so, yeah, it is bad to tape a mask to a kid's face. That is not the right thing to do. But when they talk up, they are literally just being hypocritical.
About inflation, gas prices, how hard it is to live in Pennsylvania today because of this overreach of the state government. They don't want to talk about overregulation. And so when they come at us with these ridiculous hit pieces and these lies and are you know, or anti this or phobic that, remind them of their failures and their shortcomings. My opponent, of course, is a senior law enforcement official. He won his election for the Attorney General in 2016.
Wait, he's looping. He's looping. He's fucking
he owns,
looping.
as a senior law enforcement official, law and order in his
We're
state. And underneath
losing.
him, he's failed us completely. He's dropped the
Yes, he
ball.
has.
He's turned his back on Philadelphia and the entire state. He's walked away from the people of Pennsylvania. And let me back it up with facts, because as John Adams said, our second U.S. president, that facts are stubborn things, right? Let's lay out a few facts for our friends in the media, and I'll talk slowly so you can keep up.
Bazinga.
On his watch, crime has gone up 37%. Man, that's incompetence. If you were in the United States Army working for me, I'd kick you out for being just...
Whatever you do, don't look at crime rates under Donald Trump after the pandemic started.
that foolish and ridiculous. You got to do your job, Josh, before you can move forward there, buddy. And you let us down. He doesn't want to talk about now we're the 12th highest in the nation in homicides.
That's right.
Philadelphia, for instance, when he came in and won his election in 2016, there was facts or stubborn things.
Yep.
277 homicides annually in Philadelphia. Now we're pushing 600 annually.
Yep.
Most of those caught in the crossfire are 16, 17, and 18-year-old kids. Innocent people. And caught as victims downtown Philly. Democrats, you had 8 consecutive mayors that are Democrats. You haven't had a Republican mayor in Philly since 1952. You haven't had a Republican city council since 1960. Einstein.
Wait, so wouldn't that mean that it was exclusively Democrats that lowered the crime rates to begin with? If there hasn't been a Republican mayor of Philadelphia in over 50 years, then maybe any intelligent person should be able to tell that the Democrats are not the ones that would be at fault for the spike in crime that happened in the last 2 years, which is a pandemic.
Said that the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It's time for a change, Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
You got nothing to lose.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
It's time for a change. And underneath Mastriano, I'm going to talk about my policies in a second here.
I thought that was apocryphal. Hold on a second. It is misattributed. Einstein did not say that. You know, facts are stubborn things. Hey there, Bar. Yeah, you know, facts are stubborn things there, Bobby.
But we're going to make Philadelphia safe and secure. We're going to make it the golden gem on the Delaware.
Woo!
But let's finish up on my opponent's record here of failure and shortcomings and inadequacy. He's chasing political dreams instead of doing his darn job. He needs to do his job. And so here's the situation. We're 12th highest in homicides nationwide. Now we're 8th highest in overdose.
You want to know? I got a quote. Since we're all adhering to the facts here, I got a quote. Republicans are fucking stupid. Albert Einstein.
Deaths, poisonings. 4th highest in fentanyl deaths. I mean, this is heartbreaking. Even in our own community here.
Yep. Yep.
Just a year or two ago, Tyler, 18-year-old, beautiful young man with a promising future, he thought he's buying some painkillers off the street and turned out to be fentanyl laced, and it killed him. His mom told me his story. And she was further heartbroken, not only by the loss of her son, but that the drug dealer, that murderer, was walking around freely on Chambersburg streets just a few months later. And Josh Shapiro doesn't care. He hasn't lifted a finger to rein in this lawlessness here. And we could thank, of course, this trouble with fentanyl in our nation because of the open border that Joe Biden has turned on.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Joe Biden, he activated the open border, despite the fact that Joe Biden has only cracked down on the border since Trump came in. That Joe Biden has done a fuckload of deportations. Yeah, he just turned on the open borders. He just flipped the switch.
Right.
We need to finish that wall.
Yep. Yep.
That's right. I've already made a pledge that will help.
Wait. Merrick says fentanyl comes from China, I thought. Well, they're talking about a different wall. They're talking about the Pacific Wall. They want to finish the wall along the Mexican border, and then they want to build a wall between America and China to keep the fentanyl out. You know, so, yeah. Don't get the walls mixed up.
Deploy some of our troops down there. That's right. Because thanks to the failings of the Democrat Party, both at the state and national level here, every state now is a border state.
Yep.
You know, the irony, Pennsylvania, by the way, is de facto a sanctuary state. And so what are we going to do?
They don't know what that means. Do you notice how the crowd had no reaction? They literally don't know what that means. They're like, sanctuary, that's a good thing, right?
Do about it? Well, we're going to get together.
A sanctuary, that's what God gives me, right?
We're going to pull together here. We're going to show up in overwhelming numbers here and take our state back on 8 November.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
On day one of my administration, we're no longer a sanctuary state.
Woo.
That's right.
Woo.
That's right. And so if Joe Biden is silly enough to think that we're going to ignore ghost flights coming out of El Paso, Texas, and they're not carrying Tony Lama cowboy boots,
nope.
And they're landing at our airports here, our beautiful Pennsylvania State Police will be there, and as those, yep, they will be. And as the PSP watches those planes unload on the buses, we will escort those buses down to Sleepy Joe's house in Delaware.
Woo!
He can have them. Martha's Vineyard, that was beautiful.
Oh, what he's praising right now, by the way, praising the Martha's Vineyard stunt, no joke, no exaggeration, not even the slightest bit. He is praising human trafficking. What was done to the migrants who were lied to and trafficked to Martha's Vineyard is fucking terrible. Just so you know, it's literal, unironic, definitional human trafficking.
All these wealthy, elitist, left-wing hypocrites, they want us to take care of all these illegals, but now when they get them, they literally bust them up and ship them out of Martha Vineyards today.
No, they didn't. That's actually really, really funny that they say that, because that's not what happened. The Martha's Vineyard welcomed them, gave them supplies, and then, well, interestingly, Ron DeSantis got a lot of them deported, unironically deported. While some of them did literally leave the island of Martha's Vineyard, because Martha's Vineyard is a tiny, tiny little place, they went and lived at facilities provided by the people in Martha's Vineyard. So this guy's just a liar. They literally took care of the migrants. It failed. But that's the thing. None of these people care about the truth. They can just say whatever. He could say that Joe Biden personally ate every last one of those migrants, and this fucking crowd would believe it.
I would call that bigotry and intolerance there.
That's right.
Walking away from it. Yeah, where's Obama? He's got a 10-bedroom house. I think he can house most of the 50 that showed up. Walls don't work. Okay, come on in there. Oh, man. On day one, we become a law and order state in Pennsylvania. Yep. We're going to hold state officials accountable for enforcing the law and protecting the people of Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be working with our Republican General Assembly to make sure our police are funded and they have the resources they need to get the job done.
Small government, though, everybody. Super small government. Make sure you give more money to the cops, more weapons to the cops. But small government, everybody. Small government, law and order will crack down. But small government, big walls, big weapons, small government, folks.
Yep. I'll be working with Representative Rob Kaufman, the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, a great man, by the way, to get authorization to have special prosecutors to surge in Philadelphia and other lawless places here to make sure we deal with the criminals quickly. Yep, it's going to happen. But most.
Oh, yeah, by the way, this whole, dealing with the criminals quickly thing, that's one of Donald Trump's new things. Do you guys remember in the last Donald Trump speech that we watched, I highlighted the point where Donald Trump was talking about how he wants to implement a fast track to execution for drug dealers. Remember, marijuana is a drug federally, and Donald Trump wants fast track executions for all drug dealers. He went on about that for a solid 20 minutes in his speech. That's what this guy's talking about. What they're talking about is the Duterte method. They want a government that can just kill suspected drug dealers, which means you, by the way. If you don't agree with Republicans and they want a reason to kill you, you were a drug dealer. Throw some weed on you, blast you.
Most importantly, law enforcement will know on day one that I have their backs. That's right.
That's right.
We are the third greatest energy producer in the nation, but you wouldn't realize it because of the taxation. Our energy prices went up 40% in June because of the
Is it Duarte? Whatever. I don't know how it's said.
regional greenhouse gas initiative. It's caught up in court, but the prices still went up. And so on. That's a carbon tax. There we go. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe this is a good moment for me to show you a clip. Yeah, you know what? This is a good moment. This is a great moment to show a clip. Let me just show a clip of some good old police boys. You guys want to see? You want to see a clip of some good old police boys? By the way, I confirmed this. There's multiple articles written about this. This is real, by the way. We're just gonna take a little thing. As this guy's praising the police, I want you just to pay attention to this, okay? So what you're about to see is a woman who was arrested in South Carolina just the other day, who was arrested for not violating the rules, but for wearing a thong that the police thought was too inappropriate. So let's just give it a watch real quick.
Why is it illegal to have a bikini on the beach?
I literally wear this to the beach every day.
Show you. We're going to show you. Absolutely. Shall be unlawful.
Oh, was it 2 years ago? Oh, sorry. Misinformation. Correction. Let me offer a correction. I misread. I'm guessing my confusion probably came from the article that was published recently, but this event happened some time ago. My bad. This happened 2 years ago, nonetheless. Correction. Still interesting.
For any person appearing in the nude on any public beach access to the public water.
See, hey, look at that. Look at that. I corrected the misinfo immediately. We watched less than 10 seconds of this before I was able to correct the mistake that I made.
Or any public property in the view of the public.
I'm not nude.
So nobody's nude. There's nobody nude right now.
I'm not nude.
Okay, you're in a thong. The thong is not nude. All right.
The caller told us that we're nude and that we can't be nude on the beach. I'm not nude. I asked him.
Damn, look at that. They got 3 cops to arrest her. Oh my God, they got 3 of them.
He said no. He told me that he wouldn't show me, and I said, okay, then we're done here. And then he put me in cuffs immediately.
Fucking cuffed for wearing a bikini. By the way, this is hardly the only thing, just so you know. This was, let me just grab this real quick. Yes. Here you go. This was just from 5 days ago. Here you go. Here you go. Let me give you another example we were going to talk about, but we haven't gotten to yet. It's an interesting story. He called 911 because his car was stuck. The cops killed him. The police originally said a 22-year-old man was shot and killed while attempting to stab officers. New body camera footage seems to show otherwise. This happened on September 14th, 2022. Body camera footage shows Colorado police shot and killed a young man who had called 911 for help after getting his car stuck on a dirt road, despite him never even leaving the vehicle's driver's seat. Christian Glass, 22, was killed on June 11th. So this article was published. Sorry, my bad. This article was published on September 14th. This occurred on June 11th, 2022, and the footage was just released. He had called 911 after getting his SUV stuck and was hoping for assistance in getting it pushed out. But over the course of the next hour, the responding officers threatened him, tased him, shot him with beanbags, and then finally shot and killed him. Glass's family has retained lawyers to help fight for justice for their son. The lawyers Siddhartha Rathod and Kasir Mohammed Bai provided Vice News with several angles of the body camera footage showing the shooting and a statement saying from beginning to end, the officers escalated and proactively initiated force. There was no need to threaten him with force. There was no need to draw guns, to break his car window, to fire beanbag rounds from a close distance, to tase him, to shoot him dead, the lawyers wrote. From beginning to end, the officers on the scene acted unconscionably, and inhumanely. The lawyers also provided Vice News with a 911 call that Glass made for help, in which he ended by apologizing to the dispatcher, saying, "You're my light right now. I'm really scared. I'm really sorry." Glass told the dispatcher that he had 2 knives and a hammer in his vehicle, something he carried with him as he was an amateur geologist, but he was adamant that he wasn't dangerous. The body cam footage shows the incident, which lasts about an hour and 10 minutes, beginning with 2 officers confronting Glass, who has driven his red SUV slightly off the road. The officers repeatedly tell him to get out of the car, but he refuses to do so and tells the officers he's terrified as they threaten to break his window. Glass offers to throw the knives and hammer out of the window, but the officers tell him not to do that and instead to get out of the car. As the officers get on either side of the vehicle and become agitated, Glass can be seen holding his hands up in the air to show he's unarmed. Glass told them, "The only way I can be safe is to remain in the car." Eventually, officers from 5 different branches arrived on the scene. Several times, Glass made a heart-like shape with his hands towards the officers, and at one point, he tried to blow kisses at the cops. Colorado State Patrol contacted officers on the scene and asked what their plan is, adding if he's committed no crime and is not suicidal, homicidal, or great danger, there's no reason to contact him. Despite hearing this, officers continued to try to force Glass to get out of the vehicle. Just over an hour into the situation, the officers on the scene decided to breach the vehicle, and one of the commanding officers told Glass it was time for the night to move on. The officers smashed the glass on the passenger side. He picked up one of his knives as they upped their aggression, including one standing on the hood of the car, and they aimed their weapons at him. Through the passenger side window, Glass was shot with a beanbag gun several times, and he began to flail around in the SUV. "Someone tase his ass," an officer is heard saying. "Someone tase him." An officer shoots Glass with a taser through the passenger window, and the young man begins to scream and shake while still holding the knife. One officer tells Glass he can still save himself if he drops the knife. Glass begins to yell, "Lord, hear me," as he flails around in the seat. An officer fires his handgun 5 times. Republicans think that cops should be able to do this to you just because they suspect that you might have drugs, just because they suspect that you might be a drug dealer. Lord, hear me, as they kill him, tortured and executed. So just a couple little quick, just 2 off-the-cuff little examples in recent memory of the cops going so out of line, ganging up with multiple people against underarmed. In this case, the guy had a knife, but he wasn't leaving his car. He said he was scared to leave his car, and they had no reason to suspect he had done anything. They had no reason to compel him to leave his car. Oh, there's a speech from his mother? Hey.
The pendant that was in his car, which was totally and utterly trashed when my friends retrieved it for me. And it's Mary and Jesus. And on the back, it actually is inscribed, "Pray for us." And I have to say, we have to pray for us. We have to pray for us in America to make this a less violent country. I think a lot of people now would agree that there's a systemic problem with policing. It's too aggressive. They escalate at every opportunity. And it looks like they're spoiling for a fight. No other industrialized nation comes even close to the amount of police killings that happen in this country. There seems to be just...
No, she said Mary and Jesus.
...too many bad apples in the police, and they really need to be weeded out urgently because they carry so much power. They carry guns, and they're licensed to kill with impunity, and in large part, no accountability. Police talk about training, but really training's not enough. It's in the recruitment. You know, an aggressive bully is always going to be an aggressive bully, and I don't know how you can train that characteristic out. Pay more, elevate the status of the profession by getting rid of the rod, and hire people with kind hearts and a moral compass. The Clear Creek Police Force have behaved so badly every step of the way. Only a few hours afterwards, they put out a false report to the media, and no one even bothered to check for accuracy or for truthfulness. They stated the killer would be out on administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation. The CBI investigation's finished. It took 6 weeks. That finished at the end of July. It finished at the end of July, and I know there's ongoing criminal investigations. Yet within a few days of...
No, this was in the U.S. She's just the mom of this person has a British accent. This was in the U.S.
Christian's murder, they actually put him back out. He's back out in the force with a gun in his pocket on duty.
Isn't that fucking insane? Shoots a kid who's not threatening anybody. A kid who's clearly panicking, who said he's terrified, who's begging dispatchers to call off the police, who's saying, please, I'm not trying to hurt anybody, who's saying, God help me, God help me, God help me. And this guy is back on the streets.
It's disgusting. Pray for our son. Pray for a structural change in policing in this country so these killings and beatings of the public stop. They should be protecting us, not attacking us. The police need to know if they act criminally, they will face charges and punishment just like the rest of us. This heart rock, among others, Siddhartha's got the big one. These heart rocks were in Christian's car, along with other rocks and precious stones. He just wished the world was more gentle and kind. He actually offered to throw his rock knives and his tools out of the window so they wouldn't be...
It's all right. We're jumping off of this stuff anyway. We're gonna go back to we're gonna finish off this goddamn bullshit. All right? We're gonna finish off this fucking conservative bullshit. I just wanted to remind you all what these guys agree with, okay?
I say that because that old commercial with the big guy knocking down all the walls. Oh, Carrie already told me. I missed it. I was talking.
Louis boy.
Or knocking down the walls, that's for sure.
Yep.
Restoring freedom.
Yep.
I love it. But on day one, that carbon tax ends. Yep.
Woo!
We're out of Reggie.
Woo!
I'm opening up state lands for development. We're rolling back 8 years of regulations. We're going to speed up the permitting process here, and we're going to drill and dig like there's no tomorrow.
All right.
Yep.
Burn the earth. Or just burn the earth. Yeah, whatever. Death cult. Literal death cult. I'm not kidding you. Death cult.
Why does that matter? Because that's going to bring hundreds of thousands of jobs. That's going to bring, oh yeah. It's going to bring billions, and I'm hoping trillions of dollars potentially when we're number one in the nation at energy production.
That's right.
It's going to bring prosperity and opportunity. Your kids will want to stay in Pennsylvania because the wealth flowing in and the secondary and tertiary jobs that flowing. That's why it's important. Additionally, strategically, the Democrats, like in Massachusetts, remember in 2018, we had that cold snap. It was a cold winter. That was a tough winter. And Boston, Massachusetts was running out of energy, and instead of buying it off of Pennsylvania, they brought in 2 Russian ships from Siberia. Are you nuts? And giving money to Vladimir Putin, that killer, waging war upon the people of Ukraine. And so my goal is here, we'll start exporting that out of Philly and Lake Erie and sending it to other states and also to our allies overseas.
Woo!
Yep, we'll help the Germans get off of Russian oil and gas. The Lithuanians already told me they want to buy it off of Pennsylvania. We'll make that happen, right? We'll be happy to take European money and bring it to Pennsylvania. So, and additionally, that will help break the back of this recession that we're going to be in here shortly. Yes. Or we're already in it. Yep. It's going to be a depression maybe. But Pennsylvania, we could break free of that. God has blessed us with so much oil, coal, natural gas. Our energy sector even has a technology now. We just need a refinery to convert that natural gas to automobile gas. Can you imagine how rich we'll become? It'll be a new day in PA, huh?
That's right. That's right. Woo!
Of women's sports.
Yep.
You know, the Democrats, they're no longer the champion of women's rights.
Oh, wait. He just got prompted. Wait, listen to this. Wait, listen real quick.
Hey, woo!
Listen closely.
Of women's sports.
Yep.
You know, the Democrats, they're no longer the champion of women's rights. I don't see feminists over there anymore. Let me lay out to you why that is so.
Here we go.
We moved out of the House and Senate a bill to protect female sports from male domination. It took 50 years for women athletes with Title IX to have equal opportunities in athletics. Female athletes work so hard.
Oh yeah, Republicans, they love Title IX. They love it.
They sacrifice so much, and now they have biological men coming in and dominating them and their sports. I'm against.
Citation needed, motherfucker. You said you're all about facts? You're all about facts? Tell me, which industries are being dominated by trans people, huh? Oh, wait a minute, you just made it up.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Literally just made it the fuck up. No evidence. Anytime a conservative brings this up, ask for an example. And what they're gonna give you is they're gonna give an example of one time a trans person won. They're never able to actually give you evidence that trans people are dominating any sport. None. None. They have nothing. They have no facts. They have no information. They got no data.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Against rolling back the clock on women's rights.
Yes. Yes.
On the floor of the Senate, and you can watch it on my Senate page, I sounded like a radical feminist there, and I was so exasperated. I looked over to Democrats, I'm like, where are the feminists? And they weren't there. They've left us behind. That's right. That's not the...
Oh yeah, do you hear the crowd? The crowd is like, well, wait a minute. We don't like feminists, but we don't like trans people either. The crowd's getting mixed signals here.
Same Democrat party of our parents and grandparents.
Nope.
They've walked away from us.
Yep.
It's time for a change, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
It's time to break free from the fetters and bondage of lies and deceit coming out of the Democrat Party. And we're going to do it. So on day one of my administration, 17 January, I'll be signing an executive order where there's no more boys on the girls' team.
Now they go crazy. Now they go fucking crazy. Now that now he left the feminism out of it, now they can just go crazy on transphobia.
Thank you. Oh yeah. So I'm glad Rebby's up here with me. I need some help sometimes. I wouldn't be here without Rebby's sacrifice.
Bro,
I mean, Rebby's an amazing woman. She quit her job here to support me in this campaign. She sacrificed so much as 30 years as an Army wife. You guys that's right. Y'all know the story, you know, when we won, shocked the establishment, won the special election back in 2019. We're summoned to Harrisburg and, you know, interrogated by the powers that be. And what do you do with an Army colonel, you know? Oh, that would be a little scary. And, you know, how much money did you raise? Who was your consultant? We gave all the wrong answers. And then finally, like, who was your campaign manager? And I'm like, my wife?
Oh my God. We were feeling pretty intimidated at that point. But they leaned over and kind of furrowed brows and said, what qualifies you to be an Army wife? And at first my mind, I'm sorry, the campaign manager, sorry.
That's my wife you're talking about.
As you can tell, we've been campaigning a lot. I have what I call campaign brain, so don't mind us. But yeah, so they said, what qualifies you to be a campaign manager? And my mind was pretty blank for a moment, but then I just said,
this guy's boring me. We're going to jump ahead and we're just going to taste a little sample of what Donald Trump Jr. has to say. You guys ready? Here we go. Let's just see a little bit of what Don Jr.'s got in store for us, okay?
Not a Biden supporter, I can assure you, folks. How's everyone doing today? We ready to take back our country? Have we had enough of the nonsense? Have our eyes perhaps finally been...
Son of former President Donald Trump. Whap, whap. Fail son moment.
Opened to all the lies, all the narrative, right? I find it interesting. Every day I watch the news and I'm like, huh, it's strange. Martha's Vineyard is apparently allowed to have a border. But Texas is not, folks. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is.
Enhance. Let's enhance. I want to see if we can hear that.
Not, folks. I wonder why that is.
Oh, because Donald Trump's not in power. That's what she says. She says because Donald Trump's not in power. I get it.
I think there's other reasons as well, but seems sort of hypocritical that they get there and all of the people that are pushing for open borders and sanctuary cities, except for in their city.
You just picked a random neighborhood, like a random tiny town, and then you kidnapped people on false premises, and you dragged them there. You human trafficked people, and then you deported many of them. And actually, Martha's Vineyard welcomed them in. And then some of them were able to be transferred to a place where they could finish their paperwork. So, you know, again, misinformation is not exactly, they don't give a shit about it, but just saying.
But that's Democrat policy these days, folks. You know, if there's...
Oh, yeah, by the way, if you don't think that these guys would start cheering, if you don't think that this exact same crowd would start cheering the moment that Donald Trump opens the first American concentration camps, you would you're sorely mistaken, okay? These motherfuckers are gonna cheer that shit on. They fucking cheered for black bagging random protesters. They fucking cheer for the idea that Donald Trump is gonna execute drug dealers without a trial. Come on.
There's one thing that the Biden disaster, and we gotta be clear, right? It's not Joe Biden. Right now, it's not. Like, what's happening right now and what's destroying our country, what's creating inflation, what eliminated energy independence, what made all the prices of the grocery store grow through the roof is Democrat policy. Right? It's not Joe Biden. Joe Biden's not capable of tying his shoes. And I say that with a lot of respect because it's probably a lot worse. You can judge that based on watching him. It wasn't that long ago, a couple of weeks ago. Remember when the Easter Bunny was running cover? Yeah, the adults are back in charge, folks. Yeah, my ass.
Fuck, Don Jr. is so pathetic. This guy is so desperate.
The adults are back in charge. No, the Easter Bunny's running cover. You know, the handshake to nowhere.
Bazinga.
And of course, I call it out because I can't help myself. Some genes run strong.
Metroplex, shoot it to me in DMs. I don't think I'll be able to play it tonight, but I will next one. Thanks.
So I call it out, and they go, no, Don Jr., he's wrong. We're fact-checking him. Joe Biden was pointing to the crowd with an open hand. It's like Frank the Tank. I was like, but he was pointing like behind him for at least 7 minutes of that. Like, whatever they jack him up on to make him seem even a little bit lucid, you know, it had worn off totally, right? It just was like, and we're done. And he was like a deer in the headlights. Total disaster. And yet, again, if you call it out, if you say, imagine it was Trump. Right? I'm used to that, right? The sort of the double standard, right? Like, imagine it was the Don Jr. laptop. You think I could get away with that? I would say in my next life, I want to come back as a Democrat because then if I was Hunter Biden, I'd be considered an upstanding human being. But if you're Don Jr., you're a traitor, apparently. I always say, I hope one day I can find a little bit more Jesus so that I too can be a man of character like Hunter Biden. It's like we're living a Saturday Night Live skit, but back when it was funny, right? Except
it was never funny.
Problem is, the comedy is playing with our livelihoods. It's paying with our small businesses. It's paying with our children's education. We're playing with every aspect of decency.
What? What is he fucking talking about? It's like Saturday Night Live when it was still funny, except instead it's bad because it's playing with our lives. What?
Remember Joe Biden a couple weeks ago? He was like, and I swear with my word as a Biden. I'm like, I don't know. I'm looking at your family. It's like, I don't know if that means that much. But again, that's the double standard we're facing. And look at what's going on right here in Pennsylvania. Now, I don't know if you guys know that I went to school here for 9 years. I live there. I have a farm in the Northeast PA. It's a place that's near and dear to my heart. The stuff that I got into throughout my life that I'm sort of still passionate about now, the hunting, fishing, all the outdoor stuff, competitive shooting, like it all started in Pennsylvania. But I'm watching this.
Oh, yeah, I bet you're super, super passionate about hunting, fishing, survivalism. I bet you know, it's funny. You know, you kind of get the truth about him when you see that all he does is post from laying in bed with his phone resting on his gut and him just like looking down at his phone like this. Dude, come on. Super survivalist Don Jr. Yeah, we all buy that, bro. I'm sorry, but you don't, it's not fucking hunting when you go down to the pantry and hunt for a piece of cake. That's not hunting.
Yes. No, and a lot of my political opinions actually started that way. Yeah, you know, I was a kid from New York City. I don't pretend that I was anything other than that, but like I went to boarding school in Pottstown, right? Home of formerly Firestone Tires, Mrs. Smith's Pies. Before I got there even, it was a vibrant.
I would love that. Oh. You wait like 10 minutes. Here, let me just put an order in real quick. All right, everybody, chill out. Chill the fuck out. Everybody wants me to order food, so I'm going to order food real quick. Give me a minute. What the hell is this place? Oh, wait, actually, this looks good. No, let me have sauces. I want personal sauce. We're getting Arby's. Shut the fuck up. You guys, I've been making shit for you all day. Give me a minute. I'm just yelling. I don't even know if anybody's actually yelling at me. I'm just defensive, you know? Defensively striking out at my chat. Where's the goddamn sauces, bitch? Where's the fucking sauces, bitch? I want good sauces, bitch. Did? Wait, I can see it now. How come it didn't show up here? What the hell? Yeah, mine doesn't show up.
Is it inside of
Here? Maybe?
this?
Maybe it's way down on the bottom. Oh, it is. Oh. Okay. Well, that's I only want that. I want more of those. Oh well. That'll do it. That should do it for me. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be down soon. Mwah. All right, let's get back at this garbage. Why gotta do this? Why do we have to listen to this shit? Why have we all been cursed with having to keep track of fucking the Trumps?
In place. But I saw it when it wasn't, so guess what? That was 25 years ago and it's still. Because we shipped the American jobs, the American dream that was taking place there, we shipped it to China because of politicians like Joe Biden, who's running even more cover for China now because his son's on.
But I thought Joe Biden wasn't the problem.
The payroll. Again, I think I'd get a little bit of heat. Say if, you know, I took $1 billion, right, from China. Now, just so we're clear, they're not stupid. they don't give money to crackheads. The Chinese government, they don't do that. You understand that, right? Like it's not like, we'll see. It's just $1 billion. We'll give it to crack addicts, right? They only do that if they're buying you, which of course they were. Which is why we're soft on them. Just like whatever's going on in Ukraine right now, do you think maybe some of our policy is guided by the fact that Hunter was on the payroll there and Joe was covering up for this and he was making millions of dollars?
This is fucking fraud, by the way. This was extensively investigated and nothing came of it.
You know,
this guy's
laundering money and no-show jobs.
They barely know what he's talking about.
You know, I mean, when you're getting paid 6 figures a month for a job in an industry you know nothing about, that you don't actually have to be present at.
I wonder who else could fit that description. I wonder what family is basically entirely made up of people who get paid tons of money to do a job they have no expertise on. I wonder who it could be. I wonder who it could be.
The language that you don't speak? I don't know, folks. Sounds problematic. But if you're a Democrat, it's fine. It's fine. Right? Hunter Biden, no problem. All of those things plus about 50,000 others, right? If I was on video like him, imagine the stuff that he didn't put on video. Like, imagine there was a point where Hunter Biden was like looking when he's filming himself with prostitutes and crack and all that stuff. He was like,
they're just making him sound like a player.
You know what? I probably shouldn't put this on video. Like, imagine the level of degeneracy that's out there that we don't even know about. Because they'll never look and they'll never try. So I was really hoping that I could too become an artist and magically sell my art for $500,000. But I think that would be frowned upon. But that's where we are, folks. The reason they can get away with it is they have a mainstream media that will run cover for them. They've a $1 trillion industry. Just
by the way, just remember, the #1 news station in America is still Fox News. And Fox News is, they throat Donald Trump's cock so hard.
Protecting them, trying to kill anyone on the conservative side, amplifying the nonsense from the left, covering up the degeneracy, doing the opposite for us. Then they have a...
Do you see what I'm talking about, by the way? This is a Pennsylvania governor thing, and Don Jr. comes out here and drops the word degeneracy multiple times.
$1 trillion industry in social media doing the exact same. Crush anyone that has an opposing view. I mean, they can make a guy like Fetterman seem... No, like I'm looking at Lurch, I call him, because it's like, you know, right?
No, finally a joke they understood, because it's from the fucking 1950s.
Hey, in all fairness, right? The guy's having strokes, but he could be your senator in Pennsylvania. He pretends he's like a blue-collar guy, but he lived in his mommy's basement for 45 years and didn't do anything. I mean, yeah, I too have a pair of Carhartts. It doesn't mean...
Imagine being Donald Trump Jr. and trying to roast somebody about living in mommy's basement. Donald Trump Jr., who has never once in his life had to spend $1 that he earned. Ever. This guy has lived a life of luxury, literal, like fucking, like a fucking lord. Oh my goodness, please, oh daddy, fetch me a horse, fetch me a pony, oh, let me pay you $100 so I can blow the brains out of a baby elephant, and I'll call myself a hunter. Shut the fuck up.
You know, like, he's got the, I don't know what the hell that was growing on his neck last week, but that was sort of weird, like, but guys, he's totally healthy according to the mainstream media, just like Joe is totally not senile. Think of what we're up against. Think of how close elections are. But they have 3 multi-trillion-dollar industries working for them nonstop. If it was happening and that was...
He grew up in he lived his life in mommy's basement. Meanwhile, you live in a house that looks like this. Your daddy buys you a golden apartment and you're like, oh, he lives in mommy's basement. Also, the fucking golden apartment looks like fucking shit.
Benefiting the Republicans.
It's
Federal
so
Election
fucking
Commission
ugly.
would be investigating all of these organizations for in-kind contributions. Because that's all it is. It's a free contribution to the Democrat Party. But again, we were told the adults were back in charge and they were going to fix things, right? What do we get into?
I want my daddy in charge.
We lost energy
daddy
independence.
back.
We turned peace deals in the Middle East into war on the eastern front of Europe with Russia. Like, I don't know, it doesn't seem like an awesome one, historically speaking. Everything. I mean, listen, hey guys, I'm the son of a billionaire from Manhattan, right? I'm very self-aware. I understand that. If I am pissed off filling up my truck,
I'm very self-aware, he says, after making fun of a working class guy for living with his mom. I'm very self-aware, he says. All right, I can't do it anymore. This is brain poison. I can actually feel myself sustaining brain damage. I can't do anymore, everybody. I have to tap out, all right? I can't fucking do it. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Even at the lowest energy Trump rallies, they're doing Nazi salutes. They're talking about degeneracy this, degeneracy that. They're constantly harping on about trans people to create a moral panic about the creepy evil that is around the corner. It's fucking unbelievable, okay? Like, this is, you guys, this is like the stupidest rally you've ever seen. And yet, the like fucking fascism Nazi signaling is off the goddamn charts. Oh God, you guys, we're gonna have to live through Donald Trump running for president again in 2024. Oh my God, do you know how bad it's gonna get? Oh my God, it's gonna get so goddamn bad. Can't do it. I can't fucking do it. I can do it, obviously. Oh. He won't win? I don't think it's going to matter. They're not, guys, the Republicans are not angling for an electoral win. They don't want an electoral win. The guy opened this entire, their guy who opened for Don Jr., the guy who opened for the governor candidate, was talking about how he's a Christian nationalist. They don't care about electoral victories. If they don't win through electoral victory, they will instigate a civil war. I'm not kidding you. They've been signaling for this since before Donald Trump. Donald Trump ramped it up, and we saw January 6th. We've seen a shocking, perpetual, continual increase in right-wing violence in America. More and more fucking freakazoid QAnon freaks are going and doing suicide by cop because they've been convinced that the local Dairy Queen or the local fucking Planned Parenthood is secretly a reptilian hideout. Just be aware of it and fucking think about what you can do to be ready, okay? Look, there's only so much I can do as a goddamn politics commentary streamer, okay? But please put your mind to some thoughts, okay? Straight up. All right? Anyway, tonight's been really fun. Please press like before you go to bed, before we wrap up the stream. Press like down below. Subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. And next time you watch, consider coming and watching on demonmama.com/live, where you can join this chat. Hallodor, thank you so much for the gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Genuinely, thank you so much. This show is 100% viewer supported, which means it's 100% imp supported. Much love to my imps. My tummy hurts and I need to go eat some food and I need to get some sleep. However, I will be streaming again this week, so you can look forward to us talking some more politics, playing some video games together, and having a dang old good time, okay? We'll see if I get sued by the video essay perverts or whatever. thank you for being here with me tonight. Thanks for sticking around. And I'll see you all very, very soon. Remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. Rule number 2, I guess technically it's kind of like it's kind of like a rule, but imps always raid with love. And number 3, much, much communal love. Trans rights, trans thriving. And I'll see you all very, very soon. Thank you very much. Mwah. Bye.